Ditmas Park walkabout. Maylin and the boys have already been on this very route, and so it must be pretty good if they're back for a second shot. So, and this one's called Waterfall, which you're not going to stand on because of the blue-green algae, because I don't want you to get hurt. But I wanted you to have that like profoundly refreshing experience of having the water flow over you. So now I jackass this thing around the whole hour and a half of our walk so that at any moment you could, here you go, you could go over here, here you go, yeah, and take a dip. Now it's like a punch bowl, so take a dip and take a sip. It's clean water, I assure you, no blue-green out. Go get a sip of water.
Oh, good. The first thing on my agenda is a meditation body scan. I need that. So let's start there. Just give us like a minute to just breathe in silence. And as we do that, just take notice of whatever sensations you are experiencing in your body. My name is Jessica Sarante. I am a life and leadership coach and a co-founder of an organization called Radical Support Collective. We support people who are in the movement for ecological justice, and we support them through training and through coaching. So I work with individuals who identify as change makers in the climate space and support them to go past the places where they would normally stop themselves as we do our work. It's so common that we come up against our own internal stopping points. Back off, right? Who am I to do this work? Who am I to have an impact on the climate crisis, to pursue my dream job? And we support people to move past those things so they can make the contribution that they seek to make.
So eco-psychology, as I understand it, is an attempt to take, you know how modern therapy is one patient, one therapist? Well, in the old days, Native American psychology, Aboriginal psychology in Australia, African psychology, they used to think about the earth and the person and healing both in the same process somehow. And so that's what eco-psychology is trying to do. There's a book that was written, and the name is, We've Had 100 Years of Psychotherapy and the World is Getting Worse. So eco-psychology is an attempt to take the good healing that a person experiences in therapy and have it be the healing of the earth and the person.
After college, I worked for a couple different corporate accountability organizations, Greenpeace and Rainforest Action Network. And it was during those years that I started to experience some burnout myself. I was getting exhausted. Like the work of resisting against these epic forces that are destroying the earth burns really hot on us. My clients are folks who identify as change makers in some way. There's a difference between what we call your monkey mind, which is that voice of doubt, worry, and fear that chatters at us, and what we call your voice of wisdom, your internal voice of knowing. And so my clients learn to parse out the difference between those two voices so that the monkey mind, the doubt, worry, and fear, no longer stops them. Okay, last question for now. Some gifts that I'm grateful to contribute to my community in this time are.
Here's the third of the 3 great trees for you to explore today. So I'll put out some mats if you want to sit around and make yourself at home with this tree. See what thinking about the idea that usually we think of our people are separate from nature, but that's like an illusion. And today's walk is to kind of cut against that illusion and to remember that we and nature are the same group. We're the same thing. We are of nature. Yeah, that's how you're going to get hot. We're going to walk straight across. We're going to be like the Bushmen of the Kalahari. We're going to sort of sense each other as we move through the field. With our good intentions, with our heart, kind of focusing love and goodwill toward the baby turtles. And that way, even though we can't single-handedly solve climate change, we can lend our good wishes and love toward the world that we do have and to try to preserve it, you know? So why don't we do that? Why don't we take 3 minutes and we'll focus our energy, our healing energy in this direction, wishing the baby turtles well with their lives, okay? So 3 minutes.
As I face the reality of the ecological crisis, what I'm grateful for is. What I'm grateful for, I was listening to an interview that Joanna did with Extinction Rebellion. Did you listen to that? And she was, I've heard her say this a million times, but it hit me differently this time. I'm saying, like, is there a more exquisite time to be alive as a human being? Like, when in the lineage of human history can your life possibly have more meaning? Like, there is an opportunity in this lifetime to turn the tide, to help bring humanity back into connection with the earth. And that's a gift. All revolutionaries, effective activists have in common is that they all have or had the ability to sustain themselves through their work for the long haul. So really, at the end of the day, that's why Radical Support Collective exists. That's why I do the work that I do. Because I want more people in our movement to have the ability and the skill to sustain themselves in their work for the long haul.
We humans, we tend to think of going into the earth, we associate it with death only, but there the turtle has a different sense of the uses of going into the earth, right? And maybe we could use, the other animals' sensibilities about the earth, rather than just being afraid or sort of feeling like the earth is alien or where we go only to die. Maybe if we learned from the animals to treat the earth differently. And so that's sort of the political undercurrent to the walkabout. We don't talk much about climate change, but it's in everything that we do. It's even in, our reaching into the watering hole, sensing the heat and sensing our need to come together at the peaceful place of the watering hole.
Thanks for going in with us on how this changing climate is changing people's minds. And we hope it inspired you to think about ways that we can all safeguard this beautiful planet of ours right from our very own city. If you need any further inspiration, check out past episodes of the show at our home on the web at youtube.com/Bric TV. Bye now.
Hey, climate emergency. Learn about the climate emergency. You don't want to shy away from the truth, and the truth is that we have a climate emergency.
The idea is that we get our neighbors to know what we're doing and how serious the crisis really is, so that they want to join us. So we have more people, and more people as a movement.
The people are ready to follow our lead. We'll put an end to the violence.
This is the ultimate issue.
Put an end to the violence, the hatred and greed.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul.
This is my life work. You know, from the days of being arrested and beat by police, being part of the movement of fighting against police abuse, starting 100 Blacks in Law Enforcement Who Care, fighting every year of my career. It's about how do we come together and start doing something that we've lost the ability to do, and that's communicate.
Amy's cousin was shot in the face by the police. Then she sees a friend who's punched by the police. Then we send the police out to recruit these young people to become police. We've created an atmosphere where these young people are traumatized by violence.
I am extremely supportive, and not only supportive, proud of our young people that have embarked upon this natural evolution. They're the grandchildren of the civil rights protesters, and I cannot tell you how proud I am of them for what they're doing, of raising attention to this matter. And it's so unfortunate, brother, that America seems not likely to listen until we reach a level of devastation. You know, how long have we been talking about this? Amadou Diallo, Baez, Eric Gardner. Why couldn't we come to a conclusion and change the system long before this officer had his knee on the neck of Brother Floyd?
I wanted to ask you on the issue of defunding the police, which has become something that a lot of folks in our city council, as well as outside people, are advocating for. Daniel Drum, who's the chair of the finance committee and oversees budget, says it's time to defund the NYPD. I wonder, budgets show your true priorities. If you were mayor right now, would you be on the side of people calling for that defunding?
Well, and we need a definition, because some people are hearing defunding and they're thinking about disbanding. You know, there's a body of people out there that are saying we don't need police in our societies. Let's disband the police department. Let's do it away. I don't subscribe to that. In fact, I think that's foolish because the prerequisite to prosperity is public safety. If we're talking defunding about looking at their budget and taking away some of the dollars that we give there, I'm all for that. We don't need all of the toys that police are buying and purchasing. I think we need to put in place a special group of city council personnel who receive top secret clearance from the FBI and from our federal government, so that they can bring the police behind closed doors as an intelligence committee, so they can look at what they're purchasing, find out what the needs are, and what methods they're using to conduct investigations.
When it comes to that reallocation, I had the opportunity maybe about 2 years ago to speak with then Deputy Commissioner for Training, Tracy Kazee. I went to the police academy and she spoke to me about the trainings and de-escalating, and particularly with people who were emotionally disturbed. And they walked me through a scenario of de-escalation. I had on the full kit with the firearm, a body camera, some pepper spray, all of these tools. And I asked which was the most important in de-escalating a situation. And I was told none of these. The most important thing was your voice. Is that the same when you're dealing in these one-to-one actions on the street, or is it a completely different animal than dealing with an EDP?
That's a great question. And let me tell you where we made the mistake. When we have these encounters, they call what's called mobilizations, level 1, level 2, level 3. And that depends on the body count, the number of people who are being deployed. You know at the start of your tour that if there's a level 1 mobilization call, you have to respond to wherever the crisis is. We don't take into account the ability of the officers who are being deployed to these mobilizations. We just look at the entire pool of police officers and we just send them there. Right. Brother, everyone is not meant for every assignment in a career. And so we have to stop saying, hey, you're an anti-crime officer that spent your entire career going after bad guys. Now we're going to take you, put you on the front line of someone yelling at you, spitting at you, screaming at you, and expect for you to have the mental capacity to say, I'm here to de-escalate the situation. That's not a reality. We need to have those well-trained conflict resolutions, people who have the demeanor to carry out those type of skills, and we're not doing that. We're saying if you are a police officer, you could do any assignment in the police department. That's wrong. No other career will allow that to happen. We have to stop allowing that to happen in policing.
I was out Sunday afternoon in Flatbush, right behind the Sears, and I could see some of those officers were afraid. It was clear that there was fear there, and they were professional, and it was a temperature change. I wonder how you see that fear turning into violence and a way to switch that pattern, because they were afraid.
And it's real fear, you know, and I know it firsthand. Being afraid really could cloud your decision. And the best way to dissipate that fear is your knowledge of the community and the people in the community. We cannot continue to have people come from all over the city and attempt to de-escalate situations in communities they know nothing about. And then we have to teach police how to de-escalate themselves, how to say that I must be here to bring down your temperature when you're overreacting. Because the goal of policing is not to punish, it is to correct the condition. And you look at some of the videos, you see police not subduing people and putting them in custody, but they're actually carrying out the action of punishment. And that happens when you're afraid, when you don't know your community that you're policing, you're over anxious, and you're dealing with your own PTSD and stress that's associated with the job.
I wondered, as Brooklyn Station, do you have a message that you want to deliver specifically to us, from us, in a way that Brooklyn people will receive it like no others on the national stage will?
Yes, no, it's so true, and that's powerful, because, you know, I remember, brother, September 11, 2001, and watching the Trade Center collapse and going there that night and seeing the ashes and people filled with soot and the ground was smoldering. I never experienced anything like that before. And I said to myself, I don't know if we're gonna make it through this. But 9/12, something happened. Brooklyn got up, teachers taught, retailers opened their stores, builders built, and America looked at us, and we were the epicenter of the attacks. And just as now, we're the epicenter of the virus, with a number of deaths. People are watching us. And at the heart of this country is New York. And at the heart of New York is Brooklyn. How we lead through these crises will determine how America is going to lead through these crises. We did it before, we're gonna do it again. We're going to be fine because we're made up of the best stuff on earth, and that's Brooklynites.
Open my palms to the sky, surrendering to the human hopelessness, that it does not despair me. For life needs no more. No more despair, I pray. To turn a situation as bad as mine into an opportunity to be of some benefit. To transcend my present circumstances. To transform everything around me into something almost radiant. Boom, 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 banging, constant, robbing, consistent, bang, bang, my mind, I lose it, broken, pieces, shit, I'm bleeding, silence kills me, noises scare me, darkness likes me, I don't know
on me. Can you help me? Hold me, heal me, save me, love me. Please don't leave me. Something's working inside my mind and everything just dies.
Sweet. That's exactly what we were talking about. Pick each other up, lift each other up, catch each other when you fall. And it doesn't even matter if you remember your line or you forget your line. It's about upholding the integrity and the power of what we're doing and knowing that that's where we're going and that that's what we're holding. And if we stay present to that vision, then we can't mess up ever. My name is Samara Gayef, and I'm the founder and artistic director of Truth Worker Theater Company. We are a social justice-based hip-hop theater company for high school and college-aged youth. It really grew out of over a decade of my own work as a performer, an artist, an educator, and an activist in Brooklyn. My work has been primarily as a teaching artist, where I've brought my artistry and my passion for education together and merged them by working in a lot of public schools all throughout New York for about a dozen years. And I found myself running residencies, developing curricula, initiating programs, and having the privilege of working with so many brilliant youth. And specifically, I worked in a lot of transfer schools and continue to do teaching artist work, working with a lot of overaged, undercredited youth in transfer schools who for one reason or another were formerly incarcerated, pregnant and parenting, gang affiliated, or didn't have the structural support that they needed in their own lives in order to be able to sustain successful school career. Really always found that the arts was an arrow to the tip of the heart, you know, that it was an entry point to pass through so many walls that we put up and to create safe spaces for folks to tell their stories on their own terms. And that's really become the mission of Truth Worker Theater Company, is to provide a safe space for young people to shift the dominant narratives that are so often stereotypical in mainstream media, particularly of young people of color in this country, and to be able to create a platform for them to be the subjects of their own stories as opposed to the objects of the stories that are told about them.
At this point, Truth Worker and my life outside of Truth Worker are so inextricably linked. Like there isn't a way for me to live my life outside and then not bring it into this space with me. But I have learned how to differentiate what events in my life need to be brought here at what time. You know, there are some things that happen, some energies that occur or that we carry with us, and once we enter the space, Samara will ask us to just check it at the door or to hold on to it until it's a more appropriate time if we're working on something. But the best part, I think, about the company is that at the start or at the end of a rehearsal, there's always a space to voice what's necessary to us, which is why it's such an important part of my life.
George Zimmerman found not guilty for murdering Trayvon Martin in cold blood. In this country, black and brown kids go to prison for life for selling drugs, while corporate suits walk down long hallways killing our youth.
Wake up, people. This ain't nothing new. Let's talk about Sean Bell, Amadou,
Kimani Gray, and Emmett Till.
2013, with the generosity of Jack, I was able to call together 16 youth and bring them together for a summer intensive. We met 3 days a week, 3 hours a day. And in the course of just about 5 weeks, created a full multimedia hip-hop theater production called Barcode, a performative analysis of the school-to-prison pipeline. And that was an investigation and interrogation and exploration of what is the school-to-prison pipeline, how does it impact our lives, what are our stories and our testimonies, how can we pull research from guest speakers. We brought in formerly incarcerated folks who had been locked up as young people, held their stories with us, brought in key lawyers to share statistics and research from the stop and frisk trials, the Zimmerman verdict. So really with a quick and astute responsiveness to what was happening in the moment, we wove together a piece that really looked at all of the stories that explode when you start thinking about the school-to-prison pipeline.
The school-to-prison pipeline? Before Truth Worker, I had no knowledge. I didn't pay attention to it. I was surrounded by it, but it was just something that I was accustomed to. It was just okay, something's happening, let me mind my business. And then I joined Truth Worker, and Samara taught myself and others more about it than we knew. It changed me, honestly, from 2 years ago. Looking back at who I was 2 years ago and now, it's two completely different people.
In coming into Truth Worker Theater Company, it's really helped me because you tend to realize that it is that feeling within you of being fearful of the police officers, which gives them their power, and not knowing what your rights are. It's kind of hindering you from your power. Barcode, we were able to find out information that we had no clue about before, which empowers us within itself.
We talk a lot about how connected, how linked, how parallel it is in public schools and in, you know, the prison system, and how little people are aware of that, and yet and still how much of an effect that has on our children, who are the future. There's something very special to be said about this theater company dealing with youth, because it's us that are gonna be in charge of things in order to break the cycles and show what is necessary to cultivate and support the coming generations and those before us, and deal with the issues that are happening now in a way that matters to us and in a way that's going to touch other people.
Between textbook and central booking, there is a pipeline.
We're not trying to make pretty art. You know, we're not trying to show how good we can dance or sing. We're trying to use our artistry and our bodies and our craft as a vehicle and a vessel to stand for something that we really believe in, you know, to create an impact. So hopefully it's rippling, and hopefully we'll continue to grow.
Reclaim our humanity. Rewrite history's pages.
Reclaim our humanity and transform what enrages.
Thank you guys for being here today. You know, this started off with Rachel and I basically just wanting to create one peaceful protest. And like, look, here we are at our second one. I think this is like amazing. We have so many ideas going around. We really want to keep this movement going. And I think that it's just so important as parents to show our kids that this matters to us too. You know, I've been having conversations one-on-one with a lot of you parents that I just like, my parenting style is to lead by example. Like, if you're gonna talk about it, you gotta like show them. And this is what this is about.
The intention that the Kids Peace Movement is rooted in is solidarity, unity, love, and peace. And that starts at home. The Kids Peace Movement is a platform for children and youth of our community to be able to amplify their voices when it comes to positive and progressive change. So it's their platform, you know, they get to voice their opinion, ask the question, be educated on different issues going around within the community, outside of the community, globally, and really making them center stage. It was week one of protest. We didn't feel like the protests were a safe place to take our children. So that's when we created like our own movement. We're like, all right, let's create something that we would feel comfortable bringing our children to. Mm-hmm. And again, one peaceful protest, but then it was just like the community support was incredible. So Rachel and I know each other because our daughters go to school together in Queens. And our daughters, they met in pre-K when they were about 4 years old. Bella now is 9 and Kelly's 10.
I learned about the Black Lives Matter movement sort of on the internet, but then on the streets, I started to see it a little more, and then I started asking my mom about it, and she told me a little more what was going on. So I thought to myself, oh, they're trying to make a change for a difference. And I thought that was so powerful, so we can have equality for everyone.
We are the future! We are the future! Black Lives Matter! Black Lives Matter! Love is power! Love is power! Yes, we can!
A couple of days after George Floyd was murdered, my daughter came across the video on TikTok. And she actually came up to me and she was like, look, Mom, like, look at this. I'm really sensitive. And I was like, I don't want to see that. I didn't want to see it because it's enough for me to know what occurred, but she saw it. And that was kind of like earth-shattering It was mind-blowing. And then the week after that, Blackout Tuesday, she posted her Black Box. And I realized it was like, you just have to have the conversation.
Black Lives Matter is an organized movement advocating for nonviolent civil disobedience in protest against incidents of police brutality against African American people. First and foremost, I would tell every mother that this conversation is crucial and it has to happen, that you can no longer put it off. The main component, no matter what your race is, the main component of the conversation should be equality, and that to teach your children that no matter what, to speak up when they see injustice, to not say, oh, that's just that person or that person deserves it. I overprotected until I realized that I may be doing my Black son a disservice, taking him out of our own communities and not being able to see excellence in his own face. So he's been around loving people of all races. But it wasn't until recently that I realized that I have to teach my son, if he's approached, that he can't act like his white friends, or if he is stopped by the cops, or if he's in a situation that he has to carry himself differently just because he is a Black boy. If he's invited to a sleepover, that he is not to go anywhere but in the room that they're sleeping, because if anything comes up missing, because you're the only Black boy, you'll probably be accused of it. You know, I made my son learn about Tamir Rice because they were the exact same age. Scary. It's scary across the board.
I was at that first rally. I was standing on like a boulder with a bunch of cops behind me.
But how did you feel? How did you feel when you were there and you saw those people and what they were talking about?
I wasn't scared, but I wasn't not scared. I was more nervous.
This means if you see someone being racially profiled because of the color of their skin, or you may see someone not given the same opportunity to excel as other people, speak up and say something. Don't just look at it and be a bystander. Do something.
Even though we're kids and we're young, we know what we're saying, and we know that all lives matter. We know that Black lives matter.
It is about breaking the cycle. So to see them doing things that we never did, I feel like we're on the right path with the Kids Peace movement.
BLM is short for Black Lives Matter, and it's a true statement because people are being treated differently, and all lives don't matter until Black Lives Matter. Many people are suffering, and we are the future. We don't want kids like us in the world to be treated differently for any reason, especially race.
We're here to guide children, guide them. Ultimately, you're bringing an entire human being into this world. That's going to be part of your legacy. Because when we go, if we have the privilege and the blessing of going before our children go, that's what you leave behind. And what you want to leave behind is gold, is something prosperous, is something that's going to bring good into this world.
A lot of what's going on, what will happen in the future, has a lot to do with him. I speak to him and I let him know that he has a responsibility, not only to his family, not only to his community, but also to his race. And mind you, this is a new mindset for me because I've been in survival for so long. Survival for me and my children, and making sure that we have what we need to have to sustain life. But now I'm stepping over survival and thinking more about legacy.
Activism to us, well, I don't know about us, but yeah, me, us, is doing maybe like a change or doing something different.
I want to be in a world where all lives matter and we can all be treated equally for who we are, and we're not judged by the color of our skin.
And I want them just to be able to excel and not have extra hurdles, extra obstacles placed in their way, and just be given an opportunity to show up.
It's never too early to start teaching a child how to be a good human. Like, it's never too early to start. And that's what it's all about, teaching our children to just be good humans, to themselves, to one another.
Michael Brown, rest in peace, rest in peace. Michael Brown.
It happened on November 22nd, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I swiped myself onto the train, and there was another gentleman there. He needed to get on the train, so I opened up the door for him. And as he came in, and we were standing on the platform, one detective came from the right, another detective came from the left. They grabbed both of us, they put us up against the wall, placed us in handcuffs, asked us for our IDs. They ran our names and everything, and they let the other guy go. And they kept me because they said I was a recidivist, that I had a criminal record. So I went through the system, and before I went out to see the judge, my lawyer came to the back to speak to me, and I was quick to ask her, so can I get community service or a fine? And she was like, no, they want to offer you time. When I got out in front of the judge said, 10 days, Mr. Garcia, take it or leave it.
The broken windows theory comes from a magazine article that was published in The Atlantic in 1982. It was written by conservative criminologists George Kelling and James Q. Wilson. Wilson's earlier work had looked at the history of policing and the different styles over time, and he was really interested in the 19th century versions of policing, which were really much more focused on order maintenance than law enforcement. And he felt that that was the direction that policing need to go in the wake of the kind of social unrest of the 1960s and 70s. So a lot of the broken windows theory was driven by these historical concerns and understandings rather than any new empirical research. We usually associate the broken windows theory here in New York with Giuliani. It was the Manhattan Institute, a very conservative, kind of billionaire-funded think tank that introduced him to the idea. He then took that idea and melded it with his neoconservative politics that said that what the city needs is to restore order rather than to engage in any kind of reinvestment in communities in distress, etc. Here in New York, broken windows took the form of aggressively targeting homeless populations, street-level drug dealing, and over time becomes even more invasive, more aggressive.
When I was in there was a lot of other people who was telling me they were in there for the same thing, for jumping the turnstile. And actually there was some people in there who had gotten 20 days. So I started saying like, well, damn, 10 days, I kind of lucked out then in a way. They figure if they continue to, harass people for minor offenses, their offenses won't get worse. But I think that's crap because they continue to arrest the same people over and over. I know guys who came out who got arrested for sleeping on the streets, and a couple of days later they keep arresting them. So I really don't see that as working, because none of these guys that they're arresting, they are the guys that are just sleeping on the streets or people that jump turnstiles. I don't see how that's gonna stop people from doing worse crimes.
One of the questions about the broken windows theory is whether or not there really is a clear causal relationship between order and serious crime. It's clear that through concerted action, the police can do something about public disorder. The question is whether or not that has anything to do with the homicide rate or the amount of armed robberies. The correlation is not super strong, and the actual mechanisms of causation are not very clear. There have been a number of studies done in the US and in Europe, and the results are very mixed. There are places that show some connection between broken windows and serious crime, but many serious studies in the US show no connection. One example would be that the efforts to get rid of squeegee men and aggressive panhandlers in parts of Midtown Manhattan certainly improved the orderliness of those neighborhoods, but didn't have any effect on serious crime because there wasn't any serious crime in those areas.
So here I am walking down the steps towards the scene of the crime. Can I add a trip on this? If you don't have money, these things here, the turnstiles, they're a barrier for anybody trying to get to work, a doctor's appointment. You might have to go get food. You might have to go see your mother. You might have to go pick up a kid, a family member, something. If you ain't got no money, these things are a barrier. To me, broken window policing, I think it's just broken policing.
The main concern that I have about broken windows policing, which I discuss in my new book, The End of Policing, is that policing comes with a lot of really negative collateral consequences. People who get arrested for low-level infractions run the risk of losing jobs, having family problems, being saddled with significant fines and court costs. And all of this is directed almost entirely towards the poorest members of our community. Officers could have used their discretion to give Mr. Garcia a warning and send him on his way. Instead, they put him in the criminal justice system at a cost of thousands of dollars to the public and undermine his future employability. Here's someone who's had problems with the law in the past, but is employed, is moving in the right direction, and instead of getting support, is being pulled back into a system that's going to make him further alienated, harder to get into mainstream society, and potentially more of a future burden on the rest of us. Does it make sense to invest a huge amount of resources in arresting people for jumping the turnstile? Or does it make more sense to try to come to grips with the fact that there are large numbers of New Yorkers who can't afford to ride the train, and that we need to develop a system of reduced fare Metro cards, etc.?
In other cities, they just give you a ticket. In New York City, they put you in jail. What's up with that?
Oh shit! They shot him? Oh my fucking goodness!
They killed this boy.
Oh.
Please don't tell me he's gone. Please, Jesus, no! Please, no! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter! Black lives matter!
America is a country that is founded on slavery and genocide, and it's based on exploitation and oppression. As long as you have that, and as long as you have the police actually enforcing relations of exploitation and oppression, people are actually, unfortunately, going to have to be out fighting in the street for justice. There are more people that are killed by the police than are killed by lynching at the height of lynching each year. Last year, there were over 1,300 people killed by the police. You were 9 times as likely to get killed by the police if you're black than if you're white. Rallies matter because if people don't fight back in a range of different ways, including at rallies, then they get ground down and can't resist at all. And the other thing that matters is today's empire is tomorrow's ashes. We need revolution, and they don't come out of nowhere. My hope is that actually people can build a movement for revolution and get rid of this monster.
Whose streets? Our streets! Shut it down! Shut it down!
I'm originally from Iran.
Shut it down! Shut down!
It's a lot easier for Americans, it seems, because of the media and the media coverage, to grieve people that are dying under the hands of quote-unquote authoritarian regimes. But if people are dying under the hands of a quote-unquote democratic regime, we almost automatically trust that this is something okay, or it's just, or that the police had good reasons for it, but they don't. These are just innocent people dying for their own existence.
When I first heard about the shooting with Philandro, I wanted to cry. I read it on the train this morning and I wanted to cry. Like, I felt like I lost somebody and I don't even know him. Like, that hurts. It hurts. It's like no matter what you do, you're just being prejudged off of your skin color. Look at the president. He's a black man and he still gets called a nigger.
Black man getting shot should not be like the weather. It should not be happening almost every other week. I just thought about all the other people who got shot, Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, all these other kids. And when Trayvon Martin got shot and when that was all happening, I was actually the same age, because it's like, so that just made me think, that could be me. And I don't want that to be me.
I think it's important as a white person to utilize my privilege to speak up for the black members of my society, of the society that I share with them. I mean, unity is one thing that we need to come together as a community and show what we can do. But honestly, I'm at a loss.
We'll never be defeated.
This is my only resort. I think protesting is about as effective as me voting, and I don't think it's doing much, but I'm still gonna do something.
What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. Justice for? Justice for? Justice for? Justice for?
As a mother, I have Jonah holding the sign because we want to reinforce the idea, and we want to say it loudly and proudly, that Black lives do matter. Doctors estimate that Jonah will be about 6'5". So at what point will he become a threat just in his body, just in the space? And so we will stand in protest of all police brutality and all brutality against African Americans, male and female.
But dig is necessary. We'll take a look at dirty crooks, make no apologies. Gonna sock your mind, learn what's behind these ideologies.
We're gonna turn it on. The show is only an hour. We're gonna spit some rhymes, share some history, a touch of minstrelsy.
Falcon Works is a community theater, but it's also, in this production, it's bringing in all of these people from all different backgrounds. It definitely plays to our community of Red Hook. This cast is just insanely talented.
Aaron!
Mia. Amanda.
Brian!
Miriam.
Charles!
Hillary. Dante.
Race. Ready, Set, Race is going to be a hit maker because of the simple fact that I don't care who you are. You gotta love some type of rap. Rock has rap in it. Gospel has rap in it. It's rapping, singing, dancing, and we're interacting with the crowd.
When I do my opening rap, it kind of highlights everything that the show is about. I just say, this is a race review. We do that is ready, set, go, about to bust your status quo. That's a Q to the U to the O.
This play really breaks down the history of race and how it was formulated and why, and how that has shaped the society that we live in today, and why we may have prejudices because we have learned the things that we think are innate but are actually man-made.
The work that we have produced has always been an attempt to get people to think about the world that they live in and how they might want to change that, and then to, even while they're in the theater, start to strategize together about ways to start implementing some kinds of changes, or to think about things that they could start to implement in their own lives. If people think of that as community theater, that's great.
I think community theater is phenomenal. I think it's what Theater of the Oppressed needs, and I think it's vital. I wish all communities were that were actually looking at stories that meant something to the community as opposed to producing Neil Simon plays.
The songs kind of give this tongue-in-cheek vibe to the play where,
you're given all this very upsetting information, but through song. One of the songs is actually called Colonial American Booty Call. Reg wrote the lyrics thinking about a colony trying to seduce the British Empire. I was like, okay, well, let's make a 90s sounding R&B slow jam.
Ring, ring, ring. Hey, baby. You remember me? The colonies.
I'll get your purple mountains. And your fruity plains.
Boy, you crazy.
Crazy about you.
Booty call.
A colonial American booty call.
There's actually a fun part of the play, this is going to be a spoiler alert, where we instruct the audience to literally look online to find the laws that were set in place in the 1600s through the 1700s about any non-white peoples and how they were made as to be property, and these laws are literally still online today.
You've got Google up, you're searching Virginia Assembly Slave Act 1705, and we're looking for codes started in 1680. Take your time, don't rush, don't panic, mind your breathing, and while you're searching, we just got a little tune for you. Come on now, take us up now.
25-year arrest, white supremacy into law. If you wonder where is this going, we're gonna leave that up to y'all. Since 25-year arrest, that's a hell of a thing to do. But we show you how they do it before the song is through.
All right, so who's got a code that was established in 1680?
Boom. It becomes legal for a white person or person to kill an escaped slave who resists capture. Slaves also are forbidden to arm themselves for either offensive or defensive purposes. Punishment, 20 lashes on one's bare back.
White supremacy is introduced into the colonies as a social control mechanism, as a way to, first of all, prevent class solidarity in the labor classes. And that class was made up of Africans, Englishmen, Scotsmen. Suddenly, that class was divided into whites and blacks. In fact, the idea of white as a racial classification doesn't happen until the 1680s as part of miscegenation laws.
This was the invention of the white race.
Perhaps the greatest feat of magic ever realized.
Invented for the express purpose of driving the wedge between the European and African labor. The white race! Dividing a community who had shared common cause for 50 years. The white race! Invented by a clever ruling class to protect the capital interests and the interests of the crowd. The white race! And some still embrace the notion of white supremacy to this day. The white race! One more time, y'all. What it is? White race!
Cool. Let's do one more, just to have where you just do the writer, creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer.
Okay. Hi, I'm David Crownson, and I'm the writer and creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. I'm serious. You can add the part of me laughing and shit and cut around that, because I'm like, yes, it's serious, but it's Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. Come on. What this comic book is about is Harriet Tubman, who we all know and love from history, except I've imagined her with martial arts skills and katanas and vampires and werewolves exist. We don't really go deep into it, but they just exist, and Harriet Tubman is the chosen one to lead slaves to freedom and slay demons. I was basically in Ghana, West Africa. I was taking a little bit of a break from America. I had been auditioning for a few big, high-profile projects, and it was really stressful and really exhausting. One day, I'm just watching TV, and it's this Harriet Tubman documentary that comes on. So I'm like watching it, I'm like, all right, cool, Harriet Tubman, this is dope, I love it. I start channel surfing, and I stumble upon Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I'm watching that, movie ends, and then, again, more channel surfing, and I stumble upon Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters.
Now, child, test the oven and see if it is hot enough.
Later on that night, I'm just, I had a journal, and I was journaling all day, and journaling my whole experiences being in Ghana. And after like 3 pages of stream of conscious journaling, 3 things popped up when I looked back at the page, and it's Harriet Tubman, katana ninja fight scene, and witch hunters, and they all just jump at me, and then I'm just like, Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. It lives in my head because I still don't know what it was. I don't know who the characters are, and I was kind of like trying to figure out who was who. I'm like, okay, maybe she'll meet a family, and it'll be a husband and a wife and a little girl, and I had this whole then I kind of crafted this whole story. I got it! Okay, so it starts with this family called the Edgefields. They are escaping slavery. They're running away to freedom. Reasons you'll find out in issue 3. But they've decided that they're leaving, give me liberty or give me death, and they get caught by these white men who are patrolling the night, and it turns out these guys are vampires, and the Edges are like, what are vampires? We've never heard of that before. So they're about to get killed, then all of a sudden you hear, excuse me, hi, and it's this petite little woman, and they're just like, what the fuck, and like, who are you? And it's Harriet Tubman, and she's just chill and calm and relaxed. I knew I wanted to show Harriet being a badass, but how are you a badass without doing something physical? And I think being a badass is when someone comes like a snarling, scary person, you're just chill and calm and relaxed, and you clap back at it too. And I knew I wanted that scene, that moment to happen, but I don't know why, I had a lot of trouble writing it.
I don't know any damn Mr. Bridgewater.
Well, then you must not be educated. Ugh, your breath smells like the devil's ass. Would you kindly take a step back out of my face?
There was a version that I did it where, the dialogue was kind of it came off a little bit too modern, and my illustrator, Cortland, was like, hey man, Harriet's kind of coming off a girl on the C train who's getting into a fight. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
Who the hell do you think you're talking to, gal?
A jackass who's in need of a mint leaf. No, I ain't gonna say it again. No, it's not
landing.
It's not. Sorry.
It's too modern.
Yeah, I think you need to switch up the words a little bit. Do
they really have mint leaves? Do they even know about that?
I don't even. I'll just switch it up a little bit.
What would Tarantino say? Or any of those guys? What would Scorsese say? He's a mean guy. I don't know. I am just totally lost.
So I researched 1800s slang and dialogue. It started with me going what the fuck? I don't know what I'm gonna do with this shit. This isn't working. And then be like,
stand still, bitch.
Like this.
Holy shit!
That's it! So yeah, that's where we are so far. And at the end of issue 2, we meet someone from Harriet's past who is a surprise, and you'll learn more about him, and he's really fun to write. I think for these next few issues, like, it's gonna be different artists, but just because of time and production and for turnaround, you are also recreating your characters. You're saying the same thing, but it's like you have to be either even more specific, or you have to explain it even more. Like, I think issue 3 is going to be drawn by this amazing artist named Sylvain Montesseur, and he's great and he's amazing. My only is going to be a fun challenge because he doesn't speak English. Third one is coming out on June 19th. Because nothing screams slavery being abolished like Harriet Tubman killing a bunch of racist vampires and werewolves and demons.
Labs is a team of multidisciplinary, multicultural women of color working at the intersection of art, science, technology, and futurism. NSAF is a 4-part project we created in the summer of 2016. We took a hair salon and reimagined it. So you think you're going in to get your hair done, but you're really going to get your brain optimized. It debuted at Sundance in 2017 at New Frontier. And it's a project that is looking at the roles and contributions of Black women in art, science, technology, and futurism, while specifically looking at neuroscience and questioning, where are all the Black women in neuroscience? And you can take that same question and position it to a number of different things because visibility is often lacking. We have to create platforms to connect with people. Virtual reality right now in its current iteration is a space that is begging for content. And we wanted to create content that highlighted nuanced representations of Black women at its inception so that it's not like film we're playing catch up to challenge these stereotypical notions of what it means to be living in a racialized body. Also just creating what we wanted to see.
Brooks organized a group of neurofeminists to create the synaptic lineage. This is an autonomous network, gathering and distributing communal memories and knowledge. Collective experience is carried through human agents and hosted on local servers as communal data is weaved through their neural networks. Kind of how coded information and directional coordinates were transmitted through the lyrics of old Negro spirituals, message songs.
We decided to tell the story through an installation, through objects, through virtual reality, and through cognitive impact research. And our main character, who you meet in the VR in the world, created this world where she's collecting memories from women in her community, elders, and creating this super technology. As you experience the VR piece, you start in the seated position and you're embodied inside of our avatar. Her name is Fatima. She's a young Black woman and she's ended up in the salon. She doesn't exactly know how she got there, but you look into a mirror and you see yourself as her. And our main character, Brooks, comes up behind you. Brooks does this session on you, and then you go through the mirror and you lose your body. And there's this fly-through scene where you're flying through all of these relics and old representations of Black women that are kind of falling into the lava. And at the end, you get to this podium where you meet 3 new representations of women, and they have a message for you. And then after that, you kind of come out of it and you're back into the salon. You leave feeling a little bit lighter. You leave hopefully feeling empowered. You know, that was our intention of helping you to understand that we're showing you something and you're in the experience to be mindful of it. And you're living life and you have a blank slate and you can be whatever you want to be and do whatever you want to do. Since doing this work, we've been able to connect with other filmmakers, other creators, other artists. Now that we're here, you know, me as a Black woman, Carmen as Mexican American, and Ece as a Turkish woman, now we can stand up and say, look at us, we're here, we've done this thing. We did it in a thoughtful way, and you can do the same.
You are free from the constraints that have been placed on you throughout reality. There is no pain or suffering in this world. The only limit is your imagination. This is a blank slate.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Hello, we are live. It is 7 o'clock right now in Brooklyn, USA. And in a few seconds, you may hear the sounds of my neighbors cheering and banging pots to thank the first responders who have been doing so much and deserve all the adulation that we can throw at them. That is the new normal as we sit here right now. Things are different, but as much as they are, some things are still the same. Thousands of you have crossed the doors at Bric House, and tonight you're in your house, and so am I, and so are the people I'm going to introduce you to in just a moment. This is the Bric Be Heard Town Hall, The Foreseeable Future. We're going to be talking to some people who make it their business to project ourselves and our culture into the future, in some instances by 50 or 100 years. But right now, we're challenging them to live in the most provocative space of the future, the foreseeable future, the next 12 to 24 months as they will go down here in Brooklyn and around the world. So some of you may be wondering, just what is it that a futurist does? Well, one quick explanation that helped me to get to an understanding that I might be disabused of when we talk to some actual futurists tonight is this: a three-headed answer. So historians are concerned with the study of the past. Journalists are making the reporting and showing us what's happening in the present. And futurists are people who are gathering information, analytics, and stories to tell us about where we may be going. To that service, we're going to get in some stories tonight, and we're also going to listen to some presentations by some folks that are frankly pretty smart on health, the economy as it pertains to jobs, education, infrastructure, and culture. It's a lot to talk about, and we're going to rock with you for an hour now, and I'd like to introduce you to the people who are going to be helping us. This is the foreseeable future. We're going to be talking with Greg Tate first, and Mr. Tate is joining us from Harlem. We're going to be talking with him about culture. Peter Bishop is joining us from California, where he'll be talking about education. Heather McGowan is coming to us from Massachusetts and will be informing us about the future of work. Dr. Jonathan Metzel is coming all the way from his kitchen in Brooklyn. All right, BK. And finally, Cindy Frewen is coming to us from Kansas City, and she's going to be speaking about infrastructure. So this is one part of the town in the town hall. The other part is, of course, you. So this is the moment when I'm going to encourage you to be in dialogue with us as if we were back in Bric House and I was running around with a microphone, except this time you'll be able to type your questions and direct them at our presenters, who will be coming to us in 5-minute presentations that they pre-recorded earlier. And once those presentations are done, I'll have a little time with them before bringing everyone into the room for a large discussion with all of your questions throughout. So we're going to begin at the beginning with culture and a presentation by Greg Tate.
I guess the question before us is the future of culture, the Afro future of culture. I have a baseline definition of culture, which is simply what people do. From an anthropological perspective, that's what you're looking at. It's like, what have people been doing to define themselves in the world as a group, as a tribe, as a village, as a nation, as a block, as a neighborhood, as a corner. And I think that if we're looking at this, this whole question of post-pandemic, what is it going to become? I mean, that's an assumption that there is a post-pandemic that doesn't take into account, even if we're talking about a reduction in the number of infections and number of fatalities. We're going to be talking about the culture of grieving, the culture of mourning, of remembrance. Because here in New York, it's very interesting. You're very sensitive to the fact that you're living in a parallel universe, or in a place that has parallel universes. There's such wide discrepancy between how this pandemic is being experienced by those in shelter, those in quarantine, and then those who are on the medical front lines. And then there are the essential workers who have to put themselves forth into the world every day. In this situation where they're exposed to a very nasty, vicious, thirsty, hungry virus, they have to do the opposite in some cases of what everybody else is being told to do in terms of exposure to sociality. So you're also looking at there's a culture of PTSD, of trauma, that's going to be a part of what we do as a nation, as a village, as a tribe, as a corner in this, that has to be factored in. In terms of the expressive arts, we're slowly starting to see how people are using the mediums we have at hand. There's Zooms and Instagrams and Snapchats and Twitches and so forth. D Nice has brought to us this whole notion of club quarantine, which is turned into like quite a global club. It's quite a rave online, and so people have shown that the technology and the degree to which it allows a certain amount of call and response and interactivity is bringing a whole new notion of club into the crib, into the quarantine, sheltered domicile, and this capacity people have to kind of share themselves experiencing this kind of global group rave moment, says something about our adaptability to these new circumstances, So, and, it's like when we talk post-pandemic, there's just so many levels to that because it makes assumptions about testing and tracing and the organized, sane or rational government response in different places in the world, right? And in America, it's just so disturbing that there's so much denial going on. At the same time, it's like bodies are like, piling up in the hospitals, and the mortuaries and the mass graves out there on Hunt's Island, and the numbers that people know from other parts of the world, but there's a thing we call American exceptionalism. I call it American self-deceptionalism, where there's such a bubble of privilege and entitlement and kind of feigned innocence around what's going on anywhere outside of people's immediate circumference. And so you have this pandemic, which is moving in the areas, it's kind of slouching towards, the Midwest and, the cornfield states, of America. And that's changing, this culture of denial, this culture of deceptionalism as well. So, all these things are on deck as we move forward. But I feel at the same time that what artists are going to do with their empathic capacities and their prophetic, generative, expressive capacities is give us a sense of how magnificent human beings can be when they share their gifts for saying what can't be said through ideology, what can't be said through journalism, when they use their psychic telepathic abilities to kind of reach us on these deeper inner spiritual levels, so that we're really in touch with, our most kind of enlightened and cosmically and socially connected selves.
That was Greg Tate, the All right, we're back. That was Greg Tate, the renowned cultural critic, producer, musician, and authorian on the Afrofuture and Afrofuturism. So knowing all of that and what you're bringing in the perspective, Greg, I'm wondering how the future of right now and the foreseeable future, especially for folks of color, may intersect with the notions that we've all developed about Afrofuturism.
Well, I think that I've been thinking a lot about Black people's powers of invention and reinvention, and this whole the whole place of conjuration in the culture, you know, of bringing together one's expressive capacities, one's pursuit of magic in execution, in expression, to really elevate your community, your audience, your spectators, you know, and I think, you know, everyone is caught in a kind of limbo or kind of lurch, trying to figure out, well, how do I take this gift that I have that is so much defined by how I interact with folks in social space, you know, or how they interact with the work. What in the foreseeable future can be an altered, you know, adapted platform that has the same kind of efficacy, you know, the same ability to create call and response, the same ability to do what, you know, we see D Nice doing. You know, how do you translate that to other mediums, you know, while we're all in this purgatory? And you know, I'm pretty confident, you know, given the astronomical degree of creativity there is in this city in particular, that we're going to see some very novel responses to, you know, the time of pandemic, that kind of perform in-runs around kind of the sterility of our teleconferencing.
Well,
you
to
know,
that end, I just today on the news, I just saw some artists who are going around and writing graffiti that is artwork, aerosol art, not like the bad old days that some might think of, on these
writing as we call it.
You know, the color and the art lives in New York, even if we're confronted with plywood. Thank you for bringing that perspective. I can't wait to see you in concert with the folks who we're gonna meet just now, but we definitely appreciate you, Mr. Tate, and stick around for our question and answer. And I want to encourage everyone who's watching right now that you can get in on the discussion a la our old town halls by going to the YouTube channel and submitting a question. And I'm going to be looking at those and asking them all night as we move on. So I'm going to pivot right now. Greg was talking about the interconnectedness and the layers of culture in the city and the ways that we're going to interact. And that blends beautifully into the next person I'm going to introduce you to. Dr. Cindy Frewen is a futurist as well as an architect, and she teaches the Designs Future Workshop and Social Change at the University of Houston. She's also a primary in her own architectural firm and provides some strategic foresight. So Dr. Frewen, thank you for joining us tonight. And now we're going to hear her presentation on infrastructure.
So when it comes to long-term thinking about cities, we actually have to divide it up in a couple of different eras. And what we call those is three horizons. And these are three different kinds of scenarios, three different ways of thinking about the future. The first one that I think about is the longest term, and that's sort of the blue skies, and it's called the third horizon. Then there's today's thinking, and that is the first horizon. That's what we're doing to make, you know, ends meet, what we're doing to survive today. And with COVID, that's been totally disrupted. In between is the second horizon, which are the strategists, the ideas that link and bridge the first and the third horizon. During the concept of a pandemic We actually are transforming the future, and we just don't know it. Healthcare, we've been talking about economics. Today, I'm thinking about cities, and they are accumulation of all of those different things. That creates a system. A system means that there's interlocking dynamic parts, and when there's interlocking dynamic parts, change is not on a linear, change is in emergent, and it comes about in ways that are unexpected and unpredictable, and most importantly, uncertain. Innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. Maybe we're sheltering at home, but we're more connected than ever in many ways. So you have to look at both the good side and the bad side. And one of the good things has been this slowing down, getting in touch with our families, getting in touch with our neighbors, people that are near us. And some places have allowed that, have enabled it better than others. Cities change really slowly. I have to say, even if you're thinking about immediate plans, that can take 25 years to actually come to fruition. It takes a long time for a building cycle. And so I like to think in terms of 2,500 and 2,100, a 50 and 100-year plan. The long view gives you a chance to incorporate a lot of different possibilities. The digital, the AI futures have sped up. Technology has sped up tremendously. So how can you change your lifestyle to use the screens? In fact, I'd say my safest mask, and yours too, is this screen. I don't have to wear a mask at this time. This is the safest place for me to be. How can the city be automated? Think about how it's getting automated. I've seen pictures of people that of senior living facilities in Belgium where they have little robots with the iPads on the face of them, and it's the family on the iPad being sent around the visiting with the person that lives there. How do you get in touch? How do you use the screens to get in touch with people? We'll use that innovation to create a new future. It's very possible that there's a number of facilities that are going to be empty after this. How do those get reused? Are they just going to be these 70-story vacant buildings? Or are you going to be looking at, and as the warehouses have been and now become housing, what are you going to do with the buildings that end up no longer being useful the way they were? I really believe that we have had industrialized cities forced upon us that we do not need anymore. And this is an opportunity that we rethink how they work in order to make it more functional and less of a stress on our lives. Industrial era is that we use things for consumption. This has been an era of consumption. And in fact, you can change that around for production. How do you make your life into a place that's producing? Whether it's food or things? You've seen it with the masks. How can you make a place that's more environmentally conscious, whether that's energy or saving water, or using rainwater, and becoming more of a producer than a consumer? How do you make community spaces more safe and more useful and more beautiful? The parks, the sidewalks, the streets. These workplaces, think about whether or not you really need to be in the workplace, or how can you share without contaminating? We've had online doctor's appointments. We're having curbside doctor's appointments. What if waiting rooms end up being in your vehicle or at the bus stop? What if in fact you're no longer going inside the waiting rooms because they're no longer safe? What are we wearing? That's the next level that you're reaching out. What are our houses like? What are our neighborhoods like? What are our cities like? And finally, what is your position in the online global world? Because in fact, as everybody's been going online, you have an opportunity. There's many opportunities for new voices and new people to emerge. And that's what's happened. Leadership and vision create change in cities. If we in fact are full of urgency, but it's urgency for today, but instead we parlay it into urgency for long term, so that in fact it's purposeful action. The things that we're doing are purposeful. Then you have a message, then you have a place at the table, and that's how you create new voices.
So I'm back, and we're welcoming Dr. Cindy Frowen into the room all the way from Kansas City. So we have an interesting question about infrastructure and looking at the ways that we may ourselves come back. If New York City is really defined in a lot of ways by the concentration of its people and its street life. Is there a way that the city is going to come back in a way that is open and not going to be resistant to a change in culture, Doctor? Looking at the way that New York is so concentrated and people are thick, what's the quickest way to build ourselves back into society?
I think what you're asking is, will our cities fit this new way of a safer but still connected world? And how do we feel comfortable and safe enough to go out into the world without rebuilding everything? And you know, the first line of defense has got to be science. I have great faith that they will cure this with a vaccine, but we do have a 2 to 3 or even 5-year period that the city itself, or our lifestyles, our choices, our behavior make a difference. So New York is so dense, and some people like to say, well, that's just not going to work anymore, it's not safe. I would disagree, because I think we have to learn, and children are better at learning this than adults, certainly older adults are better. They're better at immediately saying, hey, don't go close to each other. They're better at saying, we have to stay apart like this, and they'll correct us. And that means that we have to learn new behaviors, and because people do desire social lives, and we desire being near each other, and we do better when we're near each other. We are more creative when there's a density. We are more innovative. We do more things. We have more, to use the term magic, we have a better society because we're closer together. In most cases, of course, there's a downside of that as well. But I think that we're going to have to readjust because of it. And there's so much unused space in the city. I believe that we can still do it. We for every place that we are sitting, there's probably 7 or 10 other places that we could be that are empty while we're sitting here. And so if we can just resort how we're using everything, then things will start to make sense again and still be safe.
Safe and working. Thank you for that. We'll be speaking with you very soon. Thanks, Doctor. So I'm going to now turn to another doctor who is in Brooklyn, but he makes his way down to Tennessee a lot. Where are you? Dr. Jonathan Metzl, come on into the room and let the folks see you. He's a professor of sociology and medicine, health, and society, and the director for the Center for Medicine, Health, and Society at Vanderbilt University. And he made this presentation for us on the future of healthcare.
Hello, Brooklyn. I'm Jonathan Metzl. I'm the director of the Center for Medicine, Health, and Society at Vanderbilt University, and also, believe it or not, a Brooklyn resident. I've been through the pandemic here in Clinton Hill, and like everyone, the idea of imagining a future that is beyond the pandemic sounds great, because then we can imagine what's coming next. I'm a doctor and a sociologist, and my work looks at race and infrastructure and healthcare, and I've really been thinking a lot over the course of this pandemic about the problems that got us into this horrible situation and about how things can change when we come out of it. I think one of the main issues, of course, is that all of the countries in the world right now are facing the same problem, this same coronavirus. And it's been interesting for me to look around the world at the ways that different societies deal with this, and the ways that some societies do better and others do worse. I will say that one of the most important factors is a functioning healthcare system, right? People have access to healthcare, people have access to treatment, and that it's an equitable healthcare system. So it's not just that wealthy people can get to the doctor, but other people can't. So number one is I'm hoping that we can learn that lesson. I know that that's been in the air, questions of Medicare for all and other factors like that, whatever you want to call it. But I would say that this pandemic has highlighted the profound inequality of access to healthcare that really is a risk factor, just like the virus itself. So number one is that I hope we come out of this with a much more equitable healthcare system. I think we see the downside of not doing that, which is not only, of course, the very disparate rates of illness and death that we have right now in this country. Minoritized populations, low-income populations are dramatically more at risk. And so I just think that that is an unsustainable system, an unsustainable framework for our country. And so, first of all, I hope we come out of this with a much more equitable healthcare system. The second part that I think we've recognized, again, given the profoundly incommensurate rates of death in particularly African American and Latinx populations, is that this illness is not just a medical illness. It's also a social illness. It's also a political illness, because the people who are at risk now, it's not like they're biologically at risk. It's not like there's some kind of genetic reason they're at risk. They're at risk because they live in an insecure housing situation or a very dense housing situation. They have jobs where they have to go out and put themselves at risk being in particular kinds of jobs. They live in neighborhoods that have infrastructure that has not been adequately taken care of. And so I think the other issue is we've got to fix these kind of social inequities in this country. And of course, that is horrific and deadly for people who live in low-income areas. As we're seeing here, the virus really preys on social infrastructure that has not been taken care of. And I think we need a dramatic national effort to address that infrastructure. But also, look at this virus, look at this pandemic. The virus keeps spreading until we put it out in everybody, right? And so it's also important for the country that we address these social inequities. So number two is to address the underlying social issues. And of course, we've seen that particularly in places like Brooklyn, where the people who were already at risk before the virus become more at risk afterwards. And number three, I think one great thing about New York is solidarity. And I think part of achieving the first 2 points is linked to point number three, which is, I think, the solidarity that this city has shown in many ways compared to other parts of the country has been remarkable in some ways. And I think that in a way, what can we do to encourage solidarity among people, between networks? And I'm hoping that that will be one of the resonant points from this pandemic, because I think what we've realized is, believe it or not, and this is a wake-up call for a lot of people to show just how interconnected that we all are. We're all in the same networks, even though there, of course, are a lot of economic disparities that need to be addressed. But public transportation and food delivery networks, things people never thought about before. So I think what can we do to bolster solidarity would be I think another important factor. I think information going forward is going to need to be reconfigured. I just personally think, I'm somebody who studies race, and I feel like dismayed that the voices of medical authority, of public health authority, which have their own problematic histories of race and racism in this country. But at a time like this, there's such a hunger for just what's the right information, what's the right treatment, what's the right practice? Should I stand 6 feet away from somebody? Should I wear a mask? And I feel like those messages have been so easily co-opted by divisive messages. And so I think that in a way, fixing the kind of information infrastructure, creating ways that information is democratic, particularly health information, fixing the ways that the voices of communities can be heard, and that there can be kind of a more democratic way to get out trusted information, not just about health and illness, but also about the structural factors that I was talking about earlier. I guess just as a doctor, the last point I would say is that I think that there really needs to be a reckoning about race and racism in medicine. I think this two-tiered healthcare system that we have is a result of misplaced values in the healthcare system itself. And so really bringing to bear all the great anti-racist work that's been done by Ibram Kendi and other people, or people who critique what sociologists call kind of racial capitalism, really thinking very hard about what would it mean to have a truly racially equitable healthcare system, public health system. I think that would be an important move, for an important stance for medicine, just given, again, the disparate rates of death that have happened here, and really what those reflect about the society that we've created. And I think maybe that sounds pie in the sky, but I would say that I've been, believe it or not, I mean, we've been doing these webinars here from Brooklyn about what's called structural competency, this new way that we can bring medicine together with public health, with critical race studies. And we've had thousands of people show up, doctors, nurses, healthcare workers from across the world, really, because I think, medical workers are tired of this system as well. And so I do see that from this moment of pain, from this moment of despair, there really is a possibility for recreating change. I guess finally, I'll say that there are a lot of just practical matters, that would be involved in creating structural change that's more equitable. Think about, for example, telemedicine right now, this idea that we're going to be seeing our doctors over the internet. Well, everybody needs the internet in that case. Food distribution, some communities are really struggling to get food more than others. How can we fix the food networks, access to pharmaceuticals, things like that? So I would hope that what we come out of this is a much more resilient system, and one that doesn't leave us quite as vulnerable. And finally, just a note of thanks to everyone in my community here in Brooklyn and in Brooklyn more broadly. Really, the power of feeling everyone kind of going through this together in different ways has been, I think, one of the more empowering aspects of this horrible pandemic.
A lot to digest there, Dr. Metzel, and we're going to mix it up. Some great questions came in during your presentation, but just in the spirit of moving things along, I'm going to ask you a yes or no question, as we're halfway through our time right now on the foreseeable future. So I want to ask, in that spirit of solidarity that you spoke about, do you think that this pandemic is the moment where this is going to be the before and after, where folks do come together? Short answer.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We'll digest a little more later. Right now, we're going to move to something that is very foremost in a lot of people's minds right now, as we're a few weeks away from the first of the month, the future of work. Heather McGowan is one of the foremost experts on the future of work and where it is that we're going, and she prepared this presentation.
Hi, my name is Heather McGowan. I'm going to give you a quick overview of how I see the future of work. So how I see the future of work, I've really codified in this book that recently came out with my co-author Chris Shipley, called The Adaptation Advantage, which Thomas Friedman from the New York Times generously wrote the foreword.
So we're at home.
So we are having the greatest leaps in human longevity at the same time that we're having the greatest velocity of change, primarily driven by technology. So for example, if you were born back when the steam engine came out, life expectancy was 37. So you had 2.5 generations to absorb the impact of that paradigm shifting change. Fast forward to today, life expectancy closer to 90, 2, 3, 4, 5 different paradigm shifts within a single generation, depending on your age. We're not prepared for that. This velocity of technology-driven change is accelerating, whereas it's meeting this tension with human adaptation, which has long been linear and at a slower pace. Although a couple of months ago, something came into play, the coronavirus, which I think is actually an accelerant to our digital transformation, which is really human transformation. And if you zoom in on that, it's really only been 57 days since the World Health Organization declared it a global pandemic. And in that 57 days, and in fact, really in the first 2 weeks, we've made dramatic changes about how we work, where we work, who works, and what we do. The World Health Organization declared it a global pandemic on March 11th. So on March 10th, we've moved from as many people working from home as possible, which could be anywhere from 29% to 30% of our workforce. Work becomes dangerous for people for whom it wasn't dangerous before. Restaurant workers, healthcare workers, grocery store workers, and delivery drivers now put their life in their hands, bus drivers. Companies have rapidly pivoted what they do, product lines, from alcohol and perfumes to hand sanitizer, from fashion to personal protective equipment, from cars to ventilators. We have reworked processes, remapped supply chains. Any parent out there, my God, you're now a full-time teacher. That is a tremendous amount of work. And leaders out there managing teams now have established trust and psychological safety for their teams to be successful working remotely. And visionary CEOs who are heads of companies that for one reason or another can't operate their business right now have said, wait a second, what are we good at and where's the need and how quickly can we pivot? That is a tremendous amount of adaptation in a very, very short period of time. And what we're coming out of is what I call the old promise, where education, career, and retire existed in discrete bands. Whether you went to university or not was the first third of your life, sufficient only to get you on the career ladder, collect a pension, and by design die a year later. Success measures here to be codify and transfer the right predetermined skills and existing knowledge in you to get you on that escalator. Now it looks more like this. Life expectancy may not be 90 yet, but it will be soon. Education becomes learning to imply there's no end state to that. Work becomes leverage of that learning to indicate that work and learning are a combined act. And longevity becomes a reality because we didn't plan for or save for, nor can we afford cognitively or financially a 30-year retirement. And it looks more like this. There's a relationship between our engagements, which could be all within a job, but they're tours of duty where we work on projects over periods of time that integrate learning and leveraging together, remain engaged, and our success measures there are, can we learn, adapt, and create new value continuously? Because I say in the past, we learned once in order to work. Now we work in order to continuously learn. In the past, our identity was bestowed upon us, externally validated, whether it was your trade union, your degree, your title, your company. Some of those things can be taken away from you, where there's more resilience and agility in a self-actualized, internally validated identity connected to your purpose. Because where we are today is we're standing on the edge of a raging river. We've been wandering down a path. It's been great for some, not great for others, but on the edge of the river, this lays bare our inequities as society. And we need to cross this river, but all we can see are the swirling eddies that we think might kill us. And what we fail to see is on the other side of the river, the grass may be greener, the paths may be better. Not only that, we've already started this process of crossing the river. We've flattened the curves. We have adapted rapidly, as I mentioned in the beginning, to different types of where we work and how we work and who works. And we're going to get to the other side where I think things might just be better. So that's how I see the future of work in about 5 minutes. And I look forward to having a discussion with you so we can expand on these topics and well as others. Again, my name's Heather McGowan, and that's my quick synopsis on the future of work. Thanks.
And Heather McGowan is with us right now. I'm going to also be very unfair to you and ask you a short question. Some economists have estimated that New York City is set to lose about 1.2 million jobs by the end of this month. Most of them what they classify as low-wage jobs in restaurants, retail, or transportation. How many of those jobs, of the 1.2 million, do you think are going to be lost to the old world versus post-COVID-19?
I have no way of knowing. I don't have a crystal ball, but I am encouraged by the fact that we're no longer calling those low-wage, low-skill jobs, and we're calling them frontline workers and essential workers. I think the virus may very well change our settlement patterns. It's certainly going to change what work looks like, and we need a massive reskilling and upskilling so more people can find meaningful work that aligns with their purpose.
Asked and answered. Thank you so much for that. And we'll be talking to you shortly. Sure. Appreciate the emphasis on work in that shifting landscape. And now for our final presentation, here is Dr. Peter Bishop on the future of education.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be with you here in the Bric TV town hall in our virtual environment. Not exactly town halls the way we used to have them, but we're learning as we go. My name is Peter Bishop, and I'm a futurist. The title of this is The Foreseeable Future. And as a futurist, I have to tell you that we don't really do predictions about what's foreseeable. We do scenarios. because we believe that the future, particularly the long-term future, and indeed the future we're dealing with right now, is highly uncertain. And therefore, to say what will happen would be, we believe, incorrect. And therefore, I'm going to talk a little bit about what could happen or what might happen. We've got two, we call these the dimensions of uncertainty, and I'll just focus on two because we have a short period of time. First of all, how big will this change be? Will we snap back to education as it was before, or will we actually transform education to a new normal, something that we have never seen before? That's one big question, and we don't know the answer to that. Is it possible to believe in a snapback given the size of this disruption? Well, it's happened before. The most recent one was the 2009 recession. We thought it was the biggest, and it was the biggest downturn in the economy since the Great Depression, almost 100 years ago. And yet things returned after a while, and it took some time, but things pretty much returned to normal. And in the last few years before the virus, we had a bigger economy almost than ever before. And so snapback is a definite scenario. It could go back to the way things used to be before. The opposite side, of course, is that this is a transformative event, that this event will change education and enter into a new era, an era that we've not seen before. We hope that may happen because there's a lot of things about the old education system that we didn't particularly like. There was a lot we did like, certainly familiar. We knew how to do it, but we're learning new things. And has that happened before? Well, of course. The biggest example, of course, is the internet, which comes along in the 1990s, does arrive slowly. It wasn't this sudden, but of course, it's a disruption in communication and almost everything we do in education, in life, and business, that has transformed everything. So could we have a transformation after this disruption? Absolutely. So the way we think of this as a futurist, as a continuum, snap back to exactly what it was before? Probably not. Transform to the utopian future of what we all wish it were? Well, probably not that either. Somewhere in between is where the foreseeable future for education is, but we don't know where exactly that in between is. How much snap back, how much transformation. The other big question is whether we like what will occur and be permanently established if there is this new era. Obviously, it could be worse. In other words, we could have an education system that has downsides, in which students who have been out of school for so long, particularly students who need pretty much teacher contact, a lot of teacher contact, they may get behind in their studies and therefore not do as well. School districts which are dependent on state sales tax or property values may see a diminution in their funds, in their resources, and they will have to cut back a great deal as well. And finally, we have the fact that educators themselves might be basically so disrupted by this, is that they snap back they basically recreate the old system. And that is not exactly what we're talking about. Could there be something better? Well, the better may actually be solving some of those conditions and those issues that we really didn't like much before. How disengaged, particularly high school and college undergraduates were in their studies. How much college students were paying for their college education. And the fact that teachers were still relying largely on textbooks, trying to get across content, information, which now is almost immediately accessible on their smartphones. So how do we summarize these? Well, talking about snapback and the downsides, we know that already. We don't really have to talk about it much. But I think there are two things that are going on today, more or less by requirement, that could change education. The first, of course, is a much greater use of technology. Fundamentally, the only way that teachers and students can interact these days is through technology, whether through Zoom or Google Docs or Google Spreadsheets or however they choose to do it. Now we have required for at least the rest of this school year and maybe next, a mediated form of communication. That I think will force some teachers to reassess how they've used technology in the past. There may be some advantages to mediated communication that they didn't see before. I had a colleague who did her dissertation research on something she called the CAP gap. CAP, K-A-P, knowledge, attitude, performance. She did a survey of community college instructors and asked them how much they knew about information technology in the classroom. Oh, a lot. What did they think of it? Great deal, it's great. How much did they do? Not much at all. A lot of knowledge, a lot of attitude, not much performance. And now we have some more performance. So we could see more and better use of technology in education in the future. The other thing that's required students to do and teachers to allow to happen is more independent learning. Students can't be in touch with a teacher 50 minutes a day. Some are doing very well with that, being more creative, learning on their own, and some obviously not so good. The future, foreseeable future, is that maybe we realize that education is not so much like building a building where you have to do everything. You have to nail all the boards together, mix the concrete and lay it down, put up the walls and the roof, and everything has to be done. It's maybe more like growing a garden or even raising a child, where there is among young people and the rest of us an intrinsic capacity and a desire to learn. The teacher's job, therefore, is not to pour the material into the student's head, but to set up the conditions, like the garden. Once the conditions are set, then learning takes place and the flowers bloom. That would be both of those, I think, very interesting and basically beneficial uses in the future of education. These things are not going to happen by themselves, however. If we are to move in those directions, people who realize the benefits of a good and effective use of technology and giving students more freedom and more ability to create and to create their own learning are two outcomes of this future, preferred future, the semi-utopian future. Is it foreseeable? Well, of course it is, but so are some of the other scenarios. So keep talking about the scenarios, keep talking about stories, keep telling stories, both downsides and upside stories about what might occur. And I look forward to the discussion in the town hall following this presentation. Thank you very much for listening.
So you won't have to wait very long. I'm going to invite each of our panelists to turn on their cameras right now, and let's engage as a community. There was some questions that were pouring in as each of you were, your presentations were being shown. And there was one that is so applicable because there's so many intersections between each of your respective fields and presentations that I wanted to pose to all of you. How can we reach across the, quote, bubbles of privilege to combat structural disparities? And we've seen those disparities come into play with the way we work and the shifting of the language to recognize those folks on the front lines of work. We've seen it come to play in education. We've certainly seen it come to play in terms of health disparities and the built environment. So do I have any takers for how we might be able to reach across that bubble of privilege to really make those changes for the world we want to see post-COVID?
Well, you know, one area we didn't talk about was the future of governance, you know, particularly when we're looking at the most massive collapse, you know, of competent leadership, you know, in managing a crisis that I've probably seen in my lifetime, you know, because of how the way in which our politics now has just degenerated the capacity for coordination, for coherence. And in its place, we get this chaos and helter-skelter and kind of people left randomly to the devices of the competence or incompetence of their local or state governance, right? And and I think it's a very difficult. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking, regardless of what your political affiliation or what you think of the respective leadership, wherever you may be, from each of your perspectives, looking at the very near future and further out into that 100, 200-year era span, how much does leadership matter?
Well, governance matters, right? Because you're looking at a situation. You're looking at situations where, with a stroke of a pen, the dispensation of human rights and of resources and of wealth redistribution can break down along these kind of toxic partisan lines. Like the people who are the least equipped, the least educated, the least capable of guiding a nation through this crisis are really the ones who have their hands on the wheel,
So,
and I don't think we figured out a way to address that yet.
I'm thinking Heather and Cindy, looking at the way that we look at the environment right now, and you're talking about infrastructure projects that may take a generation to come to fruition, or these changes that have been accelerated by this virus. Does the person who's leading right now for this blip of time matter, looking at those long range things?
I think some of it is when that blip ends, which I hope is soon, like November. Let's be honest. But I think one of the things when it comes to work and more inclusion and more human potential is we've got to move education from being a weight to propellant. We have made education a for-profit business in this country, much like healthcare, to our detriment.
And Cindy, I know you are very concerned with the infrastructure and the built environment, and you said the culture changes before the buildings adapt to us.
So there's really a couple of levels. One is the system level. How do you make change initially? And that has to do with then leadership and getting people together to find the systems level changes that can be made. At the same time, during the conversation of figuring out what to do, that the conversation involves beliefs and values and where there's common ground, where things can be changed in multiple domains simultaneously. That's how you make a system change, is that instead of one big home run, it's a lot of different things on a lot of different levels. And the only way to do that, as you said, is through the leadership and what are the stories that are being told? What are the beliefs that are being impacted? What are the ways that people will change their minds through into a whole new paradigm, into a new shift? I think that you start with the leadership, and the leadership now has been, let's say, confusing at best. And that means that there has been this war almost among the various states and various leaders across domains. How does that instead be put into a cooperative spirit, a spirit of belief that we can find something better out of this? Because there was, in every other case, I can almost think of when we said we had an opportunity for transformational change. In recent years, we haven't been taking it. And that requires this vision, this urgency, which is already built in, and the leadership coming together.
So Dr. Bishop and Heather, this is sort of a double-headed question that came in from someone saying, if presumably this distance education and online and homeschooling is going to be our new normal for the foreseeable future, what kind of ways will work and society have to adapt for folks who have to make money and educating their children and homeschooling?
I think we might have to look at jobs having, flexibility in terms of hours. Like you may be working in the morning for your company, in the afternoon you might be teaching your kids. You might be working early evening for your company, but your company has to understand that your family comes first. And I think that we can get, if we don't have commuting hours, and if we focus on the things that really need to get done, we might be able to get them all in there. But I think back on your point before that about leadership, one of our biggest problems in this country has been a me-we problem. In September, October, you might not have cared if your Uber driver had health insurance or paid sick leave. But in May, you sure do, because their health is your health. And the more we can see the interconnectedness of each other, we might make better me-we decisions. We've got a leader right now who sees the world as a zero-sum game, and he's only winning if somebody else is losing. And that is faulty logic, and we need to get more people to understand that. Like talking about the infrastructure projects being a bunch of small little wins, they all begin with leadership and painting a picture of a world that doesn't exist yet, that has a place for all of us, where we is stronger than any of the individual me perspectives.
Yeah, Brian, the phrase that comes to mind is from John Gardner from the mid 20th century, who said, we are the people we've been waiting for. We really can't wait for some savior, some person to come in or leader to come in. Leaders are absolutely important, but so is everybody else. And what I think of right now is more about community. I don't think Heather's right. I mean, our leadership, particularly in Washington, is all about ourselves, but that's also cultural. They were not elected by a bolt of lightning. It's that our society has become atomized into a sense of individuals, and that I hear people inching towards a little bit better sense of community. And I think mask wearing is an interesting signal of that culturally, Gregory, that I'm not wearing the mask for me, I'm wearing it for you. I'm signaling that I care about myself, but I also care about you. And if we could approach our schools, our cities, our infrastructure, our healthcare more as a sense of we are in this together. We are not completely atomized, single, competitive individuals. And we have to simply not be charged, which none of us are, but start acting that way and start electing people and start participating where we can. And I think local politics and state politics is probably the place to start there.
You know,
And with the stories we have.
No.
Dr. Metzel.
Say again.
Well, I would just say that, you know, I agree with everybody that the system we have now is unsustainable. I mean, yesterday, you know, in Chicago, they tried to open a Ford automotive plant, and it was a big reopening, and it stayed open for one day, and then turned out they didn't protect the workers, and the plant had to close again. So the model of kind of thinking about this two-tiered health network and not protecting everyone adequately, it's just not sustainable. It's not going to work in this model. And so this idea of choosing between health and the economy is, you know, you need efficient public health for everyone in order to sustain the economy. And I think that the societies that figure that out are going to come out of this the best in the long run. I think the idea of just throwing people back out there as fodder is not going to work. And so I ultimately think, you know, Trump, among all the failings, is promoting this idea that it's either the economy or health. And I think it's really that binary that is so false, and one that we have to reject, because if we don't start protecting everybody's public health, we're not going to have an economy really.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
The celebrated African-American artist David Hammonds says of his work, You have to go back to what we were before you go forward to what we want to be. I am here to remind us what the fuck we came from. From Bric in downtown Brooklyn, I'm Mackenzie Fagan, and this is Glitter and Doom, a show about artists and cultural creators who are responding to the most pressing issues of our times. In 1857, Dred Scott versus Sanford came before the Supreme Court of the United States. The case centered around Scott, a man born into slavery, who argued that since he and his family had temporarily been brought into a free territory by their owner, they could no longer legally be held in bondage. Scott sued for his freedom in the Missouri state courts, and over the course of the next decade, the case made its way through the legal system, finally arriving before the highest court in the land. On March 6, 1857, the Supreme Court ruled against Dred Scott in a 7-2 decision. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice Roger Taney determined that Black Americans could not be citizens of the United States and, quote, had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. A little over a century later, Scott Tyler was born in Chicago. Some years later, he would change his name to Dred Scott, spelled D-R-E-A-D, and become a successful artist. Every time you read his name on a museum label, in the art section of the New York Times, or in the program for a fancy artists panel, you are reminded of his namesake, a man who had no rights which white men were bound to respect. Dred Scott the artist wants us to remember that history, a history that is not so far from our present. Much of his work looks to the past in order to imagine a more just future, and perhaps no project embodies that more than his recent Slave Rebellion reenactment, which he staged in New Orleans over the course of 2 days in November. I recently sat down with him to talk about plantation weddings, flag burning, and Janelle Monáe. Thank you, Dred Scott, so much for joining me today.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me here.
When did you first begin to think about staging a reenactment of a slave rebellion?
So about 6 years ago, when I was invited to a residency at the McCall Center in Charlotte, North Carolina, they said it's a project-based residency, and what do you want to do? And I said, I think I'd like to do a Slave Rebellion reenactment, and here we are now.
And were you just thinking any slave rebellion, or had you heard about this specific one?
I didn't have a particular one in mind, and I kind of thought, well, maybe I'll do Nat Turner, or maybe a combination of Nat Turner and Haiti and Gabriel Prosser and Denmark Vesey or something like that. But it was really undefined, and it's on the residency that it kind of became clear about the revolt of 1811.
Tell me about the revolt of 1811. What happened, who was involved, and why hadn't I heard about it before you decided to reenact it?
Well, you hadn't heard about it probably for the same reason I hadn't heard about it. The Revolt of 1811 was the largest rebellion of enslaved people in the history of the United States. The history was really buried. In 1811, New Orleans, the Louisiana Purchase had happened, so the U.S. owned the territory, but it was still largely a French colonial society, and Louisiana was trying to become a state. And so if there are lots of slave revolts in your territory, it sort of makes the statehood application a little problematic. But the thing that was interesting was that this rebellion had probably about 500 participants. It had a chance of succeeding, and success was not just killing some white people to get revenge before you got killed. It was actually seizing all of Orleans territory and then setting up an African republic in what is modern-day Louisiana. And it was the most radical vision of freedom in the continental U.S. at the time. I wanted to reenact that one because it would both bring that history to life, it allowed a lot of people to participate, and it was this vision of people getting free the only way they really could, and that's by overthrowing the system of enslavement.
Why did it have a chance where other slave rebellions maybe didn't?
Well, I'm an artist, not a historian, but I have actually looked at this a bit, and I'll tell you what I think, and that is that, it was planned for at least a year, probably more. A lot of the other slave rebellions weren't planned for as long or as deeply. The African population in the region was about 66% of the populace. Now, of that, about half were free people of color, so they were not enslaved. The U.S., as I said, owned the territory, but they were very weak politically and militarily at the time. And so there were these different things that were, strategically favorable. One of the leaders, Charles, who was known as Charles DeLande, he had relative freedom of movement and could move from plantation to plantation. and through that sort of recruited lieutenants on other plantations. And so there was that sort of possibility of having lots of different plantations involved, and the timing that they did, I mean, was such that many of the enslavers were in the city of New Orleans not paying attention. And so they, between Christmas and Mardi Gras, the crop is pulled in, and the French were basically partying in the city. And so the enslaved were like, look, this is a time that's really, strategically very favorable to us. And it was, I think, a long shot to succeed, but nonetheless, it could have succeeded.
So this has been planned for more than a year.
Yeah.
They had a rough window of time.
Yeah.
And so how did it start?
I mean, it started on January 8th, 1811. It started with about 25 people on a plantation that's known as either the Andry Plantation or the Woodlands, which is in a town called Laplace. And the plantation, the big house is still there. That part of Laplace is about 35 to 40 miles from New Orleans, and they were trying to quickly get out of these slave labor camps, which people call plantations, and try to get to the city so they could seize it. The city was basically the French quarter at the time, and so there were 5 forts that surrounded the city, and they were, it was a walled city, and so there was this advanced detachment of enslaved people who were trying to seize Fort St. Charles. So they were trying to seize that so that there would be more weapons available for when people got out of the slave labor camps and down into the city. They'd have enough weapons to seize the city.
And so they marched on New Orleans.
They marched downriver towards New Orleans.
And then what happened?
Well, they were stopped at a certain point. Word of the rebellion spread, and so the both planters' militia as well as the U.S. Dragoons, which are the precursors to the Marines, raised the alarm, and there was a battle in what is now modern-day Kenner. And so they moved back upriver so they could have a better chance of fighting guerrilla warfare tactics. They didn't want to get to a head-to-head battle. And then they did get into a head-to-head battle by some historic accident. And then at that point, they were sort of outgunned and somewhat outnumbered, and the rebellion was put down. And then after that, the repression that happened towards the people who rose up, or even friends and family of people who rose up, was medieval. I mean, it was just truly brutal repression.
You mentioned the leader of this rebellion, Charles Deland.
He's one of the leaders, yes.
In the reenactment, you took on that role.
Not exactly. For this was a project that, while the title was Slave Rebellion Reenactment, it was a community-engaged performance that was not like, say, a Hollywood movie or a theater piece where there's a sort of an exact script that's followed and where people are assigned characters. This was something that was set in modern day, the river parishes outside of New Orleans and the city itself. So we had very detailed period costume, but we were also marching through, oil refineries and grain elevators and gated communities and trailer parks and big box stores and strip malls. So it was very much about this clash between this, sort of army of black people with muskets and machetes and sickles and sabers in French colonial 19th century garment set against the modern. And so in that context, it didn't matter that there was somebody playing Charles or somebody playing Gilbert or Marie Rose or Etienne or Jessamine. It mattered that we principally were a freedom march. That's actually what the project was about, more than, and now Charles does this and Andry does that and Gustave says this and Trapanier says that. But I wasn't playing Charles, even though it's often been reported that that's what I was. I was one of the leaders of the rebellion, but there was nobody that played Charles. I played Dred Scott, and other people played themselves.
Were you happy with your performance as Dred Scott?
I think I do me very well. I play me better than anybody.
So you mentioned the names of a lot of these people who participated in the rebellion. How do we know their names, and then how did you pay homage to them at the end of the performance?
Well, we know the names based on some of the historic record. There were tribunals that happened that were sham trials where enslavers were trying to find out who else participated. We've counted, I believe, 196 names of people that participated or were somehow involved in the revolt. And we did want to honor them as as I said, this is a project that's as much about this particular past as it is about the present. But when we interrupted the historic timeline, we didn't reenact the putting down of the rebellion. We basically got to the point where the rebellion was turned around in 1811, and then we got on buses at that point and went into the city itself and stopped at the U.S. Mint, which is where this Fort St. Charles stood, and broke into a somewhat spontaneous chant of Ashe, Ashe, Liberté, Liberté, sort of combining Yoruba and Creole, and you know, the Ashe is basically the power to change, and Liberté is just a Creole or French word of liberty, freedom. And then we went from there to the old U.S. Mint, from there to Congo Square. So enslaved people were allowed to gather, typically on Sundays, in traditional dress with traditional ceremonies and rhythms and dance and song. And so the rhythms that laid the foundation for jazz and then blues and rock and roll and rhythm and blues and hip hop and bounce and trap and trance and disco and all of what we think of as American music exists because of Congo Square and a couple places like it. So when we got there, we sort of broke into a updated rendition of Janelle Monáe's Hell Ya Tell Me About, which is a song that she sort of made as an anthem to remember the names of people killed by police, and we lifted up the names of many of the participants and leaders of the 1811 revolt.
Speaking of people who have been killed by police, it was reported that Oscar Grant's aunt and uncle participated.
Yeah.
Did you specifically reach out to families of victims of police violence?
No, I mean, one of the most beautiful things of this reenactment is the range of people who found that this was important to be part of. Oscar Grant, who was killed by the Bay Area Rapid Transit Police, shot while handcuffed, lying face down on January 1st, 2009, and became the subject of Ryan Coogler's Fruitvale Station. When I heard that Uncle Bobby was coming, it was just so touching. It's you know, I actually don't know how they found out about it. I mean, word was spreading, and they've become real sort of fighters for justice, not just for Oscar Grant, but for you know, victims of police brutality, but also, you know, to end oppression. And that this mattered enough for them to participate, it was just very moving for me. But people, you know, that whether they were local community leaders or whether it was people who were fighting against the toxic corporations that are poisoning people in Cancer Alley, through which we marched, whether it was you know, people who were descendants of people who, you know, there's Sammy Rowe's great-great-grandmother was a fighter in the 1811 revolt, and she participated, and she drove 9 hours each way. There were, you know, people who recently were freed from prison, and you know, all sorts of people that for whom this really, really mattered.
You mentioned Cancer Alley. Tell me what the landscape, this 26-mile landscape that you walked, what did it look like in 1811, and what does it look like today?
Well, as far as today, have you ever been to hell? That's what it looks and smells like. So in 1811, there were all these slave labor camps that were growing sugar, and people were being worked to death in them. Your life expectancy, if you got enslaved on a sugar plantation, was 7 years. And so, you know, it was, you know, a landscape of you know, an agricultural crop in death. 25% of the sugar in the world was grown in Louisiana in the early 1800s. That commodity got replaced by oil in the 1920s. And in addition to the petrochemical industries that have shown up there are other toxic industries that have sort of are lining that part of the Mississippi, and it has has the highest incidence of cancer in the United States. And it's loud, and it burns your throat. You know, we stayed overnight in that region, and you have a headache just from whatever chemicals are in the air. And then, you know, slightly beyond these petrochemical plants, I mean, there's a plant called Denka, which produces neoprene, but one of the byproducts of neoprene is chloroprene, which is a known carcinogen, the only place in the United States that produces neoprene. But this, you know, now Japanese-run company is poisoning poor black people. It's actually pretty simple. I mean, we can talk fancy terms or name it Cancer Alley or Death Alley, but it is a region of the country where it is highly, highly, highly toxic and is literally snuffing out the life of lots of people, and kids, you know, are in playgrounds next to oil refineries, which is just crazy.
It sounds like for centuries this region has been a site of death of black people in the name of making money.
Yeah. I mean, in all fairness, they kill some white people now too. I mean, there are a lot of people in the town of Norco are white, and there are all these little towns that are really segregated. So there's a black section and a white section, and you know, poison gas doesn't discriminate. It's an
Right.
equal opportunity.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Yeah. Equality for all.
Yeah.
How did you get involved or interested in reenactments as a form of your artistic practice? Is this the first time that you've done a reenactment of this?
I would say
type?
it's the first and perhaps only time. I mean, I'm not the reenactment artist. I'm an artist who works in a lot of different media, and I try and use the work to talk about big questions confronting humanity. Most of my work appears in galleries and museums, but I do a lot of performance and a lot of work in public as well, and a lot of community engaged work. And this became a vehicle to talk about how social change happens, to talk about freedom and emancipation, to talk about resistance, to talk about systemic racism, and how the past of enslavement sets the stage for modern day America, but not just the horrors of slavery, but the fact that in 1811 the most radical ideas of freedom and emancipation and liberation were in the heads of enslaved people. And so if you actually want to study how people get free, don't look at Thomas Jefferson or George Washington. They wrote the U.S. Constitution, but the freedom in that document, I mean, first of all, it was a document written by enslavers and friends of enslavers to define the legal and political structure of a society whose economic foundation is slavery. And the freedom in that document is predicated on owning human beings. And so if you want to study freedom, in the late 1700s or early 1800s, study people who were trying to end the system of slavery. And doing a reenactment was a way to talk about it and do that, but it's not as if I'm like sort of going to do a lot of reenactments. I mean, I did look at both fine artists who were using reenactment. I looked at Jeremy Deller's Battle of Orgreave. I looked at how in the early 1920s, the Soviet Union, they had these spectacles, including the reenactment of the storming of the Winter Palace that was basically the opening salvo of the Russian Revolution. But I'm not like suddenly going to use reenactment as a form to the best of my knowledge in the future.
Did you attend any Civil War reenactments or any reenactments that have a more historical focus?
I went to the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Gettysburg, which was crazy. There were like 10,000 reenactors, that's a lot of people. And these are all, history buffs in some way. I mean, Civil War reenactment is largely a Southern tradition, and so and most of the people that do it think the South are the good guys, and they kind of think if they do just one more reenactment that the good guys will win, and so they get the main question of the Civil War wrong, even though they get the troop movements and the costumes right. And it is kind of amazing to see them, how dedicated they are about this, but it's I'm sorry, the people fighting to uphold enslavement, those weren't the good guys. Like in the 150th anniversary of the Battle of Gettysburg, there were 10,000 people. I saw 2 black people the entire time, one with the Confederate troops and one with the Federal troops. And the thing is, even though in 1863 the U.S. government did not allow black people to fight in the Federal troops, there would have been a ton of black people that would have been on the Federal side. Moving cannons back then, if you did that by mule. The mules were controlled by teamsters. It was a good job that a lot of black people had. On the Southern side, the Confederate side, they were not going to go to war without the people they enslaved. It's just not going to happen. And so here's this reenactment that pretends to be like really, really accurate. But they, again, they get the main question wrong in trying to present a picture that's just so. And as a visual artist, I'm like, well, actually, I'm not trying to remove the present. I'm trying to actually say, no, this is a piece that commingles in time, both in 1811, but also 2019. We paid a lot of attention to detail of what the costumes and the weapons would be like, the songs that might have been sung, the flags that might have been carried. But it wasn't for us just about costumes or troop movements. It was actually about how people get free.
Yeah, the selective fidelity of, I think, Civil War reenactors in particular is pretty breathtaking, where it's like, these brass buttons are original brass buttons. But if you're a person of color or a woman and you want to participate, that's not historically accurate. And also, let's not really spend too much time thinking about why the Civil War was fought. That's not why we're here. Can you tell me about maybe one of the artists you mentioned specializes in reenactment?
Jeremy Deller's Battle of Orgreave is sort of the touchdown piece if you're doing reenactment as fine art. Jeremy's piece which was a reenactment of a battle between striking miners and Margaret Thatcher's police that happened, I believe, in 1980, and he did the reenactment in 2000 or thereabouts, so it was just like 20 years later. Labor unions and skilled labor were just thrown out of work, and where the police, beat people pretty mercilessly, and it was a real attempt to break the unions. And so Jeremy did this Battle of Orgreave as a reenactment, and he actually worked with a lot of the people that participated, and sometimes even they played different sides. I mean, so some people who were, cops actually played miners, and some people who were miners played cops, and it, it was definitely done in a fine art space, and it was weird in some ways, and people didn't quite understand what it was until it happened, and then people thought, this is amazing. I think that Jeremy opened up a pathway for other artists to kind of walk into and use that as a form.
Especially in the South, there is such an emphasis placed on history, our legacy as Southerners, right? And about like reenactments, whether that's Civil War reenactment or, plantations where you can go and bring the kids or have your wedding there. But, who's telling the story, right?
These plantations, these are sites of genocide. I mean, nobody would have their wedding at Auschwitz. Nobody would have a B&B at Bergen-Belsen. But that's what the story is told if you go to Destrehan Plantation or Evergreen Plantation or Oak Alley Plantation. They tell a completely upside-down white supremacist view of history that, looks at the architecture, looks at the furniture, looks at the business savvy of people. And these plantations are, they're run as for-profit institutions. They're not overseen by scholars. They are getting people to think, oh, what a beautiful time this was. And they rarely mention slavery. A couple of these plantations have tried to add in a little bit of like, oh, well, here were two important enslaved people on our plantation, or here's something about the 1811 revolt. It's like, you can't do that. That you actually need to, take out all the furniture, take out all the wallpaper, focus on the slave cabins, and get historians to actually tell the history. I hope that in some small way this project has contributed to people saying, we have to stop all of these plantations from operating the way they are. But there's a whole industry behind it, and I think that's unlikely to happen anytime in the near future. But they're just, morally bankrupt and repugnant. It is actually actively promoting on a daily basis white supremacy, and they're just as dangerous, if not more so, than these monuments that, people have rightly been saying we need to tear these things down.
Right, and the fact that a lot of these plantations are state-funded, are government-funded, that public school kids have to go
every
on
year.
Field trips.
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine being like a young African-American school child and having to listen to this history?
Yeah, well, I don't have to. I mean, I've had several people tell me how they got taken. It was an annual event. They get year after year after year to these various plantations. And, a lot of times they just, didn't like it, but they didn't get the depth of what was wrong with it. Because the white supremacy is so deep and so entrenched that this is like, where it really is a tourist industry. But, there's no parent that should allow their kids to be, force-fed this horrible racist view of history.
I want to read a quote that Dorothy Ray, the
Dorothy's
project
great.
coordinator.
Yeah, she was one of the coordinators. She's fantastic.
This is something that she said in the New York Times. You get to camp out with black people and walk for miles with nothing but black people. And it's not because somebody died. It's like we always get together for tragedy, but never just for celebration.
Yeah.
Did it feel like a celebration? It's such a somber event, but while you were reenacting it, did it feel like a celebration?
It wasn't a somber event. That's the thing. This is one of the best things that's happened in the land that is now the United States. People rising up to overthrow enslavement. That's a great thing. That's something that should be celebrated. And that was the spirit with which people approached it. This is not a project about slavery. This is a project about freedom fighters, about rebels, about rebellion. And these fierce young women came to the fore and were, ashe, ashe, liberté, liberté. There was, people bounding on their machetes with rocks and chanting, and it was the most beautiful space I've ever been in. It was amazing, and it was truly celebratory, as it should have been. It's not somber to fight for freedom. It is a joyous thing to fight for freedom, and for decades now have been told that freedom fighters are kind of a curse word, that violence is bad. I mean, progressive people in particular. I mean, a lot of right-wing reactionary violence is happening now. You get these Fools and the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys or whatever. But for progressive people, I mean, collective mass armed uprisings, that's been knocked out of people's understanding, and that's unfortunate. The project isn't necessarily positing a solution for how people solve things today, but my God, I mean, even the Civil War, that was bloody violent. That's what it took to end slavery. And, you know, people in 1811 rising up to overthrow a system of enslavement, that was great. They couldn't, like, form a super PAC and say, hey, let's see if we can get whipped only Monday through Friday. That's absurd. It was totally righteous for people who were being worked to death to rise up and try and overthrow the system of enslavement. That is something that should be celebrated, and people need to have the courage that those people had and the conviction and integrity they had. Now, again, it's up to people to decide what that means in the present, but I do think that at various points in history, armed uprisings have actually led to radical change that was really deeply in the interest of humanity.
Would you punch a Nazi?
Oh, many Nazis should be punched. I watched Richard Spencer getting his lights knocked out over and over again. Punching Nazis is a good thing.
So much of your work, and in fact your very name, is tied to history.
Mm-hmm.
But you start out by saying, I'm not a historian, I'm an artist. But you seem, I mean, history holds you in its thrall.
Yeah.
Clearly. Why is it so important for you to examine history as a way of looking forward?
I tell people a lot of time my work looks at how the past sets the stage for the present, but also how it exists in the present in new form. Chattel enslavement principally doesn't exist, at least in the U.S. now. And yet the social relations between the descendants of enslavers and the descendants of enslaved are largely the same. You don't get a situation where a cop in Fort Worth, Texas walks up on a welfare call into somebody's apartment and murders her through her window 2 seconds after seeing her without slavery. And so there is a real continuation between that past and our present. And it's important to both know the past, because it's interesting, but it actually, I use it in a way to talk about where the world is now and where it can go. As somebody who's making artwork, I can deploy that history in a variety of ways, in ways that a historian might not actually have the freedom to do. And so I think I might be able to get at some truths that historians can't, by the nature and constraint of the work that they do, where they actually, if they're good, have to be faithful to the history. And where I could say, well, I can change something if I want to.
I don't know too many artists whose artwork has reached the Supreme Court and established a legal precedent.
What is the proper way to display a U.S. flag was an artwork that I made in 1988, and it became the center of national controversy in 1989. It's an installation for audience participation that had a photo montage on the wall that had text that read, what is the proper way to display a U.S. flag? There was also 2 photographs. One was a photograph of South Korean students burning American flags, holding signs that said, Yankee, go home, son of a bitch. And the other was a photograph of flag-draped coffins coming back from Vietnam in a troop transport. And then there was a shelf on the wall that had books that were originally blank that people could write responses to that question. Below that, on the floor, was a 3x5 foot flag that people had the option of standing on. So it wasn't just what I thought about the flag, but it was what people commented on about the flag and whatever they wanted to write. And hundreds and ultimately thousands of people did, including when it was the second display at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, where I was an undergraduate student at the time. It was ultimately called disgraceful by George Herbert Walker Bush, Bush 1, which I thought was a tremendous honor. And it was outlawed by Congress through some twists and turns. And there was a legal precedent that was established in Texas v. Johnson, the state of Texas versus Joey Johnson, that flag burning was protected speech. So Congress passed a law to overturn that Supreme Court decision that included some wording that specifically was designed to outlaw what is the proper way to display a U.S. flag, and they cited it in passing the law on the floor of Congress. And then so I and Joey Johnson and a revolutionary artist named Sean Eichmann and a Vietnam veteran named Dave Blaylock burned flags on the steps of the Capitol a couple days after the law went into effect. I and many others actually burned flags all around the country that literally the second the law went into effect, but they didn't arrest anybody. And so we went to the Capitol to say that this law needs to be defied, and that went to the Supreme Court. To me, that was a real admission of the power of art, because here is a country with the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, cops, and more cops, and yet they are so worried that an artwork by a 24-year-old undergraduate art student in a small Midwestern school would be seen, and it might actually make people question, well, what's so important about you and your flag? You've got all this military might, yet you need us to blindly follow you, and if we don't, that's problematic, so you have to ban those ideas. You know, to have Congress going to the extraordinary measure of outlawing this just showed how important art could be and how much it could matter.
Dred Scott, thank you so much for chatting with me today.
Well, thank you for having me. It's been great to talk.
And that is our episode for today. Thank you so much for watching. I also wanted to remind you that Glitter and Doom is primarily a podcast, so check that out wherever you listen for special audio-only segments. That's our last episode for the year, so see you in 2020.
Star-crossed lovers on the road.
We on the road line.
Where we go, never know. Feeling like this love will last, or will it simply pass? Hey, yeah.
Met on a Tuesday, happy hour Midtown. Tequila shots, I had 6 rounds. Yeah, she was on a third Long Island iced tea, so by the time we started a tall conversation was freely moving. Yeah. Oh snap, that's my song, that's your song too? Sounded we could both get along. Lights on, last song, body still intertwined. Way too familiar, is it in my mind? In a line with the universe. I was Mars, she was Venus, how could you rehearse? Such a collision of heavenly bodies. Am I dreaming or am I in a hearse? My Nirvana, queen from the Bahamas, has seen the stars scripted a scene for TV drama, making a good case for me to believe in karma. You put it in the ether and you get it right back. Yeah. I think I found my match. Yeah.
Star-crossed lovers on the road.
Yeah. We on the road like
Where we go, never know.
we never know, no.
Feeling like this love around,
Yeah.
or will it simply pass?
1 year in an impromptu vacation. We stagnating, I'm thinking of vacating. Playing cancellations, best friends hating, defining the outline of our love constellations. The stars must be playing Geppetto, or a melody of a more that need a sustained pedal. Best efforts met with the worst outcome. Feelings of am I good enough? And the how comes, they come way too often. Way too many reasons why we can't meet our love in a coffin. Yo, and I'm still coughing, trying to find where you are, and I see you very often. But we can't find where love is. Dreaming about marriage, life, and the kids. But we gon' back, cause we are star-crossed lovers. Yeah.
Star-crossed lovers on the road.
We on the road like.
Where we go, never know.
We never know, yeah.
Feeling like this love will last,
Yes.
or will it simply pass?
I have lived in Prospect Heights since 2000. The neighborhood wasn't doing so great at the time, but with the presence of a museum, Prospect Park, and a public library, I figured this has got to be a good place to be. Now, with my 17 years living in Prospect Heights, I'm discovering all these new things. Through the research that we've done, I discovered that we're close to Prospect Park, but we almost were Prospect Park.
The original design of Prospect Park included the area we're sitting in right now. We're sitting in some place that was supposed to be part of Prospect Park, but never came to pass that way because the original landscape architect that was hired by the Brooklyn Parks Commission, a fellow named Veal, was also in the Army Corps of Engineers, and when the Civil War broke out, he was called into service.
Initially, there was an Egbert-Veal plan, which I think dated to 1861, which had a much larger footprint that was bifurcated by Flatbush Avenue. Egbert-Veal got called away to fight in the Civil War, and Prospect Park was given to Olmsted and Vaux.
And they brought in two guys named Olmsted and Vaux who had built a pretty nice park in Manhattan called Central Park. And Olmsted and Vaux looked at Veely's design and said, we don't think you ought to have Flatbush Avenue running through the middle of this park. So we're not going to use any of this land here on the east side of Flatbush Avenue.
So they eliminated the areas of the Prospect Park plan that were east of Flatbush.
So now all of a sudden the city of Brooklyn had a big chunk of land on its hands, and it didn't know what to do with it. It had an idea that it would sell some of it for development, but because the land had been assembled under eminent domain, some of the former owners who were farmers decided to contest it being given away to developers. They were told it was going to be used for a park. It took a long time to work out those lawsuits. And so it wasn't until the early 20th century, really till 1909, that you started to have buildings finally get constructed on the area that's just north of Eastern Parkway.
There were some urban developments happen that changed the way development happened. So the idea that the subway could be extended into Brooklyn meant that developers saw a different way of developing these plots.
By that point, people now wanted to live in apartment buildings. So all the lots up there, which were originally small lots for row houses, were aggregated into big lots that you could build bigger apartment buildings in.
The first buildings were constructed around 1908, and the development carried on until 1929. So we have like around 20 years of development of apartment buildings.
The interesting thing about the Prospect Heights apartment house district is that this was a real cultural boulevard in Brooklyn that had a dense residential neighborhood developed right alongside it to encourage people from Manhattan to move to Brooklyn.
The city has an agency called the Landmarks Preservation Commission to regulate buildings of special historic or aesthetic value to the city, state, or nation.
The chances that the Lincoln Place people got the postcards are very small.
This is some of the stuff that we'll be distributing to elicit interest in the district.
It's just about 50-50 ownership buildings and rental buildings.
The wonderful thing about the Prospect Heights apartment house district is that it is an obvious historic district. Looking around in the area in Brooklyn, and in fact, looking around the area in the larger sense of New York City, it is up there with things like Riverside Drive, with places like Central Park West that create a sense of procession and a sense of classic order that's quite rare in New York City.
We'll have some progress to report. I think we have a call with the city.
We're trying to reach not only people who own apartments and co-op and condo buildings in the southeast part of the neighborhood, but we would need to reach the tenants as well, and especially need to reach the tenants so they understand what the benefits are with respect to historic designation on helping to stabilize the housing stock in the neighborhood.
You have a lot of families who live here, a lot of stakeholders who really believe their homes are worth preserving.
The neighborhood is changing fast. We find ourselves at a fork in the road right now. One pathway is preservation, where we can maintain not only the richness of architecture, but the richness, the diversity of the community that we have. Or we can go down the other path where we can see increases in height, we can see development that puts profit before people and basically destroys the human fabric of our neighborhood.
I love wintertime in Coney Island because it's quiet and you can hear the ocean and you can hear the seagulls. I can commune with nature. It's cold. Hi folks, I'm Dick Ziggin. People sometimes call me the permanently unelected mayor of Coney Island. I don't run for office, therefore I don't have any salary, but I don't have any term limits. I am founder of Coney Island USA, a not-for-profit arts organization. I also get involved in a lot of community work and activism, so it is an honor to be able to do that work in my neighborhood that I love. Patrick, you up in the booth? Yep. We haven't done a show here all winter. Can we just make sure all the lights are working? Okay, this first row, there's ones in off stage right and stage left. On. I am not a native Brooklynite. I grew up 60 miles outside of New York City in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It's a clue to my personality that Bridgeport was the hometown of the world's greatest entertainer, P.T. Barnum. By the time I was 7 years old, God damn it, I was a Barnum scholar. I knew everything about P.T. Barnum and knew that the circus was the key to American entertainment, to American popular culture. So when I'm moving to New York, I had this totally wacky idea that Coney Island could be a staging ground. I rent a loft in 1979, which a few months later, after I've done substantial renovation, the loft burns to the ground, but by that point, I've got the sand in my shoes, and I catch on very quickly that in Coney Island, the salt air preserves the body, even though the salt air rots the mind. And if I want to be a healthy, wacky 80-year-old, Coney Island is the bohemian neighborhood I decide to join.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Bindlestiff Cavalcade of Youth. Are you ready to start the show? Yeah! Please welcome the Cavalcades.
They like that act. We also, in our venues, do family-friendly programming. We're not always wacko and bizarre, just most of the time. This is hard for me to believe, but I'm probably, as a director, the most experienced living human on earth in terms of circus sideshows. So what is a Coney Island circus sideshow? They do things for a living you and I wouldn't do for all the money in the world. Putting a sword down your throat or putting fire in your mouth. It's a different type of entertainment that you have to experience, that you have to see to believe, and this is where you come to see and believe. Hey, I'm getting hungry. Let's go to Kitchen 21. I want lobster roll. Our resident artist, Marie Roberts, does these sideshow banners. You normally can tell Coney Island's ready to open when they put the cars back on the Wonder Wheel. By this weekend, they'll be putting the cars back on. Charlie, it doesn't feel like spring yet.
Someday it will warm up.
But not today. April has always been an exciting month for me in Coney Island. It begins with spring cleaning. Like the swallows coming back to Capistrano, trucks are bringing in supplies and restaurants are loading food into their freezers. The people of New York City who've been cooped up let loose and explode. It's about mechanical rides. It's about a soundtrack. It's about dancing in the streets to the music coming off. It's a melting place that would be hard to find anywhere else in the world. People interact in Coney Island. It's a place where Hasidim are sitting next to homeboys on roller coasters. Coney Island is the museum of people. There's changes happening here. They're ripping out something, and it's exciting to see changes, especially where nothing was happening for decades. So what are you doing out here today? A job fair, right? Good luck. Is the job fair in the Carousel building? Should we peek in? If we're quiet, I want to show you this Lincoln Centennial course. We should get out of here. But one tip for the viewers, the bathroom here at the B&B Carousel is the nicest bathroom in Coney Island. Shh. Being a performance artist, I guess I'm inspired by turning myself into a Mickey Mouse kind of mascot. When I started doing public appearances leading the Mermaid Parade in 1984, unfortunately, the story would always be murder, arson, gangs, murder, arson, gangs. It was important to me to change the visual image, the media image of Coney Island. I started wearing derbies or straw hats, antique wool bathing suits, hipster sunglasses, and before there was such an official thing as a New York City in hipster, I was trailblazing an alternative Coney Island. I'm gonna eat a lobster roll. And I'm so proud of what's happened to that building, which was derelict, falling apart. It's been fully restored as a restaurant with some of the amazing terracotta artwork from the 1920s. It's a gorgeous building. And I hope the kitchen is open. Hi there, sir.
What's up, buddy? How you feeling?
I'm just getting old and sometimes like a foot stops working.
I have other things that stop working.
Just in case.
Come on in, we got it ready for you.
Great. Where am I sitting? Well, this is the fun part of the shoot, getting to eat.
Yeah.
Where does your lobster come from? Is it Maine lobster or Brooklyn lobster?
It's the Gowanus Canal lobster.
It is so wonderful that Coney Island got around to renovating and appreciating its history and its landmarks. We're on our way up to the roof bar. Is drinking allowed in the elevator?
As long as you're not driving the elevator, I think you're all right.
In a deep way in my soul, I really believe that art has an ability to work within its neighborhood and make a difference in the spirit of its neighborhood. If you've taken any kind of class in literature, you've heard the phrase, a sense of place. Well, for my entire lifetime, my adult life, I've really enjoyed my sense and place because I enjoy the beach and I enjoy the sky and I enjoy the ocean and I enjoy the museum of people and popular culture that Coney Island in general is. And I have such a good time and have so much inspiration. And as a writer, I have so much local color and so many unique stories and characters to deal with. I've been nothing but blessed to be the unelected mayor of Coney Island.
So long, so far away, I think of you. From the crevice of my soul, I long for you, praying for signs through winds of time. I wait for you, crossing the seas through starless skies. I cry for you. So I stepped in the water was cold. It chilled my body but not my soul. Your shackles and chains may be holding me, but I'm going home, yes, I am free. So very long, so far away, and I think of you. From the belly of the Congo, I long for you, praying for signs through winds of time. I wait for you, crossing the seas through starless skies. I cry for you. So I stepped in the water was cold. It chilled my body, but not my soul. Your shackles and chains may be holding me, but I'm going home, yes, I am free. I stepped in the water was cold. It chilled my body, but not my soul. Your shackles and chains may be holding me, but I'm going home, yes, I am free. the sea brought me, and the sea will bring me back home. Mwen boale Congo, mwen boale nan peyi mwen, man kite peyi sa pou yo, mwen boale Congo. Mwen boale Congo, mwen boale nan peyi mwen, man kite peyi sa pou yo, mwen boale Congo. Mwen boale Congo, man kite vye peyi sa pou yo.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow.
A space to be means
now let's hear you talk like pirates. Let's hear you say, yar. Yar, that's extra credit. All right, not bad. Let's hear you say, ay.
You like after school?
Yes. Yes.
What about music class? Do you like music class?
Yes. Yes.
What I think is so wonderful about Extreme Kids is every family gets something different out of our programs.
When I started speaking with parents, I just felt like, it's okay to cry. It's okay to be excited about things that people take for granted. And I was able to speak about some of those things.
So, I'm feeling great about Extreme Kids because they teach me a lot of things, and I play Roblox and I learned something new.
There were over 900 families that entered the shelter system from East New York and Brownsville alone. And that's the shame. The rental units are being priced out. People in East New York can't afford these rental units, and they're going into the shelter system. We are, like I said, in a housing crisis. And we have all these vacant lots in East New York that are not being utilized, that are underutilized.
If we look at this lot right behind us here, this is an HPD lot, right? And it's being used for parking. Parking for the police. Why? Why should they have parking in a community that is suffering from homelessness, right? And being displaced at an astronomical rate? People can't even afford to live in the community anymore, and they're being priced out of the entire city.
So policing does not equal safety. We know that. We know that. We've seen so many police-involved incidents go left really fast.
The 75th Precinct in East New York has a long tradition of abuse, corruption, of malengagement with the civilians and residents of East New York.
Why is NYPD taking up public parking? Is being blocked by NYPD. How is my brother supposed to get onto the bus?
So we did a database and we found out that there are over 145 NYPD lots throughout the city. Why should the NYPD, that has caused so much harm to our community, continue to take over and use our public land for free parking? We should be having these lands put into COTs so that we can build truly, not low income, but truly affordable homes for our Black and brown people.
This different sort of organization can really be beneficial because we are boots on the ground in the community. We have surveyed over 250 lots right here in East New York that are city-owned, which are vacant. Vacant.
We surveyed the lots. We set out to talk to the community to find out what it is that they wanted on these vacant lots. Yes, some of them wanted housing. Yes, some of them wanted commercial spacing. Yes, some of them wanted entrepreneurship, commercial space.
Community self-determination. It's different when
you're being dictated to, being told. But it's something different when you sit with a body of people and decide, what do you want to see?
How we, the East New York CLT, that's how we operate in Brooklyn and Brownsville. We go out and we speak to the community. Join our movement, the land justice movement. We need our land back, our community, our land, our decision.
Public land, public hands.
Soul to Souls offers social emotional learning, leadership development through peer-to-peer discussion groups, college and career preparation, and the creation of PSAs or issue-based films.
So, Jalen, I heard that you have a crush on someone.
Yeah, it's all over Insta.
So, was your name Jillian?
Oh, it's not you, Omar.
Oh, I know. It's me. Who said it was a boy?
Cashley, don't.
Don't what? Tell everyone you have a crush on Diana?
Hey, you two need to stop.
We call it issue-based filmmaking. What are the issues that are going on? What do we want to change and what do we want to make better? That's what Soul to Souls is about.
I walk through life completely alone and think that everyone is talking about how bad I look.
First, teaching students how to storytell. So once they discover that, they create what is important to them and they decide as a group of their topic.
Looking back though, I see that everyone has their own problems and they're not talking about me, but having their own conversations.
After that, we then start to teach the different aspects of filmmaking, producing, utilizing the camera, lighting, and all of that.
What I like most about Soul to Souls is filming, because I like to film and I like to play parts.
I love to write and I love to act and I like making plans before we even start acting.
Our kids are a powerful influence over each other. A part of Soul to Souls programming is teaching young people to do peer-to-peer discussion groups, which allow them to do what we're doing. We're utilizing movies, videos, things that are talking points of realistic situations that happen in the world and in their lives, and asking questions around what decisions you would make and why. We make young people and every participant that works with us know that they matter.
I believe that for most of the students in the New York City, there is a vast need for social and emotional support. I know that principals are looking at organizations to provide those support, but the support that I received from Soul to Soul, I believe is the ideal support for students and ideal support for the schools.
Working with Soul to Souls, I was like, oh, this is phenomenal. This is actually a great program. And we did a lot of critical thinking, writing exercises, looking at films, pretty much identifying with different themes that they were exposed to, or not even exposed to for that matter. Because I realized that some of our kids only knew their 5-block radius or didn't see themselves outside of the certain box. So this gave them the opportunity to see themselves in a larger box, to step out of that and go into a deeper world.
I've learned to work with different people from different backgrounds, share ideas with them and everything.
You get to learn about making connections and through different people while also having a fun time while doing it.
I have learned how to work with cameras and also to treat others with respect.
If you meet somebody new or different from you, you shouldn't treat them a different way.
From Soul to Soul, the students derived what I consider to be lifetime benefits. A lot of them are now out of school and are in profitable jobs and making very valuable contributions to society.
I was one of the members back in my high school days. We were learning a lot of skill building, especially around soft skills, which helped in just peer mentoring, being able to solve situations. Having reconnected with Soul to Soul recently, what I love most about it is seeing those skills play in daily life.
Soul to Soul taught me so many things like leadership, which I developed and incorporated in my lifestyle. I became an EMT, and it developed my mind in a way where I can teach people to be leaders, to not be followers, to do the right thing.
All we need to do is encourage young people, and that to let them know they have the power to not only help themselves, but to help their peers in developing. And that's why paying it forward and having that attitude is something that we stress in Soul to Souls, because it's not just about us, it's about how do we make this world and our community a better place.
Hello and welcome to Real Brooklyn, powered by bkreader.com. Real Brooklyn is a show that takes a closer look at the people who make up our ever-changing neighborhoods. In this episode, we go to Crown Heights to meet Malika Oyo. Malika is a top real estate broker and the founder of the House of Oyo, a unique brownstone mansion that is both a private residence and, as she describes it, a quiet event space.
What's up, everybody? It's Takala here from Real Brooklyn, here with Malika Oyo, here in the House of Oyo on the second floor deck. It's so beautiful out here. When you describe the House of Oyo to people, how do you describe it?
I describe it as a unique brownstone mansion that is meant as a home sharing space, and we do quiet events. People always say, "What's a quiet event?" One where people aren't jumping up and down, playing a bunch of music. It's bridal showers, it's board meetings, it's readings.
First of all, that lamp is a superstar. What's going on?
Oh yes, the giraffe lamp. So the giraffe lamp. So apparently, this lamp was in this club called Treehouse in the city, and when they went out of business, they auctioned off all of the lamps. I think there were 12 of them. Mm-hmm. Rumor has it Brad Pitt has one.
Really?
House of Oyo got two. Awesome. Hey! Awesome. In this room, this was an interesting piece. When we came through, this was a solid wall, right?
Really?
It was a wall, and it was an awesome, it was a dope room. And we're standing outside, just in the house, in front of the house, just talking. I'm looking up, and I was like, "Did y'all see another window in that room?" And we come back in, and it was like, "Yo, there was a window behind the sheetrock." Man, we pulled that out, and it was like bling bling, so much sun.
Wow, awesome.
Yeah. We call this the landing, right? Mm-hmm. What else? I'm up the steps, get to the landing, you go to the next one, it's the landing. Yay!
Come on now.
Laundry. Right?
Bananas.
And so this is like the best laundry room ever. Come, let's sit and have a drink, you know? Oh, I just had these real posters from this guy over on, his name is Ronnie. He's like, everybody in Brooklyn uses Ronnie for real poster.
It's a beautiful bathroom.
Yeah.
This is a stylish bathroom. This is an IG bathroom. It's like...
I like the man space. This was a bedroom, so I sometimes sit around daydreaming and coming up with ideas. And so I had this idea. So this wall had originally been red, and we were using it for set locations. And then I rented it, and the tenant painted the wall white. Can't have no simple white wall. So I was like, what am I gonna do with this wall? I gotta do something. Do I just put a big piece of art? You know I love art. And I was like, nah, man, the wall is the art. And so if you come in close, you can see all the different tapings. And you gotta get it right. And so what I've done is it's a black and white wall, an ode to, did I tell you I grew up in a zebra house?
No, you didn't tell me that.
No. Yeah, so I grew up on Bedford and St. Mark's, and my father painted our house black and white. And we were known as, you live in that zebra house?
Wow, crazy.
quite embarrassing in elementary school. We're talking about I live in a zebra house. And yet, we all loved that zebra house. And so, this is an ode to 1390 is what we call it. That was the address, 1390.
It was a beautiful space for a beautiful person.
Thank you.
And we're happy to be here. So that's us signing up from Real Brooklyn. Takala in the house, Malika Oyo, House of Oyo, Crown Heights. Come check it out.
At Girls on the Run, we inspire girls to be joyful, healthy, and confident using a fun, experience-based curriculum that incorporates running. Coaches lead small teams through the lessons to build social emotional skills and to move their bodies. Over the course of the 20-session program, girls in 3rd to 8th grade develop skills to help them navigate their worlds and gain an appreciation for health and fitness.
All right, so we can be a part of smaller communities like this team, not a huge group, or bigger communities like Violet was talking about, the whole city. During our workout today, we're going to do some brainstorming about communities that we are a part of. So, this is our poster. As usual, one of your coaches will be here at our start line, our corner here. As you run your laps, with a run buddy, I want you to talk and think about some of the communities that you're a part of. Ready, steady, go!
Social emotional learning is the foundation of our research-based curriculum. Lessons are 75 to 90 minutes and support girls in identifying and processing their emotions. We teach critical life skills like how to manage emotions, help others, make intentional decisions, and resolve conflict. By knowing that they are the leaders of their lives, these are the girls who will change the world.
And also, I like Girls on the Run because we get to learn about friendship and we learn about like star power and how to do nice things to other people and help the community.
I learned a lot about star power. It's the energy inside you that ignites when you're happy or excited.
A lesson, I think every season I'm reminded about how special, Girls on the Run is, and it's always nice to see the relationships that they build with each other. And so somebody that comes into the season that maybe feels a little quiet in the larger group can really shine at Girls on the Run because it's a safe space for them to feel like a place that they can be themselves and be accepted for that. So I think that's just an overall lesson of acceptance, and every year I'm reminded of that. So it's really lovely.
Girls on the Run is so much fun. Girls on the Run is number one.
My favorite lesson is that you can do and be anything at Girls on the Run. You make new friends, you learn how to work your body, and you get to be you. And Girls on the Run is like so accepting and like so cool, and like I'm glad that I'm actually joined it. So that's what I learned.
I'm so proud of you, and I know that this is your first walk and you're gonna have many, many more to come. Okay, keep it up.
Thank you.
Hotep community, this is Man Up Inc. We are a Brooklyn-based organization here to service the community. Due to COVID-19, we need you to help us help you. So wash your hands, wear your mask, and maintain your social distance. Practice these safety tips and remember, stay safe, stay home, and don't pass it on.
Hotep, I'm Brother Naquan from the Media and Arts Department.
Hotep, I'm Brother AZ from the Media and Arts Department and the Athletic Department. Hotep.
Yo, so this is the inaugural episode of the Man Up Inc.'s Hotep Television Podcast. This is our inaugural episode. We're going to get a lot better. You're going to see backdrops. We're going to have some special guests. We're going to have people calling in and all of that. But we just getting it started. So we just getting it running, right, eh?
Yeah. Hotep Television coming at y'all. You know what I'm saying? Getting into the deep topics. Stuff that people need to hear, not necessarily what you want to hear.
Yeah, so a little later on, we're going to be talking about, the shooting of Jake Blake and the civil unrest that followed. But we're going to start off talking about the social distance diplomats and the SD work that we've been doing with Man Up since starting like in early April when we've been combating this coronavirus and getting the information out to our people. Hotep, welcome back, yo. You seen that? We just showed y'all the little clip and about the social distancing work on what we've been doing since like since April, actually. When people were still scared to come out in the street and all of that, and everybody was scared of their own family members coming over, we was already out here doing the work. What you think about the clip?
Yeah, we were definitely, piggybacking on what you just said, we were definitely out there really, really early. Definitely definition of front line, first line. About the social distance work for me, I appreciate being a part of it. It's fulfilling. It's a fulfilling feeling, helping the community and helping give information about this virus that's really penetrated our community.
Yeah. And you, as you heard or saw in the video, like we trying to start this hashtag ICSD. You know what I mean? Because we need the people to acknowledge that we in the neighborhoods. They need to acknowledge that. Like if we giving out thousands and tens of thousands of pieces of equipment, then that means that we are directly having an effect on the spread. So the fact that the numbers is not going up and going crazy right now, we can honestly say that we did something to help perpetrate that scenario. So, but I already know that, we helping a lot of people. We doing a lot of things for the people in the neighborhood, and a lot of people, when we doing the social distancing work, like, you get different reactions from people. So, and the trainings, like the training we just had for the SD work, they was telling us about not taking things personal, because sometimes, like, you trying to give somebody a mask, or you just, trying to stop them while they moving, they automatically think you're trying to solicit them. They think you're trying to sell something to them or whatever. So sometimes they just be automatically rude to you, not even knowing that, yo, I'm trying to give you something for free to help you and help your family. So we get a wide range of responses from F you to God bless you. You know what I mean? So,
and that's also a New York City thing.
Yeah, like, everybody ain't gonna feel the same way. And then sometimes, we actually get into conversations with people that want to say, like, the COVID thing is not real. Like, they want to say it's not real. They want to say it's a hoax. They want to, but that's because it ain't affect them personally. But see, working in this organization, we know people who have caught it personally. We know people who have died personally. So we know that it's actually real. But just like with anything else, the fact that we don't have that abundance of resources, we don't control a lot of our hospitals and all of that stuff, we can't control how it affects our community once they get in there, right? Like, so once they in the hospital and then something happens, like, you know, we don't really know about that process, but we know that we are dying faster than everybody else. And we could directly correlate that to, you know, our people not having resources, which we're trying to help with, but it's also got to do with, you know, how they being treated in these medical facilities. And that's going to be something that, you know, has to be handled like on a level that's higher than us. Like, you know, Brother AT and them, you know what I'm saying? Brother Charles and them, they like to rush the Capitol and you know, yell at the lawmakers. That's what they on. So we going to play the ground, they going to play that part, right?
And also, the important part of this work is the communication. You can't learn and succeed at anything without communication. And we're on the front line communicating with these people, spreading the information, giving them the information, which is literally more important probably than giving them a mask, because if they don't know, you know what I mean, for example, what you just said, some people would be like, yo, it's not real. But at the same time, my response would be still take the precaution, because you're being selfish. You know what I mean? You still may spread it. Even though your belief, your individual belief, you still share the earth with 8 billion people. So, you know what I mean? Just be a little mindful and don't let your conspiracy theories really get out of whack. You know what I'm saying? It's understandable because there's a lot of information coming our way, but we can't be selfish. We got to look out for our fellow man.
For more info or to support Man Up Inc., please go to manupinc.org. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impacts individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
This is the Bronx Baptist Church. I'm Reverend Frank Williams, and I serve as the lead pastor here. The church was founded in 1964 as a chapel or a mission of Evergreen Baptist Church. They commissioned and sent Reverend Dr. Samuel G. Simpson and his wife Lola Simpson to the Bronx to start this work. The ministry has seen the Bronx through some of the most challenging times, including the burning of the Bronx in the 1970s, where so many of these buildings in the neighborhoods were burnt out and abandoned. Dr. Simpson, along with several other pastors, founded organizations that would revitalize communities. In the area of health in particular, our medical ministry here at the church continues to provide blood sugar screenings, blood pressure screenings. The church has operated a soup kitchen and a food pantry program. This program began sometime in the 1980s, and since then we have been providing food packages for members of the community. And this is done through our women's ministry, but it involves the men, it involves our youth who participate in packaging the products and distributing it to the members of this community. The church has been involved in the area of community education for many years. We've also had our mental health training that we've done more recently. We've also had sessions in the area of parenting. It involved parents within the church community, parents who are residents of this community, and also parents whose children attend the daycare. We've had seminars, we've talked about immigration, we've talked about financial wellness. So from our food distribution that's been going on for many years, to the housing that we've been involved with, to more recently some of our education programs, I've seen ongoing impact of this ministry and its work in the community. The daycare center, which continues to thrive today And it was founded really for the direct purposes of impacting that upcoming generations to stem trends like high school dropouts or the low reading rates among Black and brown peoples in the community.
The work that we do here at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is extremely important, not only to the community, but to society as a whole. We believe that it's easier to build a strong person than it is to fix a broken one. We take our job of building children's foundations very seriously, and that includes not only building the foundation of the child, but the foundation of the family as well.
My experience at the daycare has been great. The staff is very caring. I feel like they treat my son as if he is their own child. It is a really good environment for a young child. I've seen his development since he's been at the daycare. He's really happy, and if he's happy, then I'm happy.
We believe in teaching the whole child, not just academics. We focus on social emotional health, physical health, mental health.
In the area of health in particular, I've seen initiatives like our Eat Well, Play Hard initiative really help families to better manage the overall health choices that they make for their children and for themselves.
Through that initiative, had cooking classes for the parents, teaching them how to cook healthy foods on a budget. The number one way that we support health equity at Bronx Baptist Daycare and Learning Center is through the provision of information to the parents. We provide them with information about immunizations, developmental milestones. Another way we promote health equity is through teaching diversity and inclusivity. It's very important that the children learn that there are people that are different from themselves, and that doesn't mean that it's a negative thing. And so that's something that we really stress here at Bronx Baptist, is not only pride for our own culture, but respect for the cultures and ethnicities of other people. There are a lot of resources in this community that are not being utilized due to lack of knowledge. So by providing the parents with those resources is one way that we help to support the foundation of family, which in turn supports the foundation of the child.
Everyone has a gender identity and a sexual orientation, but these are not the same thing. When we're born, parents, the doctor, society at large will categorize you as either male or female based on the parts that you have. But that's not the same thing as your gender identity. Your gender identity is what lives in your mind and in your heart. It's how you see yourself. And all of those things are also different than your sexuality. You might think of your gender as who you go to bed as, and your sexuality as who you go to bed with.
You can never tell who is transgender, gender nonconforming, or non-binary in the room that you're in. Gender expansiveness and fluidity helps everyone, including cisgender people, because the gender binary and the rigid gender roles it produces is the primary reason for gender-based discrimination and violence.
Often when trans and non-binary individuals come out, they may change their name or their pronouns. And the best way to show support is to simply ask them what terms feel most affirming for them. In that way, you can show your support and show them that you do care about affirming their new identity and who they are.
What's really important in this stage of the process is that we are supported by our friends, family, or even a support group. Because in the year 2020, even though transgender and gender expansive people are very visible, we are not protected and we are not included in the conversation of what we actually need.
What does acceptance for trans and non-binary individuals look like? It can take so many different forms. Acceptance is fighting injustice at every turn. Acceptance is fighting housing discrimination, unemployment, poverty, and other issues that trans adults might be facing. Acceptance is supporting trans youth in schools by creating inclusive and welcoming environments. Acceptance is creating community resources that is accessible to all trans and non-binary individuals.
Acceptance looks like protecting transgender, gender nonconforming, and non-binary people. One such example is including pronouns in your introductions. If introductions start and pronouns are not being used, a cisgender ally can step in and request that they be used so no assumptions are made.
Many trans and non-binary individuals will attempt to come out at some point in their lives, and this takes so much bravery and resiliency. But unfortunately, often they are faced with rejection from their peers, family, coworkers, and other environments. And so the best way that we can show our support for the trans and non-binary community is by allowing them space to be free, to be themselves, to develop their identities, and to build community together.
Ultimately, it comes down to the practice of believing people when they say who they are. Transgender and gender nonconforming and gender expansive people, when given acceptance and when they're valued in their communities, can go on to have healthy and fulfilling lives. Acceptance is protection.
Welcome to the Family Acceptance Podcast, where we will hear the voices of caregivers who accept and celebrate their transgender and non-binary children, as well as the professionals who help them to get there. My name is Jane Rennert, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. The Gender and Family Project is a program of the Ackerman Institute for the Family in New York City. The mission of the Gender and Family Project, or GFP for short, is to empower youth and their families with gender-inclusive and affirming direct services, training, and research. GFP began a decade ago as a support group for parents and caregivers of transgender and gender-expansive youth. I was a parent in that first support group. So I'm joined today by Alexis Diaz. Alexis is the Gender and Family Project's Director of Services. Hi, Alexis. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hey, Jane. My name is Alexis Diaz. I use they and she pronouns, and I'm the Director of Services for the Gender and Family Project.
Back in 2010, when GFP first started, the conversation around trans youth was really just beginning. I can say that as a parent, I understood on some gut level that my child was transgender, but I had no idea what that meant, and it overwhelmed me. I really felt like my world was falling apart. I met Jean Malpas in 2008. Back then, he had started a support group for parents with kids who were transgender or questioning their gender. It changed everything for me. I went to a support group for parents of transgender children and met other people going through the same thing. It really normalized the experience for me and showed me that there could be a path forward. 2 years later, this group grew to become the Gender and Family Project. Today, we are going to hear excerpts from a group for parents of trans kids led by Jean Malpas. The voices you will hear are of 3 GFP parents, with occasional brief comments from Jean. Then, Alexis is going to guide us through what we've heard.
We went from a place of isolation where we knew no one that was going through this experience to being in a place where we had full support. So I don't know what I would do if I didn't have that support. We have members of our family that are at different levels of acceptance, and I have been able to come into a safe place to talk about that. Some people have identified with that struggle. Other people maybe not, because some people have awesome family members and nobody's, reluctant, but a lot of people do experience some resistance and some struggles with their family members. And here I can talk about that without the fear of someone judging or feeling awkward about it. I can talk about it openly.
I guess we've known her for a year and a half. She told us. So we were here last Friday, and she definitely, I hope she can find some community in the kids here. She really, she came out of the group smiling. So,
that's good. Yeah.
I'm a crier. And, you've had a rough road, and I think just being able to be among other people who understand what you've been through or what you're going through it's invaluable. So we are going to be here more.
And she was not just smiling on Friday, she was like fierce.
This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
I think the thing that Venture House does for me the most is it's enabled me to explore myself, explore what I can do, and have a community to share my work with.
Oh yeah, definitely. And
yeah,
I guess that would probably go into how Venture House kind of helps you with your personal and professional goals. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be happy to repeat it if you want me to.
No, that's okay, unless you want to. But is there any other way that Venture House helps you with your personal goals, or the community is definitely a huge thing.
Right. Yeah. Well, with my goals, yes, of course, it's done a lot from me to, first of all, like for instance, before I became a member at Venture House, I did not say to myself, okay, I should strive to become a filmmaker. It's becoming a member of Venture House sort of encouraged me to explore what I'm capable of, what my strengths are, and how I should strive to improve on my strengths. Because when I first became a member of Venture House, one of the first things that I noticed is there's a lot of people at Venture House getting into creative endeavors, or they might do something creative as a hobby. And one thing that really impressed me was the paintings around the building, the artwork, also some of the videos that were put out by VHTV. So it really encouraged me to explore who I am, as what my goals are, and I quickly established that my goal was to tell stories visually.
Awesome. Definitely. From what I've seen of some of your work, you've become very, very good at that too.
What am I doing? What am I coming here for? I don't want to just sit around no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be productive and I want to help out.
Yeah, and I think you definitely emphasized. Also, thank you for the pitch to the E&E unit. Come join the E&E unit, everyone.
Oh yeah, well, it's you too, but I mean, I'm just saying that's what it is. Like, that's why I say, all right, man, I can't wait till it opens again. But even without, like, the ideas to come up with all this stuff is good, man. It's motivational, to be honest. It's good that somebody somewhere is listening, trying to, maybe even get motivated that they want to do one. But, it's fun. It's fun. It really is. The Clubhouse is fun. I'm not the longest attending member, but I'll tell you this much. There's not nobody that come to Venture House more than me since I've been there. I come 6 days a week, just about.
Yep, he does. I know I come in every day and I'm like, oh, hey, Wade, good morning.
I'm always there. Like, I live 4 blocks away. I could walk home from Bric House if I really wanted to. But, I like to go there. I like to, and now I realize even more because I did a lot of times sit around. But, I try to get in the huddles and, show that the workers as well as the other members that, we got to support each other.
Yeah.
So sitting in those meetings, having that positive attitude, wanting to apply yourself more, that's the whole defining moment of this whole podcast, to tell you the truth, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you really emphasized like a key point, being in the meetings and doing all this stuff. It's, we really can't do it without each other as well.
Somewhere in the world, somebody needs to hear it because they could possibly be going through the same thing themselves, but we don't know because we don't do things like this. And as these things go on, everybody will eventually tell their story pertaining to who they are. So more than learning anything new, you get to understand the person more. And you get a better idea of who they are as a person. So it's not like I'm going to tell you something so historical on this podcast that you might not already know. But it'll help you better understand me moving forward.
That's all we aim to do with these podcasts. And I'm glad that you even said that because that's really the goal. And you're doing a great job of proving that, I never met you before in person, but even these 20 minutes that we've been talking, I learned a lot about you so far. I know some of your inspirations. I know how you feel. I've just learned a lot, and I admire what you've been able to share so far and the growth that you've been able to reflect on. I admire that about you. So,
for more information on Venture House, you can go to venturehouse.org or call us at 718-658-7201. This project is supported in part by an award from the National Endowment for the Arts. To find out more about how National Endowment for the Arts grants impact individuals and communities, visit www.arts.gov.
Close your eyes. Stand up straight. Relax your shoulders. Relax your belly. Let your body do what it does naturally. Breathe.
Let's do it.
And we're gonna just drop, bam.
We're going to start with a point and a flex and a point and a flex.
So again, welcome to We Have to Care. Thank you again for joining us. This is our third month. Please practice social distancing. Please make sure that you are apart from each other. Please be patient. No rushing. Keep your mask on, please. We Have to Care is an initiative that by our board chair, Ms. Celia, and myself, with the regular general membership and the president, had put together. We know that there's a need in our community, and we got together. We decided to start this initiative about early May. We've been doing this every Wednesday. We've been feeding approximately 300 to 400 people every Wednesday. And you can see that, there are senior citizens within the community, single moms, single families. It's amazing to be able to provide a hot meal.
Everybody should care about what goes on in your community. We have the census going on. We've got elections coming up. We've got a lot of things on that is on the line for our community, Black and brown communities. And it's important for us to be all hands on deck when it comes to those decisions. What happens to our legislation, what happens to our education, what happens to our community, what happens to our programs. Because we have to be able to foster and encourage our youth to be able to be productive citizens and learn from our example. And since May, we have fed completely over 4,500 people in our community from Crown Heights, East Flatbush, mainly senior citizens and those who are inbound, delivering food to them, hot food, resources, and other items that they need, PPE, to be able to secure themselves while staying in at home. And with this COVID relief response, it allows you to still participate, get out of that self-isolation, help most people who are dealing with mental health and wellness issues to be able to uplift themselves and be able to participate as if they were out. That goes a long way as it relates to COVID relief.
We try our best to organize with everybody out here, print out flyers and go to each building and start giving out flyers so we know the anchor having something. So everybody will come and get what they're supposed to get. Some communities might do it, some might not do it. But we making sure the people we have will get.
So I always tell people I give for selfish reasons because it makes me feel good. And providing a hot meal is something that no one could really imagine. Some people will have it and some people don't, and you can never tell.
It's about love, and that's what we are. This year our theme is about bringing back the love. This is love, right? You have 15 to 20 volunteers that come out their house every Wednesday, taking a risk. We wear facial masks, we wear gloves, but they show their love and their passion, and they care about the seniors in our community. They care about the community itself. So we take our time, and we're very proud of that. It matters to me because it's the way I was raised. It's family. It's a family thing. My mom always said, you have a little share, and it's always be multiple. And I'm very blessed with that.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
Let me be clear. This bill would be the most significant legislation in history to tackle the climate crisis and improve our energy security right away.
President Biden's hailing a Senate bill to address the climate emergency. The deal emerged after Senator Joe Manchin reversed himself and said he will support the legislation around a climate emergency. We'll speak to a professor who advised Senate Democrats. Then we'll look at how a synagogue president turned congressman is being targeted by an AIPAC super PAC ahead of next week's Democratic primary in Michigan. We'll talk to Congressmember Andy Levin.
It's not acceptable as a moral Jewish person to support people who are undermining our democracy. And so it's not about getting endorsed by AIPAC. It's about taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from them and then also taking money from other corporate PACs that also are supporting insurrectionist Republicans.
And we'll look at two threats facing the nation's imprisoned population this summer: intensifying heat waves and monkeypox.
Now that the first case of monkeypox has been detected in an American jail, we're faced with a real possibility that this entire outbreak in the United States may be transformed into something that is much greater and more deadly than need be.
We'll speak with the former chief medical officer for New York City's Correctional Health Services and with the first formerly incarcerated reporter at the Marshall Project. All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. President Biden's urging the Senate to swiftly pass the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022 after West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin's surprise announcement this week that he would support a budget reconciliation package to combat the climate crisis while lowering health care costs. The legislation represents just a fraction of the more than $3 trillion sought by progressive Democrats in 2020. But Biden said Thursday the deal would still be the most important climate legislation ever passed by Congress.
This bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. This bill would be the most significant legislation in history to tackle the climate crisis and improve our energy security right away.
The package includes nearly $370 billion in new spending on climate and energy over the next 10 years, but environmentalists warn it contains poison pills for the climate, like a requirement that the Interior Department open up millions of acres of public lands to new oil and gas development as a prerequisite to installing any new solar or wind energy. The Center for Biological Diversity said in a statement, quote, "The new leasing required in this bill will fan the flames of the climate disasters torching our country, and it's a slap in the face to the communities fighting to protect themselves from filthy fossil fuels." We'll have more on the emerging legislation later in the broadcast. In eastern Kentucky, at least 8 people are dead after torrential rains brought flooding and mudslides to the region, washing out bridges and destroying hundreds of homes and businesses. Rescue crews and inflatable boats fanned out to search for survivors, some of whom fled to their rooftops as floodwaters rose around them. On Thursday, up to 7 inches of rain fell on parts of Kentucky, and Governor Andy Beshear said the death toll could continue to rise.
In a word, this event is devastating, and I do believe it will end up being one of the most significant, deadly floods that we have had in Kentucky in at least a very long time.
Meanwhile, millions of U.S. residents face heat advisories again this weekend, including the Pacific Northwest, where temperatures rose to triple digits again Thursday. The House of Representatives sent the White House a $280 billion bill to support U.S. semiconductor industry. Once signed by President Biden, the CHIPS Act will provide more than $76 billion in subsidies to corporations that produce semiconductor chips in the United States. All but one House Democrat voted in favor of the bill on Thursday. The vote came after Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders blasted the legislation as corporate welfare for a handful of wealthy high-tech companies. Elsewhere on Capitol Hill, military veterans and their supporters erupted in anger Thursday after Senate Republicans blocked a bill to aid former U.S. service members poisoned by toxic waste. The bill would require the Department of Veterans Affairs to remove the burden of proof from vets who say their health problems are related to the Pentagon's use of toxic burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. On Wednesday, Pennsylvania Republican Senator Pat Toomey, who's set to retire at the end of the year, blocked the bill after it initially received 84 votes in the 100-seat Senate. That prompted an angry response from comedian Jon Stewart, a leading advocate for veterans.
Senate's where accountability goes to die. These people don't care. They're never losing their jobs. They're never losing their health care. Pat Toomey didn't lose his job. He's walking away. God knows what kind of pot of gold he's stepping into to lobby this government to on more people. I'm used to all of it, but I am not used to the cruelty.
In eastern Ukraine, Russia's military says an attack by Ukrainian forces using a U.S.-made advanced missile system has killed 40 Ukrainian prisoners of war and wounded dozens of others. Ukraine denied its forces carried out the attack in separatist-held territory and instead blamed Russia for the strike on a prison housing the POWs. Meanwhile, United Nations officials say they're hopeful that a UN and Turkey brokered deal to safely export grain from blockaded Ukrainian ports could begin as early as today. The White House says President Biden spoke with Chinese leader Xi Jinping by telephone for over 2 hours Thursday at a time of rising tensions between Washington and Beijing. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said the talks were aimed at restoring the U.S.-China relationship. The pair reportedly discussed climate change, human rights, counter-narcotics, and Russia's war in Ukraine.
And then on Taiwan, President Biden underscored that the United States policy has not changed and that the United States strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait.
After the call, China's foreign ministry said Xi warned Biden over U.S. support for Taiwan, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's planned visit to the island in August. Xi was quoted as saying, quote, "Those who play with fire will perish by it," unquote. West Virginia's Republican-led state Senate is debating a bill today that would ban nearly all abortions while making abortion care a crime punishable by up to 10 years in prison. West Virginia's House of Delegates approved the bill Wednesday after hearing testimony from 90 members of the public who were allotted 45 seconds each. This is Addison Gardner, the youngest speaker.
I'm 12 years old. I attend Buffalo Middle School. I play for varsity volleyball, and I run track. My education is very important to me, and I plan on doing great things in life. If a man decides that I'm an object and does unspeakable and tragic things to me, am I a child supposed to carry and birth another child? Am I to put my body through the physical trauma of pregnancy? Am I to suffer the mental implications? A child who had no say in what was being done with my body. Some here say they are pro-life. What about my life?
Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito has made his first public comment since authoring the majority opinion in Dobbs v. Jackson Women's Health Organization, which struck down Roe v. Wade. Alito spoke July 21st at the Notre Dame Religious Liberty Summit in Rome in remarks that were made public Thursday.
I had the honor this term of writing, I think, the only Supreme Court decision in the history of that institution that has been lambasted by a whole string of foreign leaders who felt perfectly fine commenting on American law. One of these was former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, but he paid the price.
In June, Boris Johnson called Alito's majority opinion striking down Roe v. Wade a backward step for women's rights. Alito's other critics include Prince Harry, French President Emmanuel Macron, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who called the ruling overturning abortion rights horrific. The United States Coast Guard says at least 5 people drowned and 66 others were rescued off the coast of Puerto Rico on Thursday after they were forced off their boat by human smugglers. Most of the survivors are Haitian. They were handcuffed by Customs and Border Protection officials as they were taken into custody. Their rescue came just days after 17 Haitian migrants died off the coast of the Bahamas when their boat capsized. This week, rival gangs in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, continued to wage intense gun battles in the impoverished neighborhood of Cité Soleil, where the UN warns the number of killings this year is fast approaching 1,000. In Veracruz, Mexico, scores of migrants who were left by human smugglers in an abandoned freight trailer on the side of a highway had to break their way out to avoid suffocation. On Wednesday, people at a nearby gas station discovered the migrants after they bashed holes in the trailer's roof. Medics treated survivors for knee and ankle injuries.
We were told there were close to 400 immigrants traveling in the trailer. When they started to feel suffocated, they broke through the roof of the trailer and most of them jumped out. That is why most of the injuries we treated were ankle and knee fractures.
The migrants are from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. This comes a month after 53 migrants from Central America and Mexico died in San Antonio, Texas, after they were left in a sweltering, abandoned trailer. In Massachusetts, workers at a Trader Joe's outlet in the town of Hadley have become the first to organize a union at the grocery chain. Workers voted 45-31 to join the newly formed Trader Joe's United, overcoming what organizers said was a relentless union-busting campaign. Trader Joe's workers in at least 2 other states have also launched union organizing drives. And in Canada, Indigenous protesters confronted Pope Francis Thursday as he prepared to celebrate Mass inside Canada's national shrine in Quebec City. The protest came as the pontiff continued his tour of Canada to apologize for the Catholic Church's role in Canada's brutal Indian residential school system, which saw an estimated 150,000 Indigenous children taken from their families and placed in distant boarding schools where they often suffered sexual and physical abuse. More than 4,000 children died. On Thursday, 2 Anishinaabe protesters unfurled a large banner reading, "Rescind the Doctrine," just as Pope Francis was starting Mass. Their sign was a reference to the 15th century doctrine of discovery used by the Catholic Church to justify the European colonization of indigenous lands. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. We begin today's show looking at how AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, is spending millions of dollars in primary races to defeat progressive Democrats. In Michigan, where voters go to the polls on Tuesday for a primary election, AIPAC has spent over $3 million targeting Andy Levin, a 2-term member of Congress. Levin is a former president of his synagogue. He comes from one of the most prominent Jewish political families in Michigan. His father, Sander Levin, served in Congress, and his uncle, Carl Levin, was a U.S. senator. Congressmember Andy Levin is a self-described Zionist who supports a 2-state solution. But earlier this year, a former president of AIPAC described Levin as, quote, arguably the most corrosive member of Congress to the U.S.-Israel relationship. Due to redistricting, Levin's opponent in Tuesday's primary is another incumbent, Haley Stevens, who's embraced AIPAC support. Senator Bernie Sanders is heading to Pontiac, Michigan today for a campaign rally with Levin and Congressmember Rashida Tlaib, who's also been targeted by outside money groups. A new PAC aligned with AIPAC, run by Bakari Sellers, has vowed to spend over $1 million to defeat Rashida Tlaib, who's the first Palestinian-American woman to serve in Congress. This all comes just weeks after AIPAC spent nearly $6 million in Maryland to defeat former Democratic Congressmember Donna Edwards in her primary. Other progressives who lost after being targeted by AIPAC include Nina Turner in Michigan, and in Ohio, and Jessica Cisneros in Texas. One prominent critic of AIPAC's actions has been Peter Beinart. He's editor-at-large of Jewish Currents. He recently appeared on Democracy Now!
So what this play is really about is trying to create a whole new generation of younger Democrats in Congress who will toe the AIPAC line on Israel-Palestine. Also, in many, many cases, also take a kind of more pro-corporate position and therefore blunt the trend that we were seeing towards the Democratic Party moving in a more progressive direction.
We go now to Michigan, where we're joined by Democratic Congress member Andy Levin, who's joining us from his home in Bloomfield Township. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Congressman. In a moment, we're going to talk to you about your arrest, or was it two arrests, around abortion rights as you stood outside the Supreme Court. But first, I want to go to this issue of your primary on Tuesday. How many millions of dollars have been spent by PAC? And this is new for AIPAC. Although they have the word PAC in AIPAC, they've actually just recently established a super PAC.
Right. They recently established a regular PAC and a super PAC. But between the money they've bundled and the money in the dark money they're spending independently, I believe it's up over $4.2 million, Amy, just to try to take down a progressive Jewish congressperson who, I don't know if you remember, but I think I first appeared on your show when I created and ran Union Summer in 1996. So I'm a little bit unusual as a member of Congress.
Yeah, that was the first year of Democracy Now!
Wow.
Of that amount of money, so we're talking about a quarter of a century ago, but that amount of money, you're talking about around $4 million. How much overall is being spent on your primary race?
Well, I think we're being outspent about 5-1, and I believe 2/3 of the money being spent on the other side is not money that my opponent has raised in, campaign contributions, but is independent expenditures. Well, and also, it's worth pointing out that Emily's List is partnering with AIPAC on this, even though I've been endorsed by Cecile Richards, by Heather Booth,
former head of Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, and by the leading abortion care provider in our region. Emily's List is now backed by a former SEIU local union president, and they're attacking the person in the race who helped hundreds of women of color join SEIU for a better life. So it's kind of ironic.
Well, I want to turn to your debate in May when your opponent, Congressmember Haley Stevens, defended her endorsement by AIPAC.
Well, allow me to say I've been endorsed by the American Israel Public Affairs Committee alongside Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, several dozen members of the House Progressive Caucus, and certainly that endorsement was based on my belief in a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. I've also been so proud to be endorsed by the Jewish Democratic Council of America, as well as several other pro-Israel groups.
She didn't answer the question. The question is about giving back money from AIPAC, giving back money from other PACs that support insurrectionist Republicans. Y'all, this is not like some gotcha thing in a political campaign. Our democracy is hanging by a thread. It's not, I'm going to speak Jewishly here, as, it's not halakhically acceptable. It's not acceptable as a moral Jewish person to support people who are undermining our democracy. And so it's not about getting endorsed by AIPAC. It's about taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from them and then also taking money from other corporate PACs that also are supporting insurrectionist Republicans.
We just did a segment on Donna Edwards' race in Maryland where the issue of Israel in Palestine is hardly raised. Even by the AIPAC Super PAC in ads, they raise other issues. Is that the case in your district? Are people aware of this outside money?
Absolutely. It's the same, Amy. They are not talking about this. They may do some micro-targeting because maybe about 8% of the electorate of this new district is Jewish, and they may do some micro-targeting at them. But their ads, there's a double deception here, really, Amy. One is where the money's coming from. And most of this money is not even coming from Democratic capital D sources. It's coming from Republicans, and mostly Republican billionaires like Paul Singer and Bernie Marcus and the guy who founded WhatsApp. Who all of whom fund right-wing causes, are union busters, and so forth. That's the first part of this deception. And the second part is they don't even talk about why they're giving the money. They talk about other things. So whatever they think will be effective to make their chosen candidate win the race. So what you have here is a real threat to the Democratic Party being able to choose our own nominees that we send to the general election in November. Amy, this could go to other issues. You could have Big Pharma. You could have Enbridge or ExxonMobil or tobacco companies deciding to flood the field with dark money in Democratic primaries so they get their chosen nominee. It's horrifying.
So Senator Bernie Sanders is coming out to campaign for you and for Rashida Tlaib. Both of you are Michigan. She's one of two of the first Palestinian-American women to serve in Congress. She's facing the same issue in Detroit.
Yes, but I feel really confident that Rashida Tlaib will win. She's an incumbent running against a non-incumbent. 60% of the new 12th district is part of her current district. And, I'm really glad Bernie's coming. I'm glad he's supporting her too. But I think their efforts there will not, they're not investing in the same level because I think they know they can't succeed. My race is an incumbent on incumbent primary, of course, so it's quite a different matter.
That's like here in New York, Carolyn Maloney versus Gerald Nadler. The redistricting led to incumbents facing each other. I wanted to end on this issue by asking you about David Victor, the former president of AIPAC, saying that in an email to pro-Israel donors that you are arguably the most corrosive member of Congress to the U.S.-Israel relationship. Can you talk about your stance on Israel and Palestine? You and Jackie Rosen are the first two synagogue presidents to be Congress members?
I don't know if we're the first two, but we're the only two current ones. She told me that. I'm such a out there Jewish person, Amy. I've got mezuzot on all my doors, even the non-public ones, and I love Israel and I love Palestine and I want Israel. I feel like after all the pogroms and the Holocaust and all the history, that the Jewish people deserve self-determination in a homeland, and the Palestinian people certainly deserve the same. I may be the clearest Jewish voice in the House of Representatives saying that the only way to achieve a secure homeland for the Jewish people is to fully realize the political and human rights of the Palestinian people. That's principled. It's also practical. And I'm not going to back down from it, no matter how many millions of dollars they throw at me. And I think we're going to win on Tuesday, Amy, because we've got Bernie's coming. Elizabeth Warren was here on Sunday. Jane Fonda was able to Zoom in on Monday. We're out on the doors. In thousands of doors we're doing, and thousands of phone calls. We've got all the energy, 14 national unions, every environmental group that's endorsed in this race. Sunrise is on the doors, progressive Jews, Arab Americans, Muslims. It's a beautiful coalition of all progressive forces saying, we're not going to let this dark money determine who wins this race. It's going to be the human rights champion, the democracy champion, the workers' rights champion, the champion for environmental justice.
Congressmember Levin, you've been arrested, twice in the last week in Washington? Explain.
Yeah, well, it just happened that way. Yes, well, on Tuesday last week, I was arrested with 16 of my sisters from the House of Representatives in front of the Supreme Court to say, we don't care about Sam Alito and this right-wing cabal that's taken over the Supreme Court. We're going to do whatever it takes to protect the autonomy of women and anybody who can have a baby over their own bodies and their own decisions. And then it just happened that the next day, a long-planned civil disobedience occurred with Unite Here, Local 23. And I'm, like the shop steward of the Congress, having devoted my life to labor movement. So I got arrested with them. Believe it or not, Amy, the Senate cafeteria and dining room workers joined Unite Here Local 23 almost a year ago. Not only don't they have a first contract isn't really in sight. So we just have to fix that and change that. And I'm going to stand with those workers until they get justice.
And finally, on the issue of Michigan and abortion rights, a proposed constitutional amendment would override A 90-year-old state law that makes abortion a felony, even in the case of rape or incest. Can you explain what this is about?
Absolutely, and I've been a big backer of it, and I'm deeply involved in it. It's called Michigan Reproductive Freedom for All. It got the most signatures in the history of ballot initiatives in Michigan, so hopefully it'll be on the ballot on November 8th. It would put the right to abortion care in our Constitution, our state Constitution, and therefore nothing but a federal ban could overcome that. And so I feel really great about it, and we're gonna get it passed here, Amy, and we're gonna have the right to reproductive care in our state Constitution.
And 11, Democrat representing Michigan's 9th district, running for re-election this fall. His primary is on Tuesday. Next up, President Biden's hailing a Senate bill to address the climate emergency now that Senator Manchin has said he'll support it. We'll speak to a professor who advised the Senate Democrats. Stay with us. Do It for the People by Lucy Pearl. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. President Biden's urging the Senate to swiftly pass the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. After West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin's surprise announcement this week that he would support a budget reconciliation package to combat the climate crisis while lowering health care costs. The bill represents just a fraction of the more than $3 trillion sought by progressive Democrats in 2020. But Biden said Thursday the deal would still be the most important climate legislation ever passed by Congress.
This bill is far from perfect. It's a compromise. But it's often how progress is made, by compromises. This bill would be the most significant legislation in history to tackle the climate crisis and improve our energy security right away.
The package includes nearly $370 billion in new spending on climate and energy over the next 10 years, but environmentalists warn it contains poison pills for the climate, like a requirement that the Interior Department open up millions of acres of public lands to new oil and gas development as a prerequisite to installing any new solar or wind energy. The Center for Biological Diversity said in a statement, the new leasing required in this bill will fan the flames of the climate disasters torching our country, and it's a slap in the face to the communities fighting to protect themselves from filthy fossil fuels, they said. We'll have more on the emerging legislation later in the broadcast, but we're joined right now by Leah Stokes, who advised Senate Democrats on the bill, Associate Professor of Environmental Politics at University of California, Santa Barbara, researcher on climate and energy policy. It's great to have you back, Professor. What happened? I mean, the shock waves that went through Washington when the Democrat who was torpedoing this bill turned around and said he would support it. We're talking Joe Manchin. What happened? You were working behind the scenes.
Well, you know, it was really shocking. And I think the last 2 weeks when we thought the entire deal had fallen apart, they were really painful. You know, facing the prospect of absolutely no climate investments out of D.C. yet again. We're talking about decades of attempts to do this. It was devastating. We just do not have another decade left to wait if we really want to be on track to cut carbon pollution in half this decade, which is what scientists say we need to do and what President Biden has pledged to do. But it turns out that, you know, a lot of the public work saying that what Senator Manchin was doing was not okay, whether that was folks in West Virginia arguing that he needed to make sure that former mine workers had the right health care support, or, you know, climate activists saying we cannot torch the planet. not just for all of us, but also for Senator Joe Manchin's grandchildren. I think that pressure maybe got to him a little bit, and he didn't want to have his legacy be one of climate destruction.
So lay out exactly what has passed and what didn't. It hasn't been voted on yet, but what is in this bill?
I like your thinking, Amy.
What is in this bill and what isn't?
Yes. So, the bill passed the House of Representatives last fall and included $555 billion in clean energy and climate investments. The good news is that a lot of that has remained intact in this final Senate version. So we're clocking in at $369 billion. And a lot of the changes between the two bills are mostly shaving, the amount for a specific program, tweaking the language, but not getting rid of wholesale programs. There were some full losses, such as the Civilian Climate Corps that the Sunrise Movement championed, but a lot of the provisions that we needed are still in there. So how can we break that down for folks? Well, first, there's a bunch of consumer-facing incentives to reduce energy bills. It turns out that 41% of inflation right now is being driven by fossil fuels. So what this bill would do is make it cheaper to get an electric vehicle, a heat pump, which is a really efficient electric appliance that both heats and cools your home. And for low and moderate income folks, it would even help get an induction stove, which is, again, a really important piece of technology to cut carbon pollution and energy bills at the same time. So we know that if folks adopt these technologies that the bill is going to make cheaper, it will actually save them $1,800 a year in their energy bills. That's according to an analysis from Rewiring America. And, that's not surprising because it costs about $1 a gallon to drive an EV versus about $4 or $5 a gallon for a gas-powered car. So we're talking about really delivering a lot of savings with these clean energy technologies for everyday Americans. And I can get into the other details, but I'll just pause there because it's a really big bill, so I don't want to overwhelm you, Amy.
Well, Professor Stokes, what about environmentalists' warning of the bill containing poison pills, like this quote I just read from the Center for Biological Diversity, who said the new leasing required in the bill will fan the flames of the climate disasters torching our country, a slap in the face of communities fighting to protect themselves from filthy fossil fuels?
Yeah, like all bills that potentially become law, it's not perfect, right? And we cannot let perfect be the enemy of the good here. These lease sales are very problematic. The basic idea is that they require a minimum amount of lease sales every year. I looked at what the historic level of sales were, both for onshore and offshore, and it's about a quarter lower when it comes to offshore lease sales than the historic 10-year average before the pandemic, and about half of the onshore lease sales. So, it's still lower than what we've been seeing on average under the Obama administration and the Trump administration, but it's not ideal. We do not want to be doing required lease sales. There are, however, some other changes in the bill that pull us in the other direction, such as royalty rate increases. And, what we're really trying to do here is reduce demand for fossil fuels by helping Americans get access to clean energy technologies that run off of electricity and not off of fossil fuels. And so what the idea will hopefully be is that we're going to reduce our demand for fossil fuels, and that will make leasing onshore and offshore less profitable. But no, this is not the bill that, I would have written personally. It's going to have some bad ramifications for communities on the front lines of drilling, and that is not good. But we cannot miss the forest for the trees here. We have to be clear-eyed. We're talking about a bill that will reduce carbon pollution 40% below 2005 levels by 2030, which will get us 80% of the way to President Biden's goal and towards what climate scientists say we need to do. So it's not perfect, but these provisions, the modeling that I've seen sort of preliminarily, they're going to add about 1% out of that 40% in the bad direction. So we can think of it as saying, for example, the good stuff is something like 10 to 20 times bigger than the bad stuff when it comes to carbon pollution.
Well, I want to bring in another guest here. On Capitol Hill, 6 congressional staffers were arrested Monday as they held a nonviolent civil disobedience protest inside the office of Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. The staffers were calling on Schumer to reopen negotiations on the bill to combat the climate crisis. We're joined now by one of those staffers who was arrested. Saul Levin helped organize the direct action in Schumer's office. Saul, welcome to Democracy Now! Now, you're a Democratic staffer. And I wonder if this could have played a role in Manchin reversing this kind of action inside Congress. Explain why you targeted not the Republicans, but, yes, the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, well, thanks, Amy. You know, part of this action was kind of an alarm bell that we were ringing from the inside, where we were kind of trying to direct people towards the Senate Majority Leader and, frankly, the President of the United States to say, these are the folks who need to be negotiating like our lives depend on passing climate policy this year, which they do. And so we've seen, Senator Manchin go back and forth with industry and everything else. And we really thought that what was needed here was a boost for Senator Schumer to keep negotiating, to not get discouraged, to keep going, because we have absolutely no option. And keep in mind, there's a huge age divide here. We hope that this had an impact, but there's hundreds of congressional staffers who are doing different things to try and get this bill back to life, because we're going to live through the climate crisis. We already are. Some of us are hoping to have kids, I'm hoping my goddaughter is going to grow up in a livable world. And we weren't on track for that. Hopefully now we're a little bit more so.
Now, Saul, we just spoke to your father, Andy Levin, who is running for re-election on Tuesday in the primary. He was arrested twice last week. You were arrested once. There are a lot of arrests in your family. But if you can talk about why you decided to go this far and now to identify yourself, because in letters you had to senators, initially you just used your initials. Why now come forward?
Yeah, well, people, many of us came forward, and Amy, there were 17 staffers who were in the room. Only 6 ended up getting arrested. We came forward because we felt like we didn't have a choice. There are, as mentioned, hundreds of congressional staffers, members of Congress who have been working for 18 months or, a bit more than that to pass climate policy during these precious 2 years of Democrats in power, and nothing has happened. And we felt like, we couldn't in good faith leave for, go on vacation without passing climate policy. And so the first step was to say, we'll take some risks. We'll do some things that we're not supposed to do. We're not comfortable doing. We're not supposed to be the people on these TV shows. But it's so bad, the notion that we're not going to pass climate policy, that we had to step out briefly and say, wait a second, if we do something weird, maybe this will draw the attention and spark the folks who do have more say, who are in the seats of power, to do something unusual too, to get this done.
So Saul Levin is a congressional staffer and coordinator of the Congressional Progressive Staff Association Climate Working Group, who helped to organize the climate emergency direct action in Senator Chuck Schumer's office, got arrested with 5 others, is also a congressional aide to Congressmember Cori Bush. And I am wondering, Professor Stokes, how important was this action, do you think, and actions like these, the level of activism of congressional staff, not to mention Congress members, but the staff who've been putting enormous pressure to get climate action done?
Yeah, of course, I know Saul Levin, and I really was heartened by the action that they took. So many of us felt that despair when the negotiations fell apart. I certainly was crying, and several members of the staff and Congress were crying as well. And we weren't doing that for some kind of personal reason, in terms of the work that people had put in. It was because we understood the stakes. Failure is not an option right now. We had 100 million Americans under extreme heat last week, and we're about to see those kinds of record temperatures across the country again today. We have 60 million Americans experiencing a once in a 1,200-year mega drought in the West right now. We're seeing extreme flooding in Kentucky and Missouri. This is just terrible, and we cannot just watch the climate crisis unfold like Saul was talking about and not actually do something about it. So there are so many people working in Congress, the staff that Saul just elevated, who have been working really hard That includes a number of staffers in Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer's office who haven't even taken paternity leave since they had small children. And, I got to tell you, I came on your show exactly 1 year ago today, and then I was in the hospital. And then I had my own children, twins, and I have not gone on leave since then, really, because this climate bill is just too important. We have got to get it over the finish line. So I'm really grateful for all the folks working in Congress to get it over the finish line in the coming weeks.
We just have 30 seconds. I know you're in Michigan, Saul, but if you can talk about the climate protesters who got arrested last night outside the congressional baseball game and fundraiser as they tried to block the entrance to the Nationals Park. I mean, this is happening at every level now.
Absolutely. Well, I think, we were not coordinated with them, but I think at all levels, people are rising up and saying, we need more climate justice investments immediately on an absolute emergency basis. As Leah mentioned, there's, been heat waves all over the country that are unprecedented, other than the fact that they've happened in recent years as the climate crisis has escalated. But, the consistency between our protests and the protest at the baseball game is that people all over the world are rising up and saying, we're going to live through this, and our leaders are not moving fast enough. We're hoping, we're still looking at the details and hoping to move forward with climate policy this year, but this new package is not anywhere close to the level of funding that we need. This is not a Green New Deal or Build Back Better. And so people need to keep pushing and pushing for more, whatever ways they can.
I want to thank you both for being with us. The signs that were held, Democrats seal the deal, and talking about a climate emergency at Nationals Park. So Levin, congressional staffer for Congressmember Cori Bush and coordinator of the Congressional Progressive Staff Association Climate Working Group, one of 6 staffers arrested in a climate emergency direct action in Senator Schumer's office. And Leah Stokes, associate professor of environmental politics at University of California, Santa Barbara, author of Short Circuiting Policy and co-host of the podcast A Matter of Degrees. Next up, we look at 2 threats facing the nation's imprisoned population: intensifying heat waves and monkeypox. Stay with us. Back in 30 seconds.
Every time you look outside your window, everything is just the same as before. You are turning round and round, you see it's a sad day for sure. Taste the fruit of me. Make love to all you see. Would you make a wish?
Sad Day by FKA Twigs. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As tens of millions in the United States live under heat alerts this week, we look at conditions faced by those in prisons and jails. Here in New York, 2 city council members made an unannounced visit Monday to the Rikers Island prison complex and called it a hellhole. Tiffany Caban's district includes Rikers. And in a statement, she described, quote, New Yorker after New Yorker languishing in intake for day after day with no air conditioning in the middle of a severe heat wave and generally a persistent wave of what in the outside world would be seen as an emergency, taking a week or 2 to address inside the facility. In the Pacific Northwest, a heat wave pushed temperatures in some areas above 110 degrees Fahrenheit. This is an immigrant held at the Northwest Detention Center run by the private prison company Geo Group in Tacoma, Washington, speaking to Maru Mora Villalpando of the immigration justice group La Resistencia.
Right now, it feels very hot, and the guards don't want to switch the hours. We go out to the yard. They take us out at 2, noon, 1, during the times when it's extremely hot. There's no shade, and they leave us out there for an hour.
And when you go back inside, do the guards give you water?
No, not at all.
What if you ask them for water?
There's a water fountain outside, but the water comes out very hot. If we want to take a shower or freshen up, the water in the bathrooms and the shower comes out boiling hot.
This comes as a new report by the Texas Prison Community Advocates and the Hazard Reduction and Recovery Center at Texas A&M University finds 13 states do not have universal air conditioning in state prisons. This includes Texas, where most prisons are not fully air conditioned. One Texas prisoner described the environment of extreme heat and the COVID-19 pandemic as a living hell. For more, we're joined from Austin, Texas by Carrie Blakinger, investigative reporter based in Texas, covering criminal justice and injustice for the Marshall Project, where she's their first formerly incarcerated reporter. We just interviewed her on her new memoir called Corrections in Ink, and she's been documenting conditions during this latest heat wave. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Carrie. What have you found?
One of the things that was different this year is that, first of all, Texas prisons are far more understaffed than they have been in the past. So some of the basic things that would be done to mitigate the heat in past years aren't available necessarily this year. There aren't necessarily enough staff on hand to be letting people out for showers as much, or letting them outdoors as much, or, you know, doing things like providing ice and things like that. So although heat has been an ongoing issue in Texas, this year it's exacerbated by a staffing crisis that's been, you know, years in the making.
So if you can talk about what that means, both when you don't have enough staff, and give us examples in different prisons. I mean, we're not talking about someone who can go take a cold shower whenever they want to. We're not talking about someone who can move from, three-digit temperatures, over 100-degree temperature to a cooler place. These are incarcerated people.
Right. And, you know, they're stuck in their cells, and it's been bad enough that this year I've actually had staff reaching out to me, giving me tips that their tip is simply that they're concerned about the prisoners. There was one who called me the other day and said that, you know, she had this hot tip for me, and her tip was, it's inhumane. Like that was it. She just wanted to say it was inhumane, the way that the prisoners are being stuck in these conditions. And I know that when I'm asked about this, a lot of times I'll have people say, oh, well, there's a lot of schools that aren't air conditioned. And obviously that's significantly different. And I think that when people think about incarcerated people in the context of heat, it's a lot of people like to just sort of blow that off as if it's a frill, some extra offering. To give people air conditioning, but it is deadly. 23 people have been documented to have died in Texas prisons since 1998 due to heat-related illnesses, and that's almost certainly an undercount.
You tweeted this week about a facility in Gatesville, Texas, where the water went out for at least 2 days while the air temperature was over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Talk about this.
Yeah, sure. A lot of our prisons are aging, and the infrastructure is aging, and some of them are in cities that don't have great infrastructure to begin with. So it's not uncommon for water to be going out in these facilities, but it's alarming when it happens during such a heat wave. And in Gatesville, the city had a water main problem, and so one of the prisons, Hughes Unit, ended up with no water for about 2 days. And TDCJ, the Texas prison system, brought in water tankers and portable toilets and water. But this happens repeatedly, and every time that happens, afterwards, you know, we hear stories from incarcerated people about how they weren't able to actually get access to enough water, or they weren't actually being let out to use the toilets. So, you know, this is a solution that's certainly better than nothing, but has still historically been problematic. And, you know, the other piece of it when you have a city water outage like that is that there's usually a boil water notice, you know, during or after. And the other units in Gatesville, because there are several prisons in Gatesville, all had boil water notices, but no means to boil water.
I wanted to bring in our other guest, Dr. Homer Venters, who is a physician, former chief medical officer for New York City's Correctional Health Services. In a moment, we're going to talk about monkeypox, but your response as you travel this country and investigate prisons on this issue of the heat wave.
Yeah, I think, first of all, thank you for having me. Thrilled to be on with both of you. This is a drastically underappreciated problem. And one of the most basic tools, which is to understand who are the heat-sensitive people who are in a jail or a prison or detention center, is almost never undertaken. So when it gets over 85 degrees in a living space, the risk of death and serious illness from that high heat condition is different. But the medical staff, the medical services in these places know who are the people that are more likely to die or get sick, and they almost never identify people as being heat sensitive and focus on making sure they are okay, get them into air-conditioned settings. So this is a problem all over the country as more and more places that historically don't have high heat days do and aren't prepared to take the mitigation efforts, on top of the long-standing problems in places that Carrie was just talking about.
Well, I want to thank Carrie Blakinger for being with us. Again, her new book is called Corrections in Ink. She's the first formerly incarcerated reporter at the Marshall Project. As we move from heat waves to the issue of monkeypox. Yes, to the spread of monkeypox behind bars. On Thursday, New York's health commissioner declared monkeypox an imminent threat to public health amidst rising concern about increasing cases in the state and elsewhere. Monkeypox can be transmitted by close physical contact, and experts say it can also spread inside households and through contact while dancing or cuddling or by sharing contaminated clothes or bedding, or even breathing the air. Symptoms include swollen lymph nodes, fever and muscle aches, and a bumpy rash with lesions that can last 2 to 4 weeks. Painful, painful lesions. This comes as the first case of monkeypox behind bars was reported in Chicago this week at the Cook County Jail. We're going to continue now with Dr. Homer Venters, a physician and former chief medical officer for New York City's Correctional Health Services. He's just written a new op-ed for The Hill that's headlined, "CDC Must Act to Prevent Monkeypox Explosion in Prisons." Dr. Venters, we last spoke to you about the COVID-19 pandemic in the prisons. Now talk about monkeypox. While you formerly were head of health services at New York City's Correctional Health Services, we are now talking to you in Virginia, where you're investigating prisons and dealing with monkeypox.
Yeah, I should say where I am now, there aren't any cases, but I think that my concern around the country is that there are so many places, especially the intake pens, the court pens, solitary confinement where people are doubled or tripled up in cells, where there is a mandated forced close contact between humans that involves skin-to-skin contact, that if you looked at the part of the CDC recommendations that deal with raves and parties and social gatherings, if you had one iota of experience or even talked to a single incarcerated person, you would realize that same contact is happening thousands, tens of thousands of times every day in jails and prisons. I am worried that, you know, right now we have about 5,000 cases reported in this country, that number could dramatically increase, and the whole epidemiology of the American outbreak could shift in a direction that involves many more cases among people who have justice involvement.
So let's talk about the monkeypox vaccine, TPOXX. I mean, the U.S. had the foresight to store millions, right, of these TPOXX vaccines, which dealt with, and you can explain all of this, smallpox. What happened? Why are people lined up? This is outside of prisons, trying to get this vaccine and can't get it now, not to mention what's happening in prisons.
Well, I think that, you know, even what you could see in New York City, my concern is that we're going to go down the same path of a real lack of equity in who gets access to these vaccines. Inside prisons and jails and detention centers, one of my concerns is that there won't be adequate contact tracing to determine who, just in the post-exposure scenario, should be offered the vaccine. There will be obviously issues with trying to get access to vaccine for carceral settings that are always at the bottom of the list. But just this one technical tool of contact tracing, I found through about 40 or 50 COVID inspections, often jails and prisons just don't do it. They just don't try and figure out who were the close contacts for these cases. Now, monkeypox, we would assume there will be fewer cases even when it gets into a facility. So we probably won't have 70, 80% of everybody in a prison getting it. We may have a smaller number of people, but it still requires a will to go find out who were the people who were in that court pen, that intake pen, that housing area. And that's where I have a lot of concern about just identifying who could, in a post-exposure scenario, be eligible. And then obviously there are people who are highly vulnerable that we know about today who should be eligible in a preventive or pre-exposure format.
So there's something like 21,000 plus believed to be monkeypox cases in the world. Once again, like COVID, the U.S. has something like a quarter of those cases, 5,000 cases. And then you have the prison population. Latinx and Black Americans make up a disproportionate share of the cases of monkeypox in the United States. And then within prisons, the Black and Latinx population is overwhelmingly disproportionately represented. So what does that mean inside prisons?
Well, this means that the mass incarceration is one of the ways, obviously not the only way, but one of the ways in which we have a system that produces inequity in all levels of health outcomes. And here we're talking about infections. You know, the CDC and state departments of health have been essentially absent from both surveilling the health of people who are behind bars, but also promoting better health care for them, better health outcomes. And a lot of this comes down to a reluctance to measure the risk of incarceration. So Carrie was just talking about it, but incarceration creates health risks to individuals and to communities and families around the places where people are held. And so here it's infections, but you know, the same could be said for sexual abuse. The same could be said for traumatic brain injury, where people sustain them behind bars. They go home with new traumatic brain injuries, but you don't see the CDC measuring or intervening in this health problem the way they do with youth sports or with other health problems. So I fear we're down the same path. We may get some quick, fleeting involvement from the CDC and state DOHs with the most acute response to monkeypox in these settings, but no real intervention to say, you know, these places create health risks, and we have to fundamentally change our approach to thinking about health and measuring the health risks of these places.
So TPOXX, the smallpox vaccine, the one that can deal with monkeypox, has major effect the minute you get it. The problem is getting it. Who are the lobbyists to get it into the prisons, considering there's such an overwhelmingly, there's such a shortage of it in the United States overall? And then just tick off what are the most important actions the CDC and this country should take to ensure the health of the prison populations?
Sure. So we do have, because in about a year and a half or 2 years ago, we went through the same set of discussions around the COVID vaccine. We do have advocates, legal aid organizations, some parts of the public health structure in this country that are ready to and are thinking about access to vaccines for incarcerated people. And so there, I think the pump was primed, even though we didn't get great outcomes always, with the need to go to governor's offices, to go to state departments of health and force these questions about access. So I think we're actually in a better spot than we would have been without COVID. I think the CDC today needs to come up with, and I know they're working on it, guidelines for detention settings specific to them, but they need to be much more explicit. So these intake pens where you cram people together, where you're going to have transmission, they need to say explicitly, you shouldn't do this. You shouldn't be putting 40 people into a small pen, having them sleep on the floor. They should also be explicit about things they avoided talking about before, like copay should be eliminated. People who have symptoms don't report them, either because they have to pay money when they report these symptoms, especially in prisons, or they may go to a punitive setting. They may go to solitary confinement, essentially. And so the CDC can be much more explicit. To do this, though, their guidelines have to be much more rooted in the actual experience of incarcerated people. So they need to talk to incarcerated people. When they go to a tour, just like a state DOH, they can't walk in and take a manicured tour from jail administrators. They need to sit down and have confidential discussions with people who are living this experience.
How many prisons and jails in this country?
We have 3,000 jails, about 2,000 prisons, and another 2,000 juvenile detention and immigration centers. So about 7,000 of these boxes. So if you think we have 5,000 cases in this country today, that number can dramatically increase.
We have to leave it there, and I want to thank you, Dr. Homer Venters, for being with us, the former Chief Medical Officer for New York City's Correctional Health Services. I mean,
I love wintertime in Coney Island because it's quiet and you can hear the ocean and you can hear the seagulls. I can commune with nature. It's cold. Hi folks, I'm Dick Ziggin. People sometimes call me the permanently unelected mayor of Coney Island. I don't run for office, therefore I don't have any salary, but I don't have any term limits. I am founder of Coney Island USA, a not-for-profit arts organization. I also get involved in a lot of community work and activism, so it is an honor to be able to do that work in my neighborhood that I love. Patrick, you up in the booth? Yep. We haven't done a show here all winter. Can we just make sure all the lights are working? Okay, this first row, there's ones in off stage right and stage left. On. I am not a native Brooklynite. I grew up 60 miles outside of New York City in Bridgeport, Connecticut. It's a clue to my personality that Bridgeport was the hometown of the world's greatest entertainer, P.T. Barnum. By the time I was 7 years old, God damn it, I was a Barnum scholar. I knew everything about P.T. Barnum and knew that the circus was the key to American entertainment, to American popular culture. So when I'm moving to New York, I had this totally wacky idea that Coney Island could be a staging ground. I rent a loft in 1979, which a few months later, after I've done substantial renovation, the loft burns to the ground, but by that point, I've got the sand in my shoes, and I catch on very quickly that in Coney Island, the salt air preserves the body even though the salt air rots the mind. And if I want to be a healthy, wacky 80-year-old, Coney Island is the bohemian neighborhood I decide to join.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Bindlesif Cavalcade of Youth. Are you ready to start the show? Yeah! Please welcome the Cavalcades.
I like that act. We also, in our venues, do family-friendly programming. We're not always wacko and bizarre, just most of the time. This is hard for me to believe, but I'm probably, as a director, the most experienced living human on Earth in terms of circus sideshows. So what is a Coney Island circus sideshow? They do things for a living you and I wouldn't do for all the money in the world. Putting a sword down your throat or putting fire in your mouth. It's a different type of entertainment that you have to experience, that you have to see to believe, and this is where you come to see and believe. Hey, I'm getting hungry. Let's go to Kitchen 21. I want lobster roll. Our resident artist, Marie Roberts, does these sideshow banners. You normally can tell Coney Island's ready to open when they put the cars back on the Wonder Wheel. By this weekend, they'll be putting the cars back on. Charlie, it doesn't feel like spring yet.
Someday it will warm up.
But not today. April has always been an exciting month for me in Coney Island. It begins with spring cleaning. Like the swallows coming back to Capistrano, trucks are bringing in supplies and restaurants are loading food into their freezers. The people of New York City who've been cooped up let loose and explode. It's about mechanical rides. It's about a soundtrack. It's about dancing in the streets to the music coming off. It's a melting place that would be hard to find anywhere else in the world. People interact in Coney Island. It's a place where Hasidim are sitting next to homeboys on roller coasters. Coney Island is the museum of people. There's changes happening here. They're ripping out something, and it's exciting to see changes, especially where nothing was happening for decades. So what are you doing out here today? A job fair, right? Good luck. Is the job fair in the Carousel building? Should we peek in? If we're quiet, I want to show you this Lincoln Centennial course. We should get out of here. But one tip for the viewers, the bathroom here at the B&B Carousel is the nicest bathroom in Coney Island. Shh. Being a performance artist, I guess I'm inspired by turning myself into a Mickey Mouse kind of mascot. When I started doing public appearances leading the Mermaid Parade in 1984, unfortunately, the story would always be murder, arson, gangs, murder, arson, gangs. It was important to me to change the visual image, the media image of Coney Island. I started wearing derbies or straw hats, antique wool bathing suits, hipster sunglasses, and before there wasn't such an official thing as a New York City in hipster, I was trailblazing an alternative Coney Island. I'm gonna eat a lobster roll. And I'm so proud of what's happened to that building, which was derelict, falling apart. It's been fully restored as a restaurant with some of the amazing terracotta artwork from the 1920s. It's a gorgeous building. And I hope the kitchen is open. Hi there, sir.
What are you doing?
I'm just getting old and sometimes like a foot stops working.
I have other things that stop working.
Just in case.
Come on in, we got it ready for you.
Great. Where am I sitting? Well, this is the fun part of the shoot, getting to eat.
Yeah.
Where does your lobster come from? Is it Maine lobster or Brooklyn lobster?
It's the Gowanus Canal lobster.
It is so wonderful that Coney Island got around to renovating and appreciating its history and its landmarks. We're on our way up to the roof bar. Is drinking allowed in the elevator?
As long as you're not driving the elevator, I think you're all right.
In a deep way in my soul, I really believe that art has an ability to work within its neighborhood and make a difference in the spirit of its neighborhood. If you've taken any kind of class in literature, you've heard the phrase, a sense of place. Well, for my entire lifetime, my adult life, I've really enjoyed my sense in place because I enjoy the beach and I enjoy the sky and I enjoy the ocean and I enjoy the museum of people and popular culture that Coney Island in general is. And I have such a good time and have so much inspiration. And as a writer, I have so much local color and so many unique stories and characters to deal with. I've been nothing but blessed to be the unelected mayor of Coney Island.
You can pull anybody aside here and there's a good chance they're probably related to us. My grandfather started the business in 1968.
I guess because it's a family business, I always had train in my blood. When people think trains, they're just thinking of their grandfather, you know, in their basement or around their tree. I think as a business, you have to, no matter what industry you're in, you have to evolve with the times. And if you're not changing, you're going to be out of business.
A lot of the companies are doing things in a smart way to try to engage the younger kids, whether it's using the Bluetooth technology or the handheld remotes, or if it's an app that they're using on their iPad or iPhone. I feel that model trains does foster kind of either the father-son or the grandparents and the grandchildren. It kind of fosters that relationship because you do need someone with experience to pass on this knowledge. That's how my son actually learned how to crawl, because he was so interested in looking at the train that he pushed himself up to prop himself up to see it.
You see a lot of people that they can't find any other train stores in the area anymore. There was a point where there were so many back in the day, but now we're the last one standing.
Wow, that's gorgeous. Son of a bitch. This one right here, $3.99, look at that. That is beautiful. Come here, I come here all the time. I've been coming here for years. It's just like collecting stamps. How you like that?
You know, people love trains, and they don't just come in once a year. These hobbyists, they build these massive layouts, so they're coming in to get scenery, they're coming in to get trees, they're coming in to get buildings.
I might go for this guy right here. See the olive green one? I might get that today. I think I'm gonna grab that. Yeah, that's pretty. Look how nice that looks. Yeah, it's like it brings out the kid in you. It does. Yeah, it definitely does. You know, I retired about 4 years ago, and this is a great way to not only pass the time, but just makes you real happy.
A lot of people find it therapeutic, even, if I may, to set these things up. People like to create this different world. The creative part is something that I think is very important. And probably the last part that is actually, out of all the things that the reason why people are involved in this, is that trains represent a different time in this country. Just stirs up something for their nostalgic side.
Put it this way, if there were no trains, what would the world be like? It'd be very different. The trains actually built this country. They did. And this is going back pretty much before there were automobiles, there were trains. I mean, yes, the trains built this great country we live in.
We're in the Puppet Works Theater at 338 6th Avenue in Brooklyn, lovely Park Slope.
Tell me who you are and why you have come here.
I'm Mike Leach, and I'm a puppeteer. There are worse jobs. I'm playing with dolls for a living. I mean, come on, how much am I going to complain? I show up for work, I get applause. The mailman doesn't get applause when they show up for work. I guess I make kids happy, maybe even educate them or show them something interesting. So it's okay.
By my striped flank, you will be my dinner!
This particular theater, this spot goes back to like 1990. The company goes back quite a bit further than that, under a few different names. Well, the company's roots go back to the 1930s, WPA project.
I started out doing my own shows as a child, having seen a group called the Cesare Marionettes when I was attending PS 200 in Benson Avenue, Brooklyn. And they used to come every year, and I thought, what is this stuff? You know, it embodied all the things I liked. I liked to write, I liked to make things. When I was 19, I was hired to tour with the Cesare Marionettes. We went to all the schools in all the 5 boroughs. And every spring we would go upstate, and in the summer we would go to New England and play in summer camps. We would come in and set up our show and do an evening show and then pack up and leave the next morning. A big hit we took was when TV came along with the Sesame Street and with Mr. Rogers. It implied that puppets were only for the littlest children. Schools, whereas we used to perform up to the 8th grade, started stopping us at 6th grade, and now it's down to the 3rd and 4th grade. The kids want to come, but the parents and teachers think, oh, that's too kiddie for you. That was a big problem for us that we try to overcome, because our shows are not really geared for the littlest child. We developed to the point where we had like 4 or 5 companies and special jobs like doing things for the Smithsonian. And we started at Macy's every Christmas, and that ended up running 38 years. We were there for 38 years. But we did Christmas shows, and early on we did summer shows and other special shows for them. What we did in the 50s, 60s, and 70s is amazing. I look back now and I said, how did we do that? I mean, I can't imagine doing it now. I was having trouble finding people who could survive these tours, and I'd always wanted a theater so you can control a lot more of what's going on. We came here to Brooklyn. First, we were in Old First Church on 7th Avenue, just for weekends. We still were touring. And then I found a space on 3rd Avenue and Carroll Street. We had our theater finally. Around that time, the space was empty. It had been a former Mexican restaurant. We moved in, and we've been here since.
Calm down, it's just a puppet show.
Mike Leach has been with us for many, many years. He started out working at Macy's as an elf, and he got intrigued with what was going on backstage.
So there I am in an elf suit, and I was assigned to the puppet theater. I snuck backstage during lunch, and that was 26 years ago. I was just going to do this for like a couple of years and then go back to the real world and whatnot. And I don't know. Time flies.
Was you like working the puppet by yourself or other people were helping?
Was I working by myself back there?
No.
No, this guy Nico, he was in my way. But yeah, no, there's 2 of us back there working the puppets back and forth. The audience sees these characters run around the stage. You don't have any puppeteers involved. They just see animals and people telling these stories, and the curtain closes and there's a scene change, and we open up and it's a whole new act. And so it's really like Broadway in 1/3. Great. That's what they perceive. From backstage, it's a little bit different. First off, we see from top down, so we're only looking at the tops of all these characters' heads. This is old technology. Marionettes, strings, wood, cloth. That's what we do. The audience is watching your every move, whether something's tangled or you're trying to adjust something. You're acting with an inanimate object. Like you see a painter paint a picture of an angry man. They do not stand there, shake, and throw their coffee. They calmly sit there and paint.
Come, my loyal subjects, follow your king.
This is kind of guerrilla puppetry. It's two people back there in the dark.
Up you go.
Multiple characters are going to come on and off. You're not sticking to one character. You're playing two characters at the same time often, and you're passing the characters back and forth often, so you're not going to stick. And so we want to have the same kind of body action between the puppets, no matter who's walking them across the stage. We throw in the scene changes. Someone's got to close the curtain. We have to jump down on the bridge, and you're getting the scenery on, changing the backdrop, and we also control our own lights. It's like a dance up there between two puppeteers. It's not just what's going on the stage. We're moving just as much as the puppets are. We're crossing each other and handing stuff off. And we multitask enough. Having the show pre-recorded is a big help. Everyone associated with the company will do voices, and we do the recordings ourselves. We had one particular fellow named Bruce Hack who worked with us as a pioneer in electronic music. We've had a few incidences during shows. I've had people fall off the bridge. We don't stop, usually. Usually my reaction is, are you going to get up and get the curtain? Way too many holes in everything. I'm not a puppet fan. Never have been. It's what I do.
I'm your king.
Oh, no, you're not. You're just the man cub.
I think the audience comes in, and I assume they're not amused by puppets. They may be creeped out by puppets. They may think they're going to be bored. And then I try to change that. I try to amaze them and do things that you don't expect puppets to be able to do, or subtle movements that they don't expect. So I expect to entertain people. I don't assume they're puppet fans. So I like working from the other way. Let's see what we can do with puppets today and do something interesting.
Welcome to the Montauk Club. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, membership clubs in Brooklyn. We're right off of Grand Army Plaza on 8th Avenue and Lincoln Place. The Montauk Club dates from 1889 and the building from 1891, and it's been our clubhouse continuously ever since. This is a great Park Slope institution. When I was a little kid, I was told in hushed tones about the Montauk Club. It was great walking into the building for the first time about a dozen years ago for a meeting. And after that, I thought, you know what, I'm back living in the Slope. I should become a member, and I did. It's really a wonderful place to meet people, to have events. I can honestly say that Montauk Club has become my second home.
You walk around the neighborhood and weave all of these beautiful brownstone bucolic streets, and we spent our first year and a half walking by this place. What is that building? Who lives there? What's going on?
The club was organized in 1889. The members of the club, who were among Brooklyn's gentry at the time, bankers, lawyers, and such, politicians, raised the $250,000 or so to hire a star architect, Francis Kimball, to design the place and then to have it built. And so the clubhouse opened in 1891.
Charles Arthur Moore, the first president and the founder, happens to be my great-great-grandfather. I was unaware of him and this club. My sister happened to come to a talk on architect Francis Kimball several years ago and noticed his picture in the stairwell. It was a different time back then. It was a larger club, that's for sure. It was the entire building. There was bowling in the basement and rooms to rent, and this entire room was billiards rooms. It was more of a general city club, places to go and entertain and do some reading, get some entertainment. And it's still very much like that today. A little bit smaller, which, you know, isn't too bad because it makes it more of a cozy environment.
When you walk up the stairs and open the double mahogany doors, the first thing that you notice to your right is a beautiful tiled fireplace. And then when you look up, you see a very exquisite chandelier. And when you look to the windows, you see a lot of stained glass in this grand ballroom. And that ballroom downstairs also has a nice bar on the left side, which is used for our new member night party, which is probably one of my most favorite nights of the year.
It's a warm and inviting place. When we decided to get married, there was no question about where we would do it. We had it here. Right away, when you walk into this room, you see the stained glass windows that front onto Plaza Street. The sofa and chairs that are by the windows are a terrific place to just read a book, have a drink. There's a long balcony on the Lincoln Place side where people can have drinks or dinner when it's warm enough. And there are elements of the Venetian palazzo architecture that Francis Kimball used to design the building. And you can see in the columns and in the friezes above the windows, really amazing details. On the Lincoln Place facade, there's a frieze of Dutch and English settlers purchasing land from Chief Wyandanch, who was one of the leading Algonquin chiefs on Long Island. Many of the old line clubs in New York City, not just the Montauk Club, but the L Club, New York Athletic Club, and others, had accommodations for their members. The reason was the male membership would be deserted by their families and children and domestic help during the summertime, and so they would be left unable to fend for themselves. Well, these clubs were able to provide a certain number of accommodations for them to be fed and have their laundry done and so on. Those apartments in the Montauk Club are now part of the condominium, which is upstairs. The Montauk Club's fortunes have mirrored almost exactly those of Park Slope. The club was at its peak probably in the years between 1889 and 1929, when Park Slope was at its most prosperous. And there weren't many alternatives by way of entertainment or social activity to what a private club could provide for people who could afford to be a member. The club almost went out of business in the 1930s during the Great Depression. We've seen the membership dip and then rise again in the last 20 years, and we're attracting a lot of younger members. And that really mirrors what Park Slope has become.
The Montauk Club is open to everybody. The ideal candidate for the Montauk Club is someone that appreciates what is here, is respectful that there is a wonderful blend of old guard members and new guard members. It's a room where everyone needs to feel comfortable of getting along with people from a variety of different backgrounds.
It's a nice place to come in for family functions. A lot of people join because they're getting married here and then continue to be members at the club. And some of them I've done their kids' weddings as well, and that's nice to see.
We have about 250 members. A significant number of those are under 35. And it's been very gratifying to see that people find that an old club with creaky wood floors is an appealing place to meet people. It's a nice alternative to just meeting people via social media or otherwise online. The notion that face-to-face contact is not dead. And we certainly provide a comfortable atmosphere for people to get together.
This is all I know, but it's in my heart. I've been here all my life.
Without this kind of barrier in the middle.
This is in my blood, man.
My thing is more about the image.
It brings joy to my life.
Applying them to the world seems really important too.
I love the neighborhood.
A type of storytelling you don't really hear about.
taking some of those creative ideas and getting together with a community, which is the central core of our work.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
Pride is love, moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. We're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though there's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
when this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Ballroom's already been doing the work. And in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young ballroom people particularly through the HEAT program through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. You know, I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious. Dynamic. Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born and birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly. We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why ballroom responded almost immediately. No, not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another ballroom person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
Everybody bring it, let's have a fun at a ball.
You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Field Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Open Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you to commit that today is the very last day that transphobia will claim the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
My name is Johnny Guadalupe. I'm the program coordinator for community access under the Access to Care Department. Working at Housing Works for the past 10 years, I've learned to just build from the bottom up, just like a grassroots organization that we are. Housing Works started over 20 years ago, and it started from ACT UP. And so when ACT UP came up with treatment, right, they fought, these are the gay activists in the 80s that fought for the treatment for people living with HIV and AIDS. Different committees started, and the Housing Committee, they started Housing Works. We have a space, so we decided to, just start opening up the space for not just young gay men, anyone in particular that's young, that's in need, but we've seen a high attendance rate with young gay men, especially young folks from the Kiki scene as well.
So after hours, Monday through Thursday, they have different Kiki houses come and use the space for practice to prepare for any balls that are coming up in the Kiki scene. Kiki scene has been around for, I think, about 10 years. Kiki came from the word shade, or reading, if you want to remember.
Shade comes from reading. Reading came first. You get in a smart crack and everyone laughs and kikis because you found a flaw and exaggerated it, then you've got a good read going.
Kiki to have fun. That's basically what we like to, this is what Kiki stands for, to have fun. There's several houses that you can go to and perfect your craft. I say your craft as what do you want to do in the ballroom scene. You can do from fashion to runway to be real, or you can vogue. It's still the same thing that goes on in the main ballroom scene, that they just bring it to prepare you for the main ballroom scene. That's what the Kiki scene is for. Different agencies throughout the 5 boroughs come together and they form a coalition. And these coalitions are to help these houses to have space for them to practice. It's amazing. These teens come out and they have fun and they compete, with each other. But the best thing about it, at the end of the day, when they finish, they go home as friends.
It's an interesting subpopulation that not many people think of as a positive. They always think of, just a negative, like, just young people trying to start trouble, just young people that don't have an education. Yeah, and it's like, really creative people that some do have some guidance and some are coming from nowhere, just run away or thrown out their house or going through, the city or state system.
A lot of them are talking about getting housing. Some of the youth are having issues at home. What I went through, just like the other people, like Paris is Burning, you can see from that movie, there's the same things are still happening, is repeating itself. Family not accepting family, and we build families within our houses. And that's what you need in this scene. It's building communities amongst each other, and that's the best thing about it. My feeling is just having fun. I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. At the end of the day, that I got on that floor and showed you what I got. I was given a little taste of Vogue because I do Vogue. I am legendary for my Vogue, okay? Being in the Kiki scene, it does get us, especially myself, complete confidence in myself to better myself in life. It's to prepare us for a better future, especially if we would like to be in the main ballroom scene.
motherfuckers out of this money to throw this free ball in this big venue and give out prizes and trophies and awards. Ooh, ooh. Clap. This is the maker of Black Pride, the creator of the Heritage Ball.
I do it all. I do it all.
Bizarre.
My name is Lee Soldier Simmons. I am a visual artist, dancer, promoter, and the executive director of New York City Black Pride.
Hey everybody, make some noise. Happy Black Pride. Now we're gonna do it one more time. I said Happy Black Pride. Y'all know what it is. You know the Heritage Ball. Tonight is your night to make a moment, to have a moment. Are y'all ready to do that tonight?
Ballroom is a microcosm of society at large. Ballroom now is made up of all different types of people, gay, straight, white, black, every nationality, every age sector of the group.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? You ready for a moment?
We got a girl from County Line.
I have got a girl whose pussy is so good. If you threw it up in the air, 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 it would turn into sunshine. I have got a girl. I have got a girl.
Show me what you got.
Hi, my name is Precious Ebony, and tonight we're here in New York City for the biggest ball in New York City. It's called the Heritage Ball. It's a free ball. Everyone's here to have excitement. Everyone's here to compete, have fun, acknowledge, give homage, pay respect. Everyone's here for the heart, the love, and the history of ballroom. And we're gonna have fun. There's gonna be drinks. There's gonna be some drama. I hope you guys are here. Stay tuned and be alert because it might happen tonight.
All right. I want to say a few words. Every year, it takes a lot to raise money for Black Pride here in New York. It takes a lot for me to do this so that all of the events are free. You don't go to anybody else's Black Pride that all of the events are free except New York City. Can I have a round of applause for that?
When I came to the ballroom scene, immediately I felt like I was a part of something. Just the warmth of that took me by surprise. I walked into a ball not knowing anybody, and all of a sudden I had an instant family.
Family coming together and using these categories to represent themselves. You have your mother, you have your father, and those are the people that represent you with these houses when you go out and compete for your category. There's several different categories. You have your film queen, which is your transgender women who go out and vogue. You have your butch queens, which are the feminine boys. And you have your butch queen twisters, which you're still real and you still can vogue. Now they're opening up the category for women, cis women to vogue, which is amazing.
I came to the ballroom scene in 1986, so it was before we really began to have a wider public acknowledgement. Also, surprise, surprise, I'm white. I was not your typical member of the ballroom community, but I came to the balls and I was accepted. I became a member of a house. I became a member of the ballroom community. And as we've seen it continue to grow and embrace all different people all over the world, it's really amazing to see how it's grown.
My name is Labelina Milan from the Royal House of Milan, and I'm at the Heritage Function today to judge. For the voguers, the 5 elements are critical. Your spins, your dips, your hands, catwalk, floor performance, duck walk. I'm looking for all of that. If you're missing an element, you're not going to get my vote. For the fashion categories, absolutely a tailored look. It has to look like it fits you well. I don't need any waves like you're in the Pacific Ocean. I don't need any ruffles. I just like a nice, clean look, and it can't be fraudulent. First and foremost, it's important for the LGBT community because this is a segment of that community that is often criticized, marginalized. We've been segregated, and yet they take our talent, they take our fashion, they take our dance moves, and they take it into mainstream, and they don't credit the people they need to credit. In general, just in the community in general, the talent itself, it's what you see on the stages, it's what you credit to ballroom.
This is our heritage. Who we are is nothing to apologize about. So clap your hands in celebration. Well, the scene started because Crystal LaBeija kicked the motherfucking doors open and said she will not deal with the pageants anymore.
Crystal, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the third runner-up in the 1967 Nationals.
She will not deal with that situation anymore. She will not be judged amongst those girls anymore. And she stormed out.
Crystal, where are you going? This is not the time to show temperament. Get back here and stay with the other finalists. Oh, well, you've got to expect
Here was this woman, Crystal LaBeija, who had been walking balls and also participating in this fledgling pageant drag scenes. So it's all part of the sub-drag culture.
Do you think she deserved it?
There's a famous documentary film that documented this moment in time where Crystal just had enough of the racial divide of how she looked, makeup, and, you know, and losing in this particular competition.
Monique, would you tell her why you didn't come? Because she knew it's Victor Holler. She said, Crystal, darling, don't go. Because you're not going to get it. And that's why all the true beauties didn't come.
It's in bad taste and you're showing your colors and stuff.
I am doing it bad, but I have a right to show my color, darling. I am beautiful, and I know I'm beautiful.
Nervous, move to the side. Let me win, I will get my tens. Pump to the side, I get nervous. Won't you go to the side, just move. I get nervous, move to the side. I'll get 10, bitch, let me win. Won't you move to the side. I'll get nervous, I'll get 10. Won't you let me walk, I'll win. Let me walk, I'll get my 10. Move to the side, just let me go. I can't take this, no, so no. Don't you move.
We often don't connect it, but it's the whole reason why there are Black Prides. It's that, you know, these are trans people of color who started these movements. These are trans people of color who were fed up and decided to fight.
I always knew that I was a woman inside, but growing up in my family, I had to put that on hold because I had to be somebody else for everybody else. As I got older and got wiser and realized that, you know, I can be comfortable in my own skin and live my truth, I started living in my truth 7 years ago. After, you know, my drug addiction and my alcohol abuse and the attempt of committing suicide. And when I failed at suicide, that's when I realized that God came to me and said, no, I'm not ready for you, my child. I need you here to live your truth and tell your truth and speak to other people about your truth.
It was these trans people that walked in their truth that risked themselves being arrested, that risked themselves being shot with all types of medications and things because it was considered a mental illness. And these things who stood in their truth to stand up to the police and corruption and say enough is enough.
Years ago, you know, when we started back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was very underground, it was very niche, it was really something very few people knew about. Today, it's really recognized globally. You have people participating in voguing and ballroom events all over the world, and it started here. It started right here in New York City with this community, and that we get to celebrate that, and we continue to get to show the world that celebration is really amazing. It's a really important cultural event.
Are they in the building?
In terms of a historical perspective, it's great to see that the ballroom scene has really been embraced by the larger culture of people of color, by Black Pride. So it's no longer an underground niche thing, but it's really part of the larger culture that we all live in and all experience today. And an event tonight that's a real affirmation of that. The acceptance that we have, the cultural influence that the ballroom community has had.
There is no ball without music, and you have some of the top amazing DJs who put these beats together. We call it rap. It's called commentating in the ballroom scene. You commentate over that beat, and that person who's voguing can hit every beat that they're saying.
Legend.
Looking for my legend. I'm legendary. I'm looking for my legend. Yeah, look at my legend.
Come on, legend.
Looking for my legend.
legend for a reason, not for a season. Bitch, now give it to me now. Ow, give Amari a round of applause.
Legend.
See a bitch, let it all out. Bring it back on a count of three.
World.
On the ready, two for the set. DJ. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. Let it all out.
The voice of ballroom is about coming together as a community. Lessons that society can learn about being able to create a house that has someone that's straight, someone that's trans, someone that's non-binary, someone that's gender non-conforming, and all to be in something that's considered to be like a family or a house, can show the greater society how we can get along and work together and thrive together. Ballroom has a lot to teach the world. We've always existed. We've always been a part of society, or under the radar, but we were there. As time changes, ballroom changes, the drag world. 100 years even before Stonewall, here we are creating a space for LGBT people to express themselves.
Well, you thought that's your favorite. I'm gonna call it my favorite.
It's historically very important, not just for people of color, just for LGBT people in general to know that this space existed. I think that it's important now that we also, as a community, own our own history, right? And so I started a research project myself, and I came across this newspaper clipping from a Black African-American newspaper, which dated back to 1926. And when I saw the article and I read the article, it said it was like the 58th anniversary of an event. The first thing that came to my mind was 58th anniversary. Like, okay, that means that this was going on a lot longer than I first anticipated. Ballroom started, or the first drag balls started in 1869. It has always been our thought that because white people were winning the bulk of these awards, that it was white people that initiated drag balls. So to understand that it really was a Black organization that was giving it, now I had some dates to go back by, and I started this project. That newspaper article stated in it that it was a Black organization that was giving this function. And so that organization was known as the Hamilton Lodge. So during that, I came up with this research. In 1842, a fraternal organization of free Black men called the Philadelphia Institute in New York City petitioned a Manchester, England aligned lodge of American Oddfellows for a dispensation to form their institute into a lodge of Oddfellows. They were denied because they were Black. Peter Ogden, a Black sailor who was a member of the institute, suggested they try again directly in England. Peter sailed to England and obtained permission to form the Philadelphia Institute into the Philadelphia Lodge number 644 on March 1st, 1843. By 1847, there were 22 lodges under Peter's organization, including the Hamilton Lodge number 710 of the Grand United Order of Oddfellows, which opened in February 1844 in Harlem, New York. The Hamilton Lodge, number 710, gave their first annual masquerade and civic ball in Harlem at the Rockland Palace Banquet Hall and Casino. This is the first known ball on record in Harlem of men dressed as women. We know that every year they gave this reception, but the success of that reception was the fact that these men would show up dressed as women. When you look at the attendance records of some of those newspaper articles, some say 3,000, some events say 5,000. I've even read articles that said as much as 8,000 people attended an event. Here I am thinking that today we get 1,000 people event. To think that in those days, something that again was against the law, that thousands of people showed up for, these people still stood up in their truth and did that and risked being arrested when it was considered to be a mental illness. To have newspapers print the names, the race, and the address of the winners was dangerous. But it also showed that they didn't care. There was this existence of people that might have been, so to speak, in the closet. Those events were attended by both white and black. They were attended by celebrities, by high society people. We tend to always think about that period of time in America, the 1800s, of saying slavery. 1865, we just became free. The cities that we migrated to was not by accident. Those were cities where free blacks already existed and were making a living and had jobs. That some of them were LGBTQ people. They were gay people. We don't talk about that. There are so many people that we need to catch up on. We helped create so many major things that is part of American culture, but we're not accredited for it, right? So, and the way we do that is that we need to document those things, because the more you know, the more you can have pride in knowing I come from greatness.
My name is Nola Hansen. I'm an artist and the founder of Trans Boxing, boxing club exclusively for trans and gender variant people in New York City. So Trans Boxing came to be after I had been personally training for a couple of years. I had a fight. I was really into it. Just training all the time, trying to fight as much as I could. And I got an injury. And I wanted trans community. Like, I wanted queer community, and I didn't have it. And so that's why I started it. I thought, well, maybe if there was a class just for trans folks, like run by a trans person, we could see, you know, and provide the space for people that want it. And for people that don't, that's okay, but it's there. In New York, there's a good amount of self-defense programs for queer and trans people, but trans boxing is not really that, right? And so I think that those are important and they're life-saving for people who rely on them. But we wanted to offer something that was different, that just for people who wanted to learn how to do a sport, right? It was like a personal desire that I had to connect with people through boxing. And, you know, my experience at the gym I box at has shown me how boxing can build really beautiful community and deep, unique relationships. And so I thought, well, this is how I know, this is how I want to relate to people, you know, and I've seen how boxing can do that. So it just felt right, you know, it felt right. And I thought, you know, maybe I can connect with people, keep doing the thing I love, you know. Trans boxing started out of a gym in Brooklyn, and then we moved over to Overthrow in November of 2017, and that's when Liv Adler came in as my co-trainer. And I would say, to me, that's when I really feel like it sort of solidified.
first time I put on the gloves, it was over. I've been training for years as a boxer and as a fighter, and when I started boxing, everything just felt very like natural and normal, and like I'd been doing it forever. It just felt like it fit. At this point now, I've started to just give back to the community, just teaching people what I know, getting people into the gym, getting people interested, and just showing them, you know, like that it could be something really healthy. And I think that's a really special part of trans boxing, because it is a really binary sport. It really is. And traditionally, all sports have been, but specifically with boxing, when it's a one-on-one sport, you know, there tends to be more boundaries for people who have more of a different gender expression or gender identity. We just try to take down those barriers and provide a safe space where people can train and enjoy the sport and not have to worry about all those factors that have traditionally kept trans and GNC people out of the sport and out of the gym doors. We cater to all levels. There are some people that come and take our class for a couple years and they just want to hit the bag and learn boxing. And there are people that have been taking our class for a month that are asking us about fighting. A lot of buildings just make people choose what gender they are when they just go to change in the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to go to the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to wear what they want to wear in a space that doesn't feel safe sometimes. And a lot of people don't participate in sports or even like do things to make themselves healthier, like go to the gym, because they're afraid of the locker room or what people are going to think, or that their gender expression is going to be judged. And a lot of people just isolate themselves. You can come use the bathroom that's comfortable for you. You don't have to go in one locker room or the other. We ask everyone their pronouns. We try to cater to the community and like their needs in a way that a typical gym wouldn't, or maybe wouldn't understand.
Feel it a little bit? Yes. So think about that, like you're stepping on something.
I joined this class because I've always kind of been interested in boxing as an exercise. I've always been attracted more to exercising and sports in a way that like it's something that I'm doing rather than just going to the gym and trying to do tasks I get bored with. And it seemed like just a more open and less intimidating way to get involved and try it out than having to like show up at a gym where maybe I was nervous about what that gym's culture is, what the reception would be, and what my skill level is. It seemed like a more just like a less intimidating way to get involved. It's really, really more personal than a lot of classes I've been in. Some other classes I've taken are very like fast-paced, like calling out the exercise, you gotta do it. Maybe you don't know it, you might feel a little lost. I appreciate a lot that they take the time to like explain everything they're trying to teach, every move, make sure everyone is on the same page and knows what they're doing.
Jab is out. We slow it down. It's like at the same time, right? So with this foot, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Good. There it is. Oh, Liv and I are really, we're like devoted to the craft of boxing, and that's what we like to teach. There it is. So it's technical boxing, cardio, warm-ups. We have everybody, do warm-ups together, and then we go into, we'll split the class up. Usually we have a big class, so we'll split it up. Folks will do partner work, partner drills in the ring, and then people will do bag work, and then we'll switch, so everybody gets a little bit of everything. And then at the end, we usually all do burnouts together, which is like everybody hitting the bag fast, and getting sweaty, and, making it funky. And then we cool down, Trans boxing is important to the community, I've been told, because people have said there are not enough trans-exclusive spaces. People have told me, like, oh my God, like, people come to class and they're like, I've never seen so many trans people in one space. For me, boxing allowed me to embody my identity fully and confidently Well, also knowing that, like, there are changes I might want to make, right? And that knowing that the way I feel inside is not necessarily the way the world sees me. But I think it just helped me get back into my body. Just really helped me to feel in my skin because I had to pay attention. You know, I had to know where my hand was. I had to know, you know, if I'm turning my jab over okay. I had to know, okay, when someone's throwing the body, I have to pick back up. So I think, like, for me, the biggest benefit has been, like, yeah, it might be uncomfortable. Can I tolerate it? You know? Like, building up that distress tolerance. And that boxing did for me. Because, like, you get hit in this sport. It's not comfortable, right? And, you know, sometimes I get in there and you know, especially in the beginning, I felt scared, right? And so I think for me, as a trans person, before boxing, before, like, really getting back into a physical discipline seriously, I had just tried to not be in my body. What I want people to take from this class is that, you know, boxing is for them, if they want it, you know? And we want to help make that happen, right? The challenge is getting people through the door, right? Because once you're in, it's like, oh, hey, what's good, you know? If you work, right, a lot of time, from my experience, like, if you're there to work hard, and listen, that's the most important thing.
We are at Dapper Q's fabulous runway featuring 70 of the most beautiful queer trans GNC models and designers.
What's it called? Dress code.
The biggest queer fashion show in New York City and during Fashion Week.
It celebrates inclusion and diversity and beauty in all of its many forms. I want to see a fashion industry that is reflective of humanity as you see it when you're walking down the street.
There is no representation for fat queer girls, so that's why I'm here to represent.
I'm kind of in the beginning of my transition, but I think shows like this represent the beauty in people who are outside of the binary, and I feel like that's extremely important.
I think every time our community gets itself into the spotlight, we become stronger and we become more visible.
It's good to, like, be a part of what we created and show that we have community and love.
I do this for my people. I do this for queer people of color. I'm here for them, and I'm here for non-binary folks.
This is for queer people by queer people. Queer people run fashion.
Now this is what you've been waiting for all year. 10 designers with runway beats by DJ Mo. Hit it for me.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, you know, nothing, you know, I wasn't the one, you know, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. You know, my father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, you know, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, you know, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, you know, the reason why, you know, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, you know, sexually, you know, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. You know, it's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, you know, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. You know, after I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, you know, they stopped talking to me, you know, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, you know, I still kept going on, like, with myself. I even, you know, at one point, I started dressing feminine, you know, just to, like, fit in, just, you know, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, you know, accept it either, it hurt me even more. You know, that's when I got into, you know, self, you know, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with, like, razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, you know, I would feel better. But then, you know, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, you know, as I got a little bit older, you know, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, like, as an outlet to release, like, the anger. So I resorted to, you know, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. You know, going on to construction sites, you know, mostly because that's like what I like to do. It's like, when I apply for jobs, you know, they'll see my regular name, and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, you know, so I'm like, you know, it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, you know, a big part in this. Every day, you know, I wake up and I'm just like, shit, you know, I gotta put this binder on. And it's like, you know, can people tell, you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm, like, female. So it gets to me, it gets to my head a little bit. You know, so it's like every day I kind of gotta, like, practice, you know, masculine, like, traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about, like, privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. You know, I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't have to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I going to make it to the end of the day? You know, am I gonna make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that support, totally.
My mother came to visit me and lived with me when I was dating my ex-boyfriend. To her, we were roommates, but we loved each other very, very deeply.
So can I get some chicken with that? Can I get like red meat? Huh?
Ammi left for Pakistan. She was crying and she was sad, and in our village she had all the women come in. She started doing several Khatmul Quran. And I get a feeling, an instinctual feeling, that she did it so that my ex and I would break up. I was born in Islamabad, Pakistan. I live with my boyfriend in this city that I don't want to name. We're getting married in the next month, and I'm afraid for our lives if I was to come out. If my family tried to erase me or my voice, it's very easy for them to do that. My dad, if he demands something, like, people will listen to him. I lived in his ex's house.
Yeah, and so then we hit it off. And so then he moved out of there and moved into here.
What has happened since Orlando is that I've become very vocal about who I am, what I stand for. I'm at a point in my life where I have to make a case for my existence. I've never had to do that. As a Muslim and as a queer person, I could have been Omar Mateen due to the parallels that exist between our identities. Becoming very bitter and frustrated due to what I would have had to suppress, what I did not end up suppressing. I do feel like he's a brother of mine who wasn't able to survive his fight for his independence as a person, as an individual, against the traditions and the norms and the expectations. And for that, my heart reaches out to Omar. For that, he's my brother. Omar, my brow is heavy for you. My heart is lost in the pit of my sour stomach, looking for yours. I keep searching your face, those features I've known so many times in so many men. For what, I don't know. Omar, how long has it been since you cried? Until yesterday, it had been almost a year since I did. Narkhaze. Did that word torment you like it did me, Omar? I know the poison that you ate because I swallowed the same flavor. I feel your isolation. A victim of our own culture's wounded masculinity. We were born in wartime, dear, and you didn't survive it. I keep looking at your picture and asking, brother, why? Why? And I cry every time. And I call my tears a little revolution for you and for all the little boys like us. May we outlive the wounds of our fathers and learn to mourn the wounds of our mothers. May we heal.
Yes, let me just go. And then these are the same thing, but there are the entrances. And they have a little bit of a different hierarchy.
Hi, my name is Matthew DeLeon. I'm a graphic designer by day and Brooklyn's drag queen of the year by night-ish, 7-ish on forever till morning again, and then I wake up and I'm back into a graphic designer behind the computer.
Bodega's always a good show.
Very New York. So I was going to art school. I went to grad school at Parsons, and I was doing these kind of video character kind of dress up things, and then a friend that I was going to school with suggested that I should try drag. She was kind of into it, and I was pretty resistant because I was like, oh, this doesn't make sense, even though I'd seen a few drag shows. It wasn't something that like piqued an interest in me. And then after we graduated, a few months later, someone else I knew was starting a variety night, and they're like, well, if you want to, it's going to be drag and other things and performance art stuff, which is other stuff I've been doing at the time. If you want to come down, just try it. And I was like, all right. So I did it that first night, and then I started going out more. She's like, I have this contest at this bar called Metropolitan. Why don't you try it out? And I was like, all right, why not? And then I won the contest, and then that's when it like snowballed into being out all the time, and I started co-hosting, and then started putting together my own nights, and yeah, so then it never stopped. Doing it for 3 years, in various shows. I'm usually out once or twice a week, and then of course I work 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday, and yeah. It's huge for me to represent a community like Brooklyn, a borough like Brooklyn, and because it's really embraced the kind of drag that I do, and I really feel like I do this without compromise. It's I don't conform to do a certain style of what I think people would imagine or want drag or think drag should be. I've always sort of done it my way, and not met that much resistance, and I think for that, like, Brooklyn's really kind of opened its arms for me, and it's always had a space for me. And then not only that, then I've been able to challenge myself and now be sort of appreciated for those things, and it's like, yeah, the best thing in the world.
This is the list. So this is the list of all the outfits, and you can see it's just the two of us. So Havoc is that other model right there. So it's like Havoc, Untitled, Havoc, Untitled. So then it shows like silk sleeveless top. This is my first look. Let's give it up for the one, the only Untitled Queen.
Untitled Queen. Oh, sure. Untitled Queen is wearing a silk sleeveless top, medium to large. It's also one of the items from out of the closet. We wanted to keep it in this auction because it's easy, it's breezy, it is not CoverGirl, as you can tell.
My name is Jason Daniels, and I am more known as Mary Cherry, and we are in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Mary Cherry is a international drag performer, MC, actor, event producer, and all-around character. I started doing drag in San Francisco just for fun. I would go to friends' parties or go to office events, you know, and drag, but nothing too serious. And New York was going to be that place where my dreams and my destiny was going to happen. I didn't perform on stage until I was in Brooklyn. I was at my local bar, Metropolitan Bar, and I told the manager, I was like, why don't you have a coat check? He's like, well, I guess we should have a coat check. Do you want to do our coat check? And I was like, well, I have a 9 to 5, but more coin? Yeah, let's do it. So I ended up working the coat check, and maybe a few weeks after working coat check, I decided to just start putting on a little makeup just for fun. And I realized I made even more coin doing that. So I ended up doing even more of the fantasy, because it first started off as like a little lipstick, and then darkening my eyebrows, and then putting on a fascinator, and then eventually it became a wig, a dress. It was like destiny took control. And I went from coat check to having one party, and then having people contact me to speak at their event, to performing at their event. It's been almost 6 years now that I've been doing drag in Brooklyn. Being in drag has made me so more sure of myself and more confident within myself. The power of being on stage, or the power of just dressing up and having people be in awe of you, regardless of how busted you may look, okay, can be life-changing. The owner of Metropolitan, when the bar first opened 15 years ago, the neighbors were not very happy about it, and they actually, a group of them beat him up to the point where he was in a coma for a few weeks. That was 15 years ago, and now those people, those groups of people that, I don't know if it's still them or if maybe it's their sons or whatever, because there's a little club across the street for the Italianos, you know. They are one of our biggest protectors if there's something that happens downstairs. I don't like to give up on the plants. I come from a very interesting family tree, you know. So my grandmother was conservative from Arkansas. She won a special scholarship to go to an all-black school. In the South at that time, the only jobs that a black woman could get, an educated black woman could get, would be either a teacher or a secretary, and she said no. So she came to California and got a cute job with the Army. And for me, being raised by her in Berkeley, California, which is a radical liberal city, definitely created conflict, but now I appreciate that, because in a world where everything is just so laissez-faire, I like that I have some love for tradition. My father was a huge part of the Black Panther movement, and my mother, who was raised in the conservative household, met him and was just like, hey, you know. My grandparents did not like that at all, of course. And eventually my grandparents got their way and removed my father from the picture completely. And my grandparents paid him to leave my mother and I. He tried to kidnap me, and then my grandparents had to give him more money. So yeah, drama, okay, yeah. Because I do remember being in a field and having my grandmother like yell at me to come to her, but then having this figure holding my shoulders, but not, I don't remember the face that well. And I think that's when it all happened. And I remember police. I went to my first protest at 5. My mother has definitely taught me to be passionate, and I think activism and compassion is something that my mother taught me. And then my grandmother taught me how to use my mind and be strong and not let anyone break you, regardless of how much they'll try. People need to pay attention, because we are going to be the foot soldiers of the revolution. It's not about color, it's about heart. It's not about gender, it's about heart. I do sausage, egg, cheese on a croissant, actually, not a bagel. America has spent so many years building these walls that I just imagine it being that's how change will happen, is from the inside. Are we there yet? Hell no. We have to completely squash the establishment that exists.
I was hearing the bang, 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 thought it was part of a song.
Regarding the Orlando tragedies, you know, it was an interesting moment for me, like everyone else. It's kind of reminded me of 9/11, to be honest, where everyone was so much about community and coming together, and it gave me a glimpse of what the world could be like, what our community, the gay, queer community could be like. It was gorgeous, you know. People were hugging each other. I had no help financially for college, so I am in huge debt, and it angers me that I'm in huge debt. What I want to really do is create a fund for queer youth that are going to college. Specifically, the fund that I want to create is going to be queer people of color, and put some money in some kids' pocket that has dreams just like all of us that are accepting the award. It's not going to be just drag. Drag is my stepping stone, but there's so much that Jason can also do.
People talk about safe spaces. You need to find where you feel comfortable and free. Shea Josephine is my safe space. Everyone calls me Miss Pearl. That was given to me by a minister. This is home for me. The red carpet's rolled out. I love the vibe. I love to hear the music. It has such a beautiful aura of freedom because that's the way John Claude lived his life. John Claude Baker, Josephine Baker's son. And I love my champagne, my Kia Royale. Keith was an interesting child. I was born June 6, 1961. I was raised as the only child. In our household, it was very Southern. So there was manners, yes ma'am, yes sir, church on Sunday always, fabulous meals. It was like being at the Ritz-Carlton. You know, I was always a feminine child, the way I walked, the way I talked. I always was around the girls. I didn't want to play any sports. Christmas time came, all of the girls in the family got beautiful dolls. When I saw those Barbie dolls, I began to go crazy. They began to notice and they said, something interesting's going on here. My father took notice that I wouldn't play with trucks. Never once did I hear, be a man or be a boy or a sissy. Never from my parents. I got those names outside. I met a wonderful friend by the name of Jason. Jason was one of the first ones to take me to a trans club. I had seen the trans girls and always thought they were beautiful. There was something exotic about them. There was something magical. I saw a world that I had never seen before and knew that this is where I'm supposed to be. We were leaving and two beautiful trans girls were coming up. One just stared at me and she says, "You're going to be a queen one day. You're going to be a queen." I didn't know what I felt, but I knew I didn't like the outer body of Keith. I just didn't like being that person. And I decided I can't do this anymore. It's hard to try to be something you're not. And so many of us live that way. It's hurtful, it's painful because you can't be you because you're living for everyone else. I was in my late 20s and early 30s when I began to go into the direction of transitioning. I had a lot of obstacles that were before me, my career, family, the faith I came out of. My boss's wife looked at me one day and she said, "You gay?" And I said, "Of course." And she just burst out and laughed. They didn't bother me. I went and got my name changed. I got on the hormones and I took off. I went out one night and I was coming from a bar. The next thing I know, I felt this knock in my face. And the blood came and the tooth went and all of this. didn't realize my jaw was broken in 2 places. I'd been through 3 surgeries. There's a plate on this side. They took this one out because it wouldn't heal. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from that. I have to be honest, it was my faith that has carried me through. My face was swollen and it was coming down. Pain, and I just would muster myself up to go to church. I had a burning need to just be in the house of the Lord. It's strength for me, not just because the way I was raised, but my relationship with God. It's a personal relationship for me, and it keeps me stable. If you've been a victim of hate crime, you have to reach way down inside and go to that core. If you go through some depression, don't stay there. We have plenty of support groups out there. You have to stay strong, and we have to do something about this violence against those that are transgender. Everyone has to be happy with who they are, because life is not worth living. I am the happiest that I have ever been in my life because I'm me. I want people to remember me as someone that would encourage you and lift you up, as a soldier of love.
This is a family here.
How you doing, Joy?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. You know, I could barely walk to get here, let alone do some exercise.
Lunch is every day here. It's like you get so much information and you can people share everything with you. I feel like this is a part of my family.
Our biggest program we have is our lunch program, where seniors can come together, have a meal, conversate, tell their stories, hear other stories, and don't feel isolated.
The lunches are excellent.
That's not a little too sweet for me.
I was watching TV one day, and I saw a program on Channel 13 about Griot Circle. And I found out about it, and I just called the phone number, and the young lady on the phone said, "Oh, come on down. We're at such a location." And I went there, and it was very accepting and very accommodating and welcoming. And I just started going there every day. I had a place to go because I lived with my sister. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed in the house all day. But finding Griot Circle was a godsend because I didn't have a place to go.
Griot Circle has been here for 20 years. Our mission is to reduce and eliminate all forms of oppression as it relates to our members. We do this by offering health and wellness activities, leadership, and advocacy.
We joined Griot when we had no place to stay. We used to have our meetings in a church. It's always been a place where you can be yourself and where you can discuss matters that go on in the most of the gay associations and whatnot, and a place where you're not judged because you're not living the life of most people. Just knowing that there were others and there were people who really cared about what we were about. That's what I found.
This is like a second home to me. I come here at least 4 times a week. I take the number 5 train from the Bronx. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Well, when I get here, there's a lot of activities to do, a lot of things to be involved in, and they're fun. You come here and you are productive. You come here and you have friends. You come here and you find different things that you have never ever known that you were interested in, and all of a sudden you find an interest in that.
I made all new friends here, and it made a big difference in my life because I had a purpose for myself. I had a place to go, people to talk to, and things to do.
You know, isolation is one of the biggest factors when you age. You know, but isolation itself, it brings on other things, depression, you know, mental health, you know, struggles. For us, we recognize that that is an important issue here at Griot Circles, so we try to provide various services that address isolation.
I am having problems, memory problems. I'm having depression problems. And somehow, because I'm connected, some of the workers and the people who work here have given me information and referrals to people who can help me and who are helping me.
Other organizations don't necessarily cater to us in a way. They don't have the same understanding of what our needs are. And then, of course, there's the prejudice that happens, unfortunately.
Our core audience is LGBTQ, and with that, we have unique needs that other centers, places won't be able to provide. As we age, we recognize there are not that many places that we feel safe or feel comfortable or feel welcomed in. Here at Griot, we're affirming. You know, we welcome everybody, whether you're LGBTQ or however you identify.
You don't ever come back for that?
She knows to pay you no mind.
Listen, Felicia can take care of herself, honey.
She didn't say one word.
You can hear the stories when they get together and the laughter and the fun, you know, so that's the value of the meal program, is that it brings you back into the community and it makes you more visible and it lets you know that your stories and yourself matters.
I now feel that I'm going to live a long life as much as possible. I may have problems with my health, but as long as I can get around and do things, I'm okay.
I would say here at Griot, the space, the rooms are always filled with laughter. But here, you know, if you're not laughing, you're smiling. If you're not smiling, you're being hugged. There's always something going on.
Okay, baby.
Watch it. Don't be letting nothing touch nothing.
My name is Nia Astro Witherspoon. I am a playwright, director, theater artist, vocalist, composer, and scholar. And I am premiering my play, The Messiah Complex, at Bric Lab Premiere.
Right, he's already there. Maybelline has just like him into the space, and with that, it's like he's experiencing, you know, his nerve endings are out to here, so it's like he can feel everything again.
This is huge for me. I've been working on the Messiah Complex for 10 years now, almost a decade, which makes me feel really old. But it's so interesting because it feels that the play has come of age at the precise right time in history, and that all of the kinds of, like, it's really at a time when Black voices are amplified in what I see as the most complicated way that Black voices have ever been amplified, right? It's not just the flattened out view. We're seeing the prism for the first time, being hinted at. It's just the beginning, but I feel really, really excited and lucky that this play gets to come of age into that. It feels all destined and divined and meant to be.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Just playing the numbers here.
Any luck?
A little bit, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm good.
The founders of the Black Lives Matter hashtag and organization are 3 Black queer women. The fact that all of that is occurring at the time, and that my play is also premiering, feels really important to me. This is a play about Black queer folks in particular coming to voice, but in relationship to the larger Black struggle, that like these are not and have never been mutually exclusive moments or struggles. And I think this political moment shows that in a really, really profound way, as does the play attempt to.
Pops! Thought I'd never see him again, like as if I was the one that sinned grim or gave up like it's the end. My end.
Because of the nature of creative work, we have the opportunity, and particularly because of the nature of theater, where we get to see, right? Theater comes from seeing place. So we get to actually create vision before it happens in reality. And it's like a little mini world in there. You know, we have the opportunity to reimagine worlds. We have the opportunity to reimagine past, present, and future. And so when we're thinking about injustice, how powerful is that to have the chance to reimagine the world?
Thank you. Quiet them down. Go, Knobs. All around the world, we got blacks at the bottom. I got them. Clock. The feds are shot because they couldn't hide them.
Also, for those of us in the African diaspora whose histories have been so really intentionally lost, intentionally denigrated, intentionally brushed to the side and disappeared, the ways in which peoples are disappeared. It's really important for us also, I think, to do that work of looking not only forward but back. So my father was involved with the Panthers when he was young. He was young for them, but he would help out, you know, he would just follow them around and help out in Philly, in West Philly. And, you know, he would help with the free lunch program, he would deliver messages, he would kind of spread the word. I've always been really fascinated with this idea of a Messiah. With this idea, not necessarily of only one person, which I know goes against the idea of Messiah as we usually hear it, of the Christian idea, but more so about this power, this potentiality of a human to rise above whatever we think is possible. And as far as people go, just everybody, as far as communities go also, we can't just look to a leader, but really finding that Messiah inside of oneself and the ways in which, especially certain folks are deemed holy and certain folks are deemed unholy, you know? And when you think about who's asking, that's a huge deal. We are described as monstrous, as demonic. And so I think really when we think about the ways in which the monstrous, the demonic, and the sinful is projected onto unwanted bodies, unwanted social bodies, bodies who are oppressed, and bodies who the system survives based on oppressing, to claim I am holy and to claim I am Messiah for any of those bodies is absolutely revolutionary.
Hey, I'm from the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. I will not be disrespected.
You know that voice.
Nah.
It's him.
I can't.
Go.
I got this, man.
You sure?
Yeah. What's up, man?
Get out of here.
You alright?
Yeah. I'll be damned.
It was always a struggle. And, you know, how to be yourself without all this discrimination that, you know, that we faced on a daily basis. Today is trying to bring people back. Where are we? What's our community like? I was always curious about what was happening on the outside of my community, and I wasn't allowed. And when I found New York, I was just elated to find something different from where I came from. I came out as a three-piece butch. I wore the suits and I patted things down, and I was very much so-called butch. And but that whole look brought negative attention to me. So men would want to stop and cause a fight. And if I was with my lover, the first thing they would pick is, hey, sister, you know, what you need is a good male, stiff, and you need this, and, you know, and I would get so harassed on the street. Salsa soul was developed because of women's lack of services, discrimination, health, lack of health care, that we just needed to be with each other, the network, to sit down and talk about some of the problems that we ran into. I marched out of my shoes. We were building a movement. Circle of Voices became something for women to be proud of. That was, women really worked hard. I got a lot of cooperation from women once they realized that I was serious. The next big issue is where we're going, and sitting down and talking and deciding where we want to go. And that's one of the main ones, getting the youth and the elders together and talk about where we have been, what it was like for us, and our music, our culture, our past, and help bring that forward.
Does R&B still exist? I mean, like, for real, for real. This is a question lingering on the hearts and ears of many music lovers laboring through the layers of short attention span, over auto-tuned, questionably emo content saturating these digital airwaves. But perhaps we'll come closer to an answer with the help of today's special guest, known as contemporary R&B electro soul crooner Ang Lo. Serving love-laden lyrics that go as deep as his falsetto goes high, with a blend of soul and synth, his style has been qualified as authentic, optimistic, and lit. I am your host, Queen God Is, welcoming you once again to the magical musical universe called B-Side, where the sounds beam with the light of 1,000 Brooklyn stars, where the glow up is very real and the vibe ain't no joke. Stay tuned, BK. Keep it close.
Riding these waves to Jamaica, paradise save me from this breakup. Yes, it's fine when I pray, but it's not easy. Even though I'm awake, I still think of you. Flying me so high, the moon and over. If I let go, if I let go, flying me so high, the moon and over. Should I let go? Should I let go? Yeah, 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 yeah. Your freedom was won, but it came too easy. Yeah. Now sit in the sun, think, do you miss me? Yeah. Now won't you fly me so high, the moon and over? If I let go, if I let go, fly me so high, the moon and over. Should I let go? I still can't let go, yeah, yeah, yeah. Fly me so high, the moon and over. If I let go, yeah, yeah, yeah. If I let go, yeah, fly me so high, the moon and over. Should I let go? Should I let go? Yeah, yeah. I still can't let go of my baby, flying high without my baby, baby, baby. Fly me so high, the moon ain't over. Should I let go, go, go? Fly me so high, the moon ain't over. Should I let go, 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 go? Oh, fly me so high, the moon ain't over. If I let go, 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 go. If I let go, fly me so high, the moon ain't over. Should I let go?
So we're going to begin today's show a little bit differently than how I've done it in the past, and it's going to be a quick duet between the two of us. We did not plan this. I need a little bit of a hum from you, just a little bit. They found a little courage that simmered in the sun. They blended it with patience and just a spice of fun. They poured in hope and laughter, and then a sudden twist. They stirred it all together and made an optimist. I introduce you to singer, songwriter, master hummer, low-key dancer, son, brother, and poet, Anglo. Yes.
Sister and all. Right,
And this was something that you wrote. These are your words.
Yeah, one of my poems on Instagram.
On an Instagram poem. When I found it, I was pleasantly surprised, and I thought it was a beautiful way to start the show because we do reference you as a contemporary R&B crooner / optimist. And sometimes optimism and R&B don't quite go together. But before we go there, I would love for you to tell us who's here with you, playing with you tonight. Tell us who they are, where they're from.
Absolutely. So on my left here, this is Addis Clopton, and he is a amazing percussionist, engineer here in Brooklyn, and he does all his, has a lot of his own independent work also, just quite amazing. And to my left here, I have Andrew, also known as Visuals. He's Visuals. He's like a celebrity online already as Visuals, but his name's Andrew, and he's an amazing engineer, producer, bassist, drummer.
Okay, so I think the poem must have broke the stage a little bit because we're having a tiny bit of technical difficulties and we want to make sure that you're amplified properly. Sure. So let's get this mic. So anyway, we had, you tell me and I'll translate for anybody who did not hear you. We had Addis, and then we also, and who's this to your right?
To my right here is Andrew.
Andrew.
Visuals, yes.
Andrew Visuals, who's like low-key Instagram superstar. Good.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being with us here tonight. And so as we get this mic set up, I just want to say that we have a special person. A lot of people may not know who he is, what you've done, or what you're about to do, but there's a lot of layers to your story. And so if we're all set, let's go into some of those layers. So we call you contemporary R&B, but we start the show by saying, does R&B still exist? So that is the first question that I have for you. R&B, rhythm and blues, does it still exist to you? What is it, and who are some of the key players in keeping that genre alive?
I think it definitely, good question. I think it definitely exists. You find artists trying to keep the traditional R&B going. I think artists like Jasmine Sullivan, Chris Brown, Janae Aiko, I feel like those artists are trying to keep R&B very traditional and almost in like a straight line to, I guess, what it has been. But then
and when you say traditional, do you mean live instrumentation type traditional? Do you mean the content of the songs? What do you mean?
Both. I think absolutely both. Nowadays, I feel, I mean, Drake is kind of considered R&B, you know, some of his songs, but, you know, it's like, he's not really singing, he's like speaking with a lot of auto-tune, so it's like some of his songs are considered R&B. And I think that when we start to move into that realm, it just changes what R&B traditionally is, live instrumentation and, you know, almost pushing blues. And now I feel like because of the market, R&B is considered like almost electro-pop, you know, these days.
Yeah, well, evolution is good. Change is also good. But I think that there's something about keeping tradition that helps people to honor and remember who kind of helped to pave the way. Let's talk about electropop. When you first came on the scene and you started to flirt with the industry a bit, they wanted to brand you as electropop, and you were like, hard stop, no. But you do accept the reference to electro soul crooner, excuse me, because you are, you know, you are doing electronic music here.
Absolutely.
What happens to R&B when you start to introduce some of these digital instrumentation?
I think it's all about the representation. For me, my journey through music has always been with live bands, and I've always hired bands and always have found it very authentic to play with bands, especially R&B. But then as I moved through the industry more, I just found that I had like a special like meaning for it in my heart, and I felt that I could portray that better doing it with backing and, you know, more of an independent side, taking in more of an independent side to things. So for me, R&B grew into this because it really wasn't evolving into anything else for me.
Okay. So you wouldn't say that it started out as R&B, it evolved into being R&B?
I don't think it started out as R&B.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I just think that I met up with some producers and I had some ideas and we built off of that, but their main, I guess, genre was pop. you know. So it's kind of like I kind of latched onto them and I learned from them. And although I learned a lot of good things, I think that the R&B was always like trying to come out. Like the first studios that I went to, they were like, "Don't riff, you know, we don't want you to riff."
No
and stuff
riffing.
like, yeah, I mean, they would even like on accident they would cut it out, you know, and.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know that I've ever heard anybody say no riffing.
Well, a lot of times, well, you know, for me, and finding like my own special R&B place amidst like everything else, I was being sent to studios. This is like way back. I was being sent into studios, and they would have like these like weird structures for songs, and like have this definite way of singing them, and it just wasn't the way that I felt. You know, music should be R&B. You know, for me, should be portrayed, and that was a lot of the reason why I, you know, started trying to do more R&B and finding like my own side of R&B.
Well, this is an interesting conversation. I think it'll be sprinkled throughout the night. A lot of people who are speaking to artists or thinking of artists, they're like, well, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? Do you get a beat and does the beat inform your sound? You know, how involved is your producer? Or do you have the spirit of a sound in you already and then you kind of make the beat do what you need it to do to complement the song in your heart. We're going to come back to that, but we do want to go really briefly before we go into the next song into how you got your start. So you're born and raised in Tacoma, Washington.
Correct.
You are a military child, so you moved around quite a lot before you ended up making your way to being Brooklyn-based. But you were singing gospel up until 17 years old, which is a fairly common story for a lot of vocalists. They were in the church, that's where they had to be, that's where they got their vocals and their relationship with music. But then at 17, you got introduced to John Mayer. That kind of shifted things, and then you got introduced to Janet Jackson, and then you got introduced to dancehall, and then you got introduced to what you call sluttier dancehall.
Yeah, there's like dancehall, and then there's like dancehall.
Right.
It's like
like just sweat
like
box,
girls
like,
on their like hands and heads
face
and
dancehall. Right. These are his words, not mine. And then we move through kind of electro pop soul into contemporary R&B. And I think that's a very interesting trajectory. Let's go into another song so that the audience can really get more of your vibe. But I want to say that the first song that we heard is called Let Go, which was a single you released in 2017. And what we're about to hear is called All I Remember, which is part of your new EP, which is also titled All I Remember. And so we're going to go into it, but before we do, I want to give a shout out to Tanisha, who has declared herself his #1 fan, and I believe that she's a relative of yours. Yes, I do my homework. So if you're watching, Tanisha, this person who you love and who you will always be a #1 fan of is in our studio tonight, and we want to dedicate All I Remember to you, if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely. This is dedicated to you.
All right. Hey, Tanisha.
You make me happy, even when skies are gray. Found myself smiling when it was raining. You make me happy, running through time and space. Out here all winter, warm by the fireplace, and there's no reason I should think this way, but I miss your voice, your laugh, your touch, soft and tender. Your love is all I remember. Your clothes, your Santa, your ghost since September. Your love is all I remember. You make me happy, even now you're awake. Flowers And there's no reason I should think this way, but I miss your voice, your laugh, your touch, soft and tender. Your love is all I remember. Your clothes, your scent, your ghost since September. Your love is all I remember. Your voice, your laugh, your love is all I remember. Your clothes, your sin, your love is all I remember. Your love is all I remember.
So Anglo, I'm gonna put you on the spot. I don't mean to reveal all your business, but before we started the show, you did say that you were nervous, and so I want the audience and crew to take a collective deep breath. Can we do that? One of the good things about B-Side is that this is really not a critic show. You know, it's not here to like pull things apart, but more so to explore them and celebrate them, and to understand the journey that got you here. And so we have a really beautiful unplugged vibe. That said, all right,
Yeah.
good. So in 2014, you released your debut EP, Life Goes Down, and then in 2017, you released a single, Let Go, which we heard. Then you took a 2-year break. About that?
Mhm.
Or 1.5
Yeah,
year,
yeah, it was about
1
that.
year, well,
Mhm.
yeah, it was a 1 year break, and now we're coming back into 2018 with All I Remember. Let's talk really briefly about that break, and I want to kind of springboard into the themes of optimism and the lows. So the highs and the lows, and the low which shows up in your name. Like, you classify yourself, or you've been classified as an optimistic R&B crooner. But I feel like, you know, there's some other things that happen in between that kind of maybe tug at that a little bit. So let's talk about that break. What happened during that break? Why that break? And how do we get to All I Remember?
Well, good question. And I believe it's those things that happen to you in life that get you down, that turn you into an optimist. You know,
Okay.
there's things that, you know, just don't go your way, you know, that just, you're not sure how to accept, like, what's happening, and you are forced to, like, make choices that you don't know if it's the right decision, or, you know, or if it's going to lead somewhere. And for me, that 2-year break involved me kind of, as I mentioned before, I had to, like, kind of find my own sound within R&B. And I just became optimistic during that whole time. I think, you know, there was a lot of lows, because at times you just don't, like, know, like, what you're doing.
Mhm.
And, you know, as a musician and as a freelance musician, you just feel like stuck in sometimes you just feel stuck, and then sometimes the move you make, you're just like, is this right? Because I don't have money to go back and redo this over
Yes,
again, you
that
know,
is
and
the
it's
question.
like,
Yeah.
but,
So would you say that this was less of a mental health break as it was a strategic business break to just kind of, like, you know, reorganize?
I think it was more of a strategic.
Okay.
I was dealing with a lot of labels
Yeah.
before I left for 2 years and just went on my own. And just what they presented as what they thought of as, like, authentic and real, and giving the artist, letting the artist have their own opinion. I just found that it really wasn't that much opinion, or it really wasn't that authentic. You know, it was more like, this is who we have on our roster, and because these guys have made us money, you know, this is who you should go to.
And this is not new.
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is something that has been happening for years. I
Exactly.
remember I used to intern at Sony Music, and I was so excited. This is actually right when Lauryn Hill was about to, we were talking about Lauryn Hill before the show, about to release Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. And I learned then that, like, so many artists literally have careers for maybe 5 to 10 years before anybody actually ever hears them or gets an album. Sometimes they're shelved, but sometimes, and I'm not saying this is exclusive to Sony, so let's be clear about that, but I'm just saying that the process to not only discover your sound, but to negotiate with the machine behind you to get to that point. And so you actually said after that experience, you said you ended up at the point where you were asking a mid-50s white guy from the suburbs about how to be more hood.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said that, I just like teared up. I just thought back. It's just like,
is this what they were asking of you to actually be more quote unquote hood?
It wasn't even that they wanted me to be more hood. It's just that what they thought of as like, I guess, a pop artist, I wasn't that. So they were trying to find other outlets for me. And, he just mentioned one day, can we get something like from the streets, a little bit more hood? And he, and I'm like thinking, and I was thinking all day, and like, let me see, like,
Can
if
you
I
let
could.
us hear what
But I wrote all these songs, and I wrote this song called "Educate Me." It's like, I was young when I was 16, never knew that I could dream. Teachers told me I could be nothing, but I'm gonna prove them wrong, and it was
your hood
good
finger?
for me. Yeah, it was like one of those type of songs. It's like we got to feel your attitude, and it's like.
I don't mean to laugh.
No, but it's funny when you look back because it's like those type of things are not meant for everyone to like portray. It's like that's just a part of who I am. Like being poor and grew up in the hood, with Ratchet and Shanisha and Raekwon. It's like that's just the way I grew up, and it's not something that I actually want to relive. That's just my life, you know. And I feel like when somebody's asking you from the other side, they don't understand how hard it is to dive back in there and like relive all that, for a song, and then for a song that you don't even know will be taken. It's like we're just trying this out. So dive deep, pull all those emotions back out, and then if we don't like it, we'll tell you. And that's another thing, when they tell you no, it's like you made me
after all
relive all that just to tell me no again. So
and not to mention that there are Shaniquas and Rayshawns that do live in the suburbs.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we clear about that.
Exactly.
So we get to 2018. After all of that, you took your break, and then you kind of came back kind of with another wind, a second wind in the indie artist scene. And there's this, I think nowadays there's this glamorization of what it means to be an independent artist, and that did not always exist. Independent artist was also commensurate with eating ramen every day, negotiating between paying rent or 10 other things, and so it's very real. And a lot of people think that, these decisions that people are making to negotiate these qualities of living is a luxury, but really, like, if this is your calling, then it's not a luxury, because we do know what happens to people when they don't answer their calling, right? So let's talk about calling real quick. How old were you when you knew that this was your calling? Is this your calling? How did you answer?
I do believe this is my calling. And I started when I was young. I started singing when I was young. And I would just get all the parts in the play at school, and I would get like the solos in my church choir. And it just seemed like that's what, like that thing that I was good at. Like I wasn't good in school, I didn't get good grades, but I passed everything because everybody knew that I could sing and I was gonna be in the play. So it's like I passed everything because of like the plays in school. And I knew in high school that being on stage or being creative in some way musically was for me. I also knew that you know early on when you can't work for somebody. It's like you have a little bit of an attitude problem. Somebody says something to you, what? It's like your boss can't tell you, can't come at you the wrong way, and all certain types of things. So I knew early on that I needed to have some type of independent, freelance work where I could build for myself. And I probably knew that when I started, like I said, working in other people's like places. I think my first job growing up was at Burger King, and I've read the manager after like 3 months, like, you make that burger that way. I don't do it. It's like,
well, let's stop there. To all the people at Burger King and any job with an attitude, because you don't want to be there, we hope that you feel inspired and motivated and find a pathway to do what you got to do.
And learn how to balance that.
Learn balance.
And you're creative.
And then find your way back to your purpose. Yeah. Give it up for Anglo. We're gonna go into the next song called Daydreaming.
Your love, it breaks me. Hold me, just don't forget me, please. My love, forgive me. I'm falling for you more every day. I want you to shake me, touch me, ride me, shake me. I won't be far when you need me. I spend all my finance to show how much I care for you. This road I keep running with you. After the long road, we've become close. Fall into daydreaming. The long road after the show. Fall into daydreaming. I'm talking about a daydreaming, a daydreaming. Long days and long nights. I think about the ways I could please you. Not forever on the right track. My heart will be closest to you. This road I keep running with you. Come on. After the long road, we become closer. Fall into daydreaming. The long road after the show. Fall into daydreaming. After the long road, we become lost. Fall into daydreaming. The long road after the show. Fall into daydreaming. I'm falling in this daydream. I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling, I'm falling.
So we're here with Anglo. We just heard Daydreaming, and before that we heard All I Remember. And I love that these two songs, I want to bookend this conversation with these two songs. I want to double back about optimism, because visuals and performance are very much a big part of your experience, your work. They mean a lot to you. You want to make sure that you're honing your craft in terms of how you deliver it, and then also how you're sharing it on digital media. And so I've been watching your videos. And for those of you at home who get to do a quick search and look up some of these videos, some of the videos are, I wouldn't say dark, but they have a melancholia to them to a degree. And I'll tell you what I mean. There's a lot of cemeteries happening, especially in the All I Remember video. And then also in that video, there's a bear, which I want to talk about, and then blood. So between cemetery, a bear, and blood, and then this conversation around optimism, can I surmise that there's an image of like a letting go or a death somehow that you're evoking? And is it not like the grim death, but is it the death that of shedding something? Are you shedding something in these songs?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little literal, and it's a little bit of what you're saying is like about shedding off this layer of weight that you don't need anymore, or whatever that may be, love or old jobs or who knows, just like the weight, just let it go. And I use that song, Let Go, a lot, right? And I've been told let go. I think that people listen to it and they just like, it's just like, just let it go. It's kind of a release. And for me, that's special because I don't think I wrote the song with that intention. I think I wrote it with more of a, what you said, kind of this dark, coming from this dark, you know, love, lost place. But then the more I listened to it, it could have been applied to so many more aspects of like life and yeah.
Well, let's talk about love and love lost. What's your relationship with this subject matter? Like, do you put it all out in there? I mean, I know we need to kind of go back and kind of do a deeper study of the lyrics, but is love your muse? Is it kind of like something that just happens in the music because you're inspired by the sound of whatever you're hearing? Is love an actual, are you in the midst of love when you're writing these songs, unrequited love? What is the relationship with love?
So for me, love has always been like kind of a fantasy, kind of like a story tale. I didn't really know what love really is coming from outside of like your immediate family. I guess, you know, we say like, I love you, oh, I love you girl, I love you dude, you know, whatever, and it's just like whatever. But I think that my experience with love was, there was never really an experience growing up. Okay. My mom was against dating, so even my sister, she didn't like start dating until she was like 22 or something. So we didn't really have that connection. So as I grew older and just appreciated what I saw in movies and from other people, the I guess art of being able to tell a story about love is what I was fascinated with.
Would you say you came from a strict household?
Very.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when you referencing your household or your family or the past, you don't really use the word strict or anything that sounds oppressive. There obviously is a lot of love and support in that household. Yeah. So did it feel like, you know, like for the kids who grew up in strict household and then they go to their first year of college and they just wild out, was it that kind of like journey into music, just like, I'm free? Was
For
it
my
that?
sister was.
Oh,
my
okay.
sister just went to college and she just went in.
Sorry, is this Tanisha?
Yes.
Sorry, Tanisha. We put all your business out in the street, but for a good cause.
But and I'm sorry, say the question.
I don't even remember the question. Let's move on, so that way Tanisha doesn't get any more.
What you want? We want to put you on blast right now.
Well, there's a sense of freedom, obviously, but was it like a mad dash to freedom, or did you? Okay. I mean, did that? Did the strictness of your household, of your upbringing, have a really heavy impact on you to the point that when you started to move around and come to New York and explore music, that it was like a huge sigh of relief?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Having an appreciation for music as a child, but not being able to listen freely was like a thing. I mean, I would sneak and be listening to like, I remember one day my mom caught me listening, this is no lie, caught me listening to the Pocahontas soundtrack under my bed.
You were taking what you could get?
Yeah, I was taking, and seriously, it was a tape, a cassette tape, and it was, my cousin had gotten it. I remember I had snuck it, and she caught me, and I got in trouble for listening to that. And I just remember little experiences like that that made like me, when I got out of my place, just like, oh my God, music everywhere, everything I heard I loved, and everything, every studio I went to, I was just like adapting and clinging on to every sound, and it was a special time. But coming from that and not really having love, it was like this kind of experience where it's like I'm learning how to write about love because it's something that I see, and at the same time I'm learning how to like put those words into a song. So it was like a really special time. And
so what was
like
the moment like when
music.
You told your parents that you wanted to do this?
I told my mom, so my parents are separated, but I told my mom in high school. She knew that I wanted to do music full time because I would always skip school and come to auditions in New York, and I would just miss a lot of school.
From Washington?
No, I had moved to Middletown, New York by then. Yeah, so I was living in Middletown, which is about 2 hours away, and I would take the bus up here every week to audition.
For what kind of stuff?
Musical theater, and I did a lot of theater, and I did Fame and Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat.
What kind of audition can you land as a child who's cutting school and leaving home to drive miles to that? What kind of audition can you get that makes that okay with your parents?
I think that
it has to be for Beyonce or something.
Well, they both were summer stage.
Oh,
So I would audition during the year and then do them over the summer.
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Got it. So, all right, so no complete heart attacks.
Yeah.
there. I want you to finish the statement. If I weren't doing music, I'd be.
I think I would just travel all the time.
Traveling.
Yeah,
How would you fund that?
I don't know.
So that might be the first answer.
I think that, well, okay, I don't know if people know this, but I went to culinary school and I'm a trained chef, and
Okay.
I cooked for a long time, so I would probably be in the culinary field. I love to cook. I try to do it all the time.
Yeah,
So
I did know that, by the way.
I still like to throw down in the kitchen very often.
Really quickly, what's the difference between cooking up something in the kitchen and cooking up something in the studio? Aside from the obvious difference.
Well, I don't think there's much different. Each thing you cook up is gonna be for the soul.
Hey,
So.
and on that note, get your utensils ready, or if you use your hands, use your hands. Let's sink our fingers and our teeth into the next song. It is called Is You With It? Give it up for Anglo. Give it up.
Stop flying over me. I never wanna see you again. Maybe something's out there. Why you never wanna see me? Stuck in the air. I never want to be lonely there. Why you gotta be hard on me, honey? Why you gotta be love running up? Why you got the sweet soda candy? I thought I was your true love. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Huh, huh. Maybe I could find words in the middle. Huh, 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 huh. Maybe you could find ways to forgive me. Huh, huh, huh. Love comes in the middle somewhere. Is you with it? Huh. Is you with it? Why you never wanna see me stuck in the air? Yeah, I never want to be lonely there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Why you got to be hard on me, honey? Why you gotta be love running up? Why you got that sweet soda candy? I thought I was your true love. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I could find words in the middle. Maybe you could find ways to forgive me. Love comes in the middle somewhere. Is you with it? Is you with it? Is you? Maybe I could find words in the middle. Maybe you could find ways to forgive me. No way. Love comes in the middle somewhere. Is you with it? Is you with it? Is you? Come on. You never wanna see me, yeah, stuck in the air. Maybe you're out there somewhere.
Thank you.
That was Is You With It?
Is You With It?
The question is, who are you talking to? Yep.
So that was in, I think I was trying to get with a guy a long time ago, and I don't know, for me, I had always been the fat kid, and
Where?
When I was younger, I mean, I was like
really?
pushing past like 230 in like 9th grade.
So there is a shedding theme happening in there, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, keep going.
Yeah, but I think that Is You With It was just about like coming into this type of confidence where it's like, yo, I know I'm good. Like, you good? Can we do this? Like, and it was such a long time before I could like build up that type of confidence to like approach.
How old were you?
15. Oh, when I wrote this?
Well,
I wrote this like a year and a half ago.
But when you were having that experience.
Oh, yeah, like 16.
16.
Yeah.
And you were overweight at 16, you were saying?
Yeah, I was really overweight.
Really?
Mhm.
Okay. So great. This is a much smoother segue. I did not have to find it myself because I do want to be respectful. Let's talk about sexuality and gender, and for a couple of reasons. One of the reasons is because in listening to your songs, and particularly with R&B, I think that when people are speaking about relationships and then you really get into the song, a lot of times the listener is so kind of maybe mesmerized by the sound, but so into their own experience that they may be going through. But then there are other times when they really like the song and they want to know what you're going through specifically and who you're talking about. And one of the challenges in R&B or in contemporary music in particular has been language and how the artist uses language to either mask what they're talking about or to project something that is more acceptable or more common. And this is a tricky subject because it's not something that people have talked about for a long time. You know, we had Luther Vandross and, you know, so beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
There was so many moments we didn't care who he was talking to or about or whatever. But then there's this moment when the conversations do start to come to the forefront. How comfortable are you talking about sexuality in general in your work and then using the lyrics to reference specifically your experience?
Okay. I think that for work, I'm always very conscious because I think that I always try to write from a place that everyone can understand and have my songs be accessible to everyone.
When you say understand, do you mean accept?
Relate.
Relate.
Which is why I have one song in my whole catalog that I reference she, which is Can't Describe Her.
Yes.
And that's the only song that I have in my whole catalog that I identify gender or identify any type of person I'm talking about.
Say the title again, just in case anybody didn't catch it.
Can't Describe Her is
Can't
that song.
Describe Her.
Correct.
Was that a conflict to write that song, or was it?
When I wrote that song, it was more about the artistic approach, and I just found that that song it just felt better to say her, and I don't know why. And I mean, everybody in the industry knows, like, and back to your other question, I don't have any problem speaking about being gay or or gender or anything like that. I think that everybody knows, but I think that when I'm writing, I'm conscious about it more for other people because not everybody has evolved as much as everyone else, and you just want people to be able to feel like they are part of that story without like.
So let me clarify. What do you feel like another reason I'm asking this question is, what do you feel like is the role of the artist, particularly your role as an artist, in helping people to evolve, not only conversations and experiences, but acceptance?
That's a good question. And I think I've always struggled with that because I don't know, you sort of feel after you've been doing this for a while that your platform should be for a cause or for something. But then on the other hand, it's like, I've fought so hard for like this little small business, and would that cost take me away from like what I initially wanted to do? Would it become like a thing? And I guess I never wanted it to be a thing because it wasn't a thing to me. Like,
You don't want it to shroud what was the original goal?
to just write songs.
To just write songs,
To
whether
just
it was
write
for
songs.
yourself or other people?
Correct. Correct. And yeah, I guess I never wanted that to be a part of my music in a way that people would be able to identify it as being part of my music. I would want that if I ever came to a place where I would talk about something that's not very traditional in one of my songs, I don't know.
Well, there seems to be a movement in your work, whether it's conscious or not, to make
Because I'm
new
guilty. As
traditions.
we're talking, it's like, you feel this. It's like I think we
all
talk
are,
about
and
it,
I
but
think
it's
because sometimes these moments happen so fast that we don't really have a moment to pause and think and say, am I being authentic in this moment, and who am I being authentic for?
or I'm guilty for not trying to be authentic
and I bring
enough.
this up because I had a recent experience. I was singing karaoke, and karaoke can be awesome. It also can be ridiculous. But you're singing a song, and you're singing the words that come up on the screen, and the words are to a pronoun that may not necessarily I may not necessarily identify with singing to that pronoun in that way. And I was like, and I found myself at first changing the pronoun, and I'm like, what am I doing that for?
We all have done that.
We've all done
Everybody in
that.
karaoke
And
has done
I think it's such a special moment to be in a platform where we can actually address it and talk about it. How
Yeah.
serious is it? How important is it? And I think it does become important when we use language or don't use language to perpetuate oppression.
Yeah, I feel like I always feel guilty because I don't, and I try to like listen to other artists, even like there's so many artists that I feel don't also, and I think it's like you're just kind of scared almost to be that person. Like I look at like the platform that people that are much more higher than me, I guess, like Sam Smith or Frank Ocean. It's like they don't do the same thing, but what they're talking about. But it's like, what's stopping us from actually saying? Is it like sales or is it like management?
Sometimes it's fear, maybe.
Yeah, or
sometimes
fear.
it is money, and sometimes it's pressure, and then sometimes because ain't nobody business. And,
Right,
I think that when you become a public figure or face, people feel like they automatically have access to whatever it is they want to know about you. And I think it is important to reserve some sacred space. That said, let's go into another side of the coin. So we're talking about sexuality and gender, but then there's also issues of race and class and all these things. And you said we try our hardest to stay positive. We give them what they ask for staying silent for a while, avoiding bringing race into music conversations, not wanting to point out the obvious, because you don't want to be that black musician that complains about black issues.
Absolutely.
Really quickly, talk about that.
I wrote that, I remember that blog post I wrote, and I was going through things with the labels, and there were artists that were right alongside of me, that we were in the same management team, and they would always give them play and not me. And I'm like, and the industry, they will tell you straight out, oh, if you're a white girl, you're like surefire, you're gonna be blasted to the top. People are very into working with you because, they know that's an easy market to sell. So I had like all of these white people on a team, and then I was the only black one. And it's like, they're not singing better than me, they're not coming for me in a video, they're not doing like nothing, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, what is the difference? And I remember sitting down with my manager one day and just going over all of this, and I was like, if they're not taking me on, there has to be one reason, because they don't see me as a profitable thing, And I was just telling him, like, what about my fellow artists? They're not younger, they're not better, it's not anything. And they were giving them like deals back to back, and it was like I was just kind of struggling along, and just writing song after song, we sent to producer, and I was like, there's only one difference. It's because, of the color of my skin, and I don't want to be that person that says it, but it's the obvious. And it's, yeah.
Everybody, let's take this collective deep breath. I'm only stopping you there because we want to get these other songs in here, and we want to give the audience a chance to decompress. We're going
Sorry
there.
to bring you down.
Because these are no. Sometimes by revealing the weights, we get a chance to kind of lift ourselves up. And that said, give it up for Anglo as we go into the next song. It's called Home Too Soon.
Thank you.
Alone that winter, my heart's in the cold, my love's in the cold. Words find you there, all my words are gone. Good luck this winter. Be strong and let your mind rest. Don't cry for me, precious. I'll be an angel. I might be your angel overhead, overhead. I might be your angel overhead, overhead. I might be your angel. I'm flying over the moon. I'll go, you'll see me right there next to you. I'm flying up by the sun. I'm gone, babe, I know. I went home too soon. Climbing to the sun, lights and gold, heaven's gate open. Didn't think that I'd come so far without my love. I'm standing here watching overhead, overhead. I might be your angel, overhead, overhead. I might be your angel. I'm flying over the moon. I'll go, you'll see me right there next to you. I'm flying up by the sun. I'm gone, babe, I know. I went home too soon. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm flying over the moon. I'll go, you'll see me right there next to you. Yeah, I'm flying up by the sun. I'm gone, babe, I know. I went home too soon, I went home too soon, too soon, too soon. I went home too soon. Yes, flying over the moon, flying over the moon.
Thank you.
Anglo, speaking of home too soon, we gotta go home soon, and so we gotta wrap up. I want to dedicate this next song to your mom. Is it Deborah or Deborah?
Deborah.
Deborah.
Yeah.
You'll see why. Smooth, powerful, orgasmic. These are 3 words that he's used to describe his own sound. And as we wrap up today's episode, I am inclined to say that he may just have some new fans who totally agree. Thank you, Anglo and the crew, for joining us in the studio tonight. We wish you love and much more for all that the journey has in store. And if y'all want more of these B-side vibes, check out past episodes on youtube.com/Bric Tv and also on our podcast at soundcloud.com/B-side podcast. Or just come on by the studio and get a dose of these live vibes up close. I am your host, Queen God Is, wishing you all a powerful commemoration of Black history, present, and future. We love you, Brooklyn. Till next time.
Thank you so much, Bric TV. You guys were so awesome and so amazing. And we really want to thank you for letting us shine tonight. We have Andrew and Addis. Just very appreciative. Thank you. And thank you all for coming out.
It's funny, I never could be all that you wanted, Mama, but it's simple. You never would have made me a winner, 'cause I'm really kinda strange, kinda lovely, kinda funny from the start. I've been the hump, and you just noticed I never can be what you want, but I've been this way all along. I won.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow.
Incredible. We do hope you like it, goddess.
No hot tub? Whose house is this?
Oh, he lives in the shed.
Do I have to pay rent?
Nope.
How long do I get to stay here?
For eternity.
Cool. Wait, eternity? If I'm a goddess, does that mean I live forever? I tried to kill myself 3 times and each time it didn't work. Does that mean I can't die?
As a goddess, whatever you want will be given.
More like whatever you want. Healing, comfort, inspiration. Nobody actually cares about my feelings.
We care. We've always cared.
Yeah, very much. Well, then don't pull me out.
Oh my God! Oh my God, goddess! Are you okay? Okay. Goddess! 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 Just let me. Come with me.
Can't breathe. Need CPR.
At your service.
I'm still choking.
Two vodka sodas, please.
I'm never leaving your side again.
Sweet.
No, no, no. Literally, you could drown.
Actually, I'm pretty sure I can't.
I pledge my life to your needs, day and night, body and soul. I can help you dress in the morning, iron your precious undergarments.
That's not necessary.
I can sleep under your bed. You won't know I'm there.
Okay.
I just want to spend every second of the day with you.
I'm gonna go for a walk. Don't follow me. I don't know if anyone's ever loved me, but I know this is not it.
Do you think she likes me?
All hail. Ugh. What the?
I figure we could do some with onion. What are you gonna do with them? You're just gonna throw them all?
Well, hello, my divine beauty. I have chicken for you, chai. Would it be okay if I stay here with you? There's 15 bedrooms.
Whatever. No beer, vodka, nada.
Oh, I'm so sorry, goddess. We're just stressed AF. And I mean, you're not exactly lo may, which is okay.
You can leave anytime.
Would you like me to go to the store for you, goddess?
No. I know just the man for the job.
How you doing, goddess? Good.
harder.
Oh, sure. Like this? Your feet feel like puppy ears.
That's literally not a compliment.
I just meant like in the soft way. Oh boy, it's getting late. Would you like me to escort you inside?
For the 12th time, no. I'm tanning.
Okay. Look, why don't you let me get all these people out of here so we can be alone finally?
What is your problem?
No problem.
You're supposed to be making my life easier, not annoyinger.
Is he displeasing you, Goddess?
Go back to Splish Splash, Aquaman.
Spoiled ass girl.
What? Huh? I played D1 lacrosse. Come at me, bro.
Swing that.
No.
Go ahead. Swing.
I ain't going nowhere.
Swing.
I'll do something, baby boy.
Come on.
Yeah. Dance, bitch. Yeah.
What are we supposed to do?